Within the far reaches of deep space, there remain unknown planets, journeys into galaxies yet uncharted. Stellar exploration is the newfound adventure. High above Earth's windy skies, 1,000 miles in space, a large wheeling disk lazily drifts in orbit. A space station whose official designation is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory. To those living and working aboard, it is simply called Starlab. Their lives and adventures become our story on the threshold of alien worlds.
Stand by, Mission Control. We have a red code report from Level C radio telescope.
Roger, Starlab Control. Go ahead. Starlab Control, this is the Spectral Analysis Officer, Level C. Our radio telescope interferometry has detected unusual sunspot activity at a bearing of 409er.
Thanks, Bill. Keep us posted.
What's going on, Jerry?
I'm not sure, Tim, but we're gonna find out.
Starlab Control, this is Telescope 4, Level D. We're tracking with Level C.
Yeah, Ken.
The solar graphs show high-density activity.
All right, Level D. Print through the data on the ICM recorder, please.
Right, Control. It's online.
Look at this.
What?
That's more solar activity in the last 2 minutes than we've seen in 2 years.
I'd better call Dr. Cassidy.
Meanwhile, on Earth, the effect of the sun's strange activity begins. Kansas City, Missouri, 8:05 p.m.
Good evening, Mr. Jennings. Good to see you again.
Well, thanks, Ron.
Now, would the two of you care for a bottle of wine?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
Great.
The usual, Ron.
All right.
Well, I'm certain you'll love the food here, Sully. It's a very special place. It's been a favorite spot of mine for years. I've known the owner a long time, too.
What's that?
Huh, that's strange. Probably just a heavy truck going by in the street outside.
My God! Roger! It's another plane!
Anchorage, Alaska reports
Earthquakes, tidal waves, and temperature shifts around the globe slowly intensify. A solar mystery unfolds, and back on Starlab, the disorder becomes even more apparent. 21:30 hours.
The Starlab Control, this is Scope 4, Level D. We've just tracked a third major flare-out on the sun's Earth side.
Level D, begin all radio telescope recorders. Feed us an audio scan. Plug in the Mycroft computers.
Roger. Mycroft on. Log on scanners.
Hi, Dr. Cassidy. Thanks for coming up here. I knew you'd want to know.
All right, Tim. Now, what's going on?
3 of our main telescopes are tracking the sun.
Yes, and?
Analysis indicates an incredible amount of solar flaring and abnormal sunspot activity.
Earth stations are reporting earthquakes, tidal waves, and various other abnormalities.
We've begun tracking confirmation through our Mycroft Computer Center.
Okay, Tim.
This is Spectral Analysis Level C. We have a priority report.
This is Control Level C. Go ahead.
Jerry, I can't believe what we're seeing up here.
What is it?
It looks like we may be headed for a singularity condition on the sun.
Singularity? You mean the sun's going out? Bill, are you sure? Listen, we'll send Tim up there right now. We'll need all your current graphs and radiation scan reports.
Okay, Jerry.
And Bill, you'd better set up radar solar tracking operations, too.
Right, Dr. Cassidy.
Tim, you'd better get up there now. Get all the graphs and Mycroft readings.
Okay, Dr. Cassidy.
I'm not looking forward to telling the ISA the sun is going dead.
Knowledge concerning energy had become an important property to man. But the idea of the sun going out prematurely represents a new and very unusual situation for Dr. Cassidy and Starlab's research people. The beginning of a dark nightmare in the light of alien worlds. Alien Worlds continues. To those aboard Starlab, a shiny rotating observatory high above Earth, the sun seemed to be going dead. Radio telescopes reveal a once fiery sun darkening. Research Director Mara Cassidy contacts the International Space Authority.
This is the ISA, Dr. Cassidy. Are you there?
Yes, Commissioner.
We've had a 20-degree temperature shift in the last hour in the Sahara, Ma. The satellite charts show glacier movement at the poles. It looks like an eclipse. What the hell's going on up there?
We don't know exactly what's happening yet, but our Mycroft computer terminal shows readings that indicate the sun is losing electromagnetic energy at a rate greater than normal. We may be headed for a gravitational collapse.
Pardon me, Dr. Cassidy. The mass proximity indicator is registering...
Not now, Tim. I've got...
Dr. Cassidy, are you setting up solar radiation scanning?
What? Solar scanning? Yes, we're working on it, sir. Tim, have communications patch Mycroft through to the ISA computers.
Right.
Commissioner White, I'm having our computer tech supply your office with a duplicate of our current information tapes. You'll have everything we've got shortly.
Yes, Doctor. My terminal is receiving it now. Hey, is this right? It can't be.
I'm afraid so, Commissioner White. We've got about 60 hours before the sun reaches singularity, and Earth freezes solid.
What can we do to help?
Well, first of all, we need you to send an SCT up here right away. We need to make a house call.
Well, the only space exploration team I've got for immediate launch that can handle this is Delta One.
Delta One? Oh, wait a minute. That's Graydon, right? Captain John Graydon?
And Buddy Griff, that's right, Ma.
Oh, no, Commissioner. Isn't there anyone else you could send us?
I'm sorry, Doctor. That's the team. We'll launch immediately. Their ETA is 3 hours, 10 minutes. Keep us informed, Ma. Out.
Yes, sir. We'll keep you informed. Out.
Dr. Cassidy, what's wrong?
I can't believe they're sending Buddy Griff up here. They might as well let the damn sun go out.
Delta One, SCT command. Report to ISA pre-launch immediately.
What? Oh, we just got in. Boy, you can't get a spare minute anywhere anymore. Oh, come on, Captain. Let's just finish this hand, huh?
Oh, we better pass for now, buddy. We better get down there.
Pass? The man's 18 in back of me. I got a hot 21, and he says pass.
It's just a game. We can pick it up later.
It's just a game. I'll say it's just a game. All right. ISA says jump, and Captain John Graydon jumps. That's how come you're a bloody hero and I'm just a lover.
And that's the story of your life, right, buddy?
Dr. Cassidy, I just got back from spectral analysis. The mass proximity indicators are registering some kind of solid object near the sun. It's like a planetoid.
Oh, Tim, don't be silly. The MPI is probably reading solar flare-off gases.
But I think there's something there.
Don't worry about it, Tim. Besides, the problem right now is the SCT crew they're sending us.
I don't understand. Isn't that the next logical step?
Logical step, yes. Logical team, no. Especially with Buddy Griff.
Buddy Griff?
Captain John Graydon's co-pilot. The Prince of Pomposity.
John Graydon. I met him just after he got back from Altair. He's a great pilot. I remember a lecture he gave our academy class in 2010.
It's not John who worries me. It's Griff. During the Altair mission, my father was with them. Buddy made a very bad judgment error with a photon laser. It caused my father's death.
Oh, Doctor, I'm sorry. I had no idea.
Yes. Well, never mind. I'll deal with that later. Well, let's get up to spectral analysis and take a look at this planetoid of yours.
I'm really worried about this, Doctor. I have a theory that this object is affecting the sun. Now, don't ask me how the devil it got there.
Tim, pull yourself together.
Hi, fellas. Graydon.
Commissioner White.
Griff.
Hey, ¿qué pasa, Chief?
Listen, men, we've got problems with the sun. Heavy solar activity that needs some first-hand observation. You'll be briefed on Starlab by Dr. Cassidy.
Starlab, huh?
That's right. They're expecting you right away. You'd better get over to launch control now.
Wait, have I got time to get some cigarettes?
Come on, buddy. Let's go.
Lock's tanking secured.
Box tanking Delta 1, you are cleared for launch. 20300. Your trajectory is 010 degrees.
Market control, 010 degrees.
Give my regards to Earth Control. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Roger, Delta 1, you have liftoff. All systems go.
Oh, man, I just love a good rocket ride.
ISA Launch Control reports Delta 1 liftoff, Dr. Cassidy. Their ETA is a little less than 2 hours.
All right, Tim, keep me informed.
Yes, Doctor. There's more data coming in on the mass proximity indicator.
What do you mean?
Instruments show a planet-sized mass does exist. It's roughly on the same plane of the ecliptic, someplace inside the orbit of Venus.
A planet? In the orbit of Venus? You're crazy, Tim.
I realize it sounds bizarre.
Look, Tim, we both checked the radio telescope reports from spectral analysis. There were no visible signs of any planetoid. Well, there must be something wrong with the MPI. Have the technicians CompuScan the circuits.
But, Dr. Cassidy...
And when Delta 1 docs, bring them to my office.
Yes, Doctor.
As the sun's unusual activity continues, Starlab researchers work around the clock to unlock the mystery. Tim has found a clue, which Dr. Cassidy believes to be a fluke. Computer error? Maybe. But what Tim may have found could be the first sign of alien worlds. Alien Worlds continues. Strange solar activity threatens the survival of Earth. A solar exploration team is sent to investigate under the direction of Dr. Mara Cassidy at Starlab, a space observatory. There is little time.
Dr. Cassidy?
Yes, Tim.
Delta 1 reporting. Captains Graydon and Griff.
Thank you, Tim. Come in, gentlemen.
Hello, Dr. Cassidy. Good to see you again.
Hello, Captain Graydon. Griff.
Hiya, Doc. Hey, where's the hero's welcome? No band, no parade, no hats and horns? I thought this was a big deal.
Like the big deal with my father, right?
Oh, look, lady, there were problems for all of us on Altair. What happened with your father could have involved anybody. It just happened to be me.
That's right, buddy. It just happened to be you.
All right, you two, enough of this. We've got work to do. Can you tell us why we're here, Doctor?
Well, you've observed the unusual solar activity during the past few hours.
Yes, of course. We were wondering if there are any solar collecting activities that could be causing this.
No, we've checked that. There's something going on with the sun itself. That's why we need you, to take pictures and run solar tests close up, before it goes dead.
Dead? The sun? Oh, Doc, you've been out without a spacesuit too long. That's impossible.
No, I'm afraid it's not impossible, buddy. Watch the computer terminal. Tim?
Right.
That's frightening.
Wow. What's our bottom line?
I want you to get as close as you can.
We'll have you patched into the Mycroft computer.
We can then direct you from that point as to what to do next.
Oh, just what I need to end up as barbecued spaceman.
We better get rolling.
Right. Tim, take Captains Graydon and Griff down to mission control.
All right.
Good luck, you two.
We'll get the story for you, Mora.
Yeah, and if you're real good, we'll sell you the rights. Bye.
I didn't expect you two at Star Labs so quick.
Oh, we didn't either, Tim. But we had this tailwind.
A tailwind? Right. By the way, Captain Graydon, I feel I should tell you there's something out there by the sun.
Oh, really? What do you mean, Tim?
I have a theory about all this.
Theory? What theory? About what?
Well, I'm certain there's a planetoid out there next to the sun, drawing off energy.
A planetoid? You think it's alien?
Well, let me put it this way. It's not ours. We haven't been able to track it visually because of the glare from the sun's rays, so I can't prove my theory yet.
We'll keep an eye out, Tim. Thanks for the tip.
Right. So long, and good luck.
Thanks, Tim.
Delta 1, you are at T-minus 30. Launch.
Roger, Starlab Control. T-minus 28 and counting.
Delta 1, telecom computer lock. 775 megahertz. Our Mycroft data transfer is online.
Channel 775 locked. Transfers online. Check.
Starlab Control, we're on the grid. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift away.
As Delta One moves into the black depth of space, Captains Graydon and Griff set a course for a dying sun.
We're getting close. Is shielding operational?
It is now, Captain.
Delta 1, this is Starlab. We scope you at 214 degrees, bearing 030. We have visual radio telescope contact with you. MPI shows a planet-sized mass close to your present position. You are off course by 02.5 degrees. Have you visual
Starlab. Starlab, this is Delta 1. Do you receive? Over.
What the? Skipper?
What's happening, buddy? Where's our power?
The main rockets just went branchless, flame out. We've lost our maneuvering power.
The radio's gone, too. Fire retros.
I am, Skipper. Nothing. They're like a plate of cold spaghetti.
We're being pulled off course. The compass has gone berserk.
What is happening?
Buddy, what the devil is that?
What? Where?
Look. Over here, through the infrared viewing screen, off the port side.
Where did that come from? It's huge. It's definitely not an asteroid.
No, it's too spherical.
Well, whatever it is, we're being pulled towards it.
Look at the size of that thing. I wonder if that's what Tim was babbling about. You don't suppose...
What, Captain?
Never mind. That's the strangest looking thing I've ever seen. It's gotta be some kind of a giant vehicle.
Like a planetoid, Captain?
I didn't really want to say it.
Yeah, I know. Well, hang on, Captain. We're on a collision course with it.
Dr. Cassidy, look! On the tracking screen, Delta 1. It's gone!
What's happened to them?
They vanished! Right off the screen, the scopes, the radios, everything. They're gone. I knew it!
Keep trying to establish contact. We've got to locate them.
Hey, Captain. What happened? Who turned out the lights?
Buddy, we're inside Tim's planetoid.
What? Oh, man, I must have blacked out.
Look, over there. An opening. That's where we must have come in.
Hey, what's that?
Something's outside the hatch door.
I think we've got company. I hope that's the name of the hotel.
Disembark your craft. You are under Markup control. Do not resist.
Guess we better do as he says, buddy. They look pretty gruesome.
Really?
Alien beings. We've made contact with aliens.
I am Gargon of the Markup Confederacy. Come with us!
I'm Captain John Graydon, ISA Terra. Where are you taking us?
I always knew I should have taken foreign languages. All right, don't get pushy. Get their claws off me. Boy, are you weird looking.
I know of no Markup Confederacy, at least in this galaxy.
Me neither, Chief. Wow. This must be the lobby.
Commander Konar, we have intruders on Volar. Intruders? By what reason do you come to Volar?
Well, Doc, you see, we really didn't plan on it. You might say we sort of fell into it, you know what I mean?
Why do you approach Volar sun miners?
Sun miners? We're from Terra, Earth. We're not intruders. We're on an emergency mission. Our sun is dying.
Captain, we've just stumbled onto the reason.
I am Zar Konar, commander of the Markup Confederacy, 5th Galaxy of Tremion. You are intruders.
Look, Commander Konar, we were pulled off our mission by you.
You have entered forbidden space. Markup space.
Markup space? What are you doing to our sun?
We collect and store great energy from many suns. Yours is not the first.
Yeah? Well, listen, you sun stealers. Earth can't survive without that energy.
Then you shall perish. We take suns in many galaxies. It must be so for Markup existence.
Hey, no way, you oversized tin termite. We're not gonna stand for this.
Buddy, no, don't. Buddy, are you all right?
It's all right, Captain. Run for it. I'll handle these things.
Seize them.
Run for it, Skip. Get out of here.
Buddy, are you crazy?
Run! Damn it!
In here. I'll duck behind the skirter. Okay, now down this corridor. Through here. Oh, which ramp? That one, that's it. There's the ship. Oh, if I could just manage to get...
Shut up, Karen.
Oh, boy, too close for cover. All right, I made it. Oh, no. I sure hope that energy field is null. Come on, baby. Come on, fly, Delta One. Fire, damn it. All right, Delta One. Oh, let's get the hell out of here. I'm moving. The force field is null. Good. Instruments show me clear. I'm through. I've made it. I can't believe it. Oh, no. Wait a minute. What's that pull? Oh, no. They've got a pressure beam on me. I've got to go FTL. Quick. Okay. I'm out of their orbit. Oh, wait. Buddy. What about Buddy? I've got to get back. I've got to get help. I can't just leave him there. Starlab Control. This is Delta One. Come in, Starlab Control.
Starlab Control.
Starlab, thank God. This is Delta One. I've been overtaken. We've been in contact with alien beings.
Delta One, where have you been? You've been off our scopes for hours.
The Planetoid. Tim was right. It does exist. There are aliens.
John Graydon uses every faculty to blast free of the Markup aliens and return to Starlab.
Call themselves Markups. Body's still inside. We've got to get him out.
Thoughts of what he just experienced race through his mind at laser speed. It is imperative to warn Starlab and Earth. The threat is no longer theory. It is reality. Graydon and Griff have made contact with alien worlds. Sun Stealers was written by Mike Hodel and Lee Hansen. Associate producer, Jeff Allen. Music director, Tom Rounds. Our engineer was Stu Jacobs. Assistants to the producer, Laurie Tyler and Aaron O'Neill. Technical consultant, Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next time, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for the conclusion of The Sun Stealers on Alien Worlds. Earth's windy skies, 1,000 miles in space, the astronomical space observatory Starlab lazily drifts in orbit. Research teams aboard have detected strange solar activity on Earth's sun. Space Exploration Team John Graydon and Buddy Griff are sent to investigate and face a bizarre encounter.
We're being pulled off course. The compass has gone berserk. Buddy, what the devil is that? Where did that come from? It's huge. Whatever it is, we're being pulled towards it. Hang on, Skipper. We're on a collision course with it.
Delta One is mysteriously pulled aboard an alien planetoid.
I am Calamar, commander of the Mark Confederacy, 5th galaxy of Tremion. You are intruder.
Buddy, are you all right? Run for it, Skip. I'll handle these things.
Resisting, Buddy Griff creates a diversion, allowing John Graydon to escape from the alien planetoid aboard the Delta One spaceship.
Starlab Control, this is Delta One. Come in, Starlab Control. The planetoid! Tim was right. It does exist. There are aliens. I've been overtaken.
John Graydon, shaken by the alien encounter, returns to Starlab in Part 2 of The Sun Stealers on Alien Worlds.
Here, Dr. Cassidy. They're bringing Captain Graydon in now.
Okay, Tim, come on.
All levels
It's pretty strange, isn't it?
What, Tim?
Well, haven't you heard? I mean, something went wrong. They were overtaken by aliens. Buddy didn't get out.
I've only gotten the preliminary report. I'm not sure about any aliens yet.
Hi, Mara. Tim.
Jerry, where is he?
He's in the isolation airlock chamber.
How is he?
Doc Benson says he'll be all right. Radiation levels are minor, but there's enough present to leave him in the capsule for at least an hour. We need to run a couple more tests. You can talk to him on the intercom.
Good, Jerry. Tim, pull the Mycroft onboard computer tapes and begin decoding them. Better check over Delta One's flight recorders, too. Send all the information to the ISA.
All right.
John, thank God you're okay.
Mara, we're not alone out here. Buddy didn't make it out. He's inside an alien planetoid. It's draining the sun's energy.
Oh, take it easy, John. What's draining energy?
The Marcabs.
What?
Oh, Mara, they're awful. Like insects, tall, very tall. I'd say maybe about 7 feet. Their bodies are black and shiny, claw-like hands, and large, radiating eyes.
Good Lord. Buddy, what about him? Is he...
But Buddy caused a diversion so I could escape. We've got to get back there and get him out.
Well, of course, John.
Dr. Cassidy, we have the ISA. We're feeding them to your televideo screen.
All right. I hope they've got a lead on all this.
Mara, we just got the reports. It's unbelievable. How's Graydon doing?
He's here in quarantine, Commissioner White. Listen, I trust you've received the flight tapes by now?
Yes, Mara. We haven't haven't come up with anything solid yet, though. We're still trying to analyze all the information. But I'm afraid the computers at Jardel Institute have given us a new prediction.
What are you talking about?
Well, Doctor, according to them, we have less than 9 hours before the sun reaches a point of non-recovery. There's really not enough time for us physically to analyze and return you all that data.
So what does that mean?
Well, I'm afraid you're on your own. It's up to your people at Starlab to stop those aliens.
Their eyes turn instinctively toward a dimming ball of fire hanging in space. The sun is fading, dying, and with it the future of Earth. The hopes of a planet ride upon their shoulders as they prepare an opposition against alien worlds. Alien Worlds continues. The life expectancy of Earth has been reduced to 9 hours as our sun fades into obscurity. Alien creatures, revealed as the Marcab Confederacy, continue to drain our solar energy. Starlab Research Director Mara Cassidy, along with her assistant Tim and Space Exploration Captain John Graydon, are the only ones who can stop the Marcabs, if indeed they can be stopped.
Oh, John. Well, come on in. Glad to see you out of quarantine.
That makes 2 of us, Mara.
How are you feeling?
Much better, thanks.
Good. Can you recreate for me just exactly what happened to you and Griff aboard Delta One?
Well, we were within the ecliptic range of the sun about 5 minutes out, and we were getting ready for our first photoscan pass.
Yes?
And all of a sudden, our radios went dead. Instruments, everything. We completely lost all power.
Mm-hmm.
Then we spotted this incredible object about 5 kilometers in diameter, a metallic, black with a large disc on top.
And then?
We lost control of the ship, and we were drawn into the object. We took about 6 Gs. Buddy blacked out. Next thing I knew, we were taken off the ship by the aliens that I told you about. They told us they were mining the sun's energy.
But how?
I don't know.
Oh, Tim. Good. You've got the Mycroft report? What's wrong? You're white as a sheet.
That thing out there is the cosmic wonder of all time.
Tell me about it.
What did you find?
Well, the Mycroft computer came through like Captain Video. Solar depth sensors, heat generation refractions, course deviations, wavelength correlations, video scan of the planetoid.
Tim, get to the bloody point. What did you find?
Basic theory of electromagnetic energy, Dr. Cassidy.
Electromagnetic energy?
Yes, that's right. The alien planetoid is an electromagnetic field extracting ultraviolet radiation through infrared oscillation.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, it means the Marcabs are drawing ultraviolet light energy and converting it to a form of electricity.
That would explain the invisibility. The radiation creates a massive shield around them which blends with the sun's rays.
Exactly. That's why only the MPI picked it up originally on the infrared screens.
That's very interesting.
That's not all. The tractor beam that pulled you into the planetoid was also magnetically energized.
I see. Well, that would explain the compass going crazy just before we lost control.
Wait. That's it.
What?
We haven't got much time. Tim, get over to the hydro lab. Have them assemble a 50-megawatt portable CMG. We'll use the Michelson interferometer principle.
A counter-magnetic generator, of course. A beam splitter. Oh, brilliant, Doctor. I'll meet you two in the briefing room in 20 minutes.
I think you two blew a capacitor in your brains. You've lost me. I'm just a space pilot.
And that's just exactly what we need you to be, John. It's a long shot, but it's the only one we've got. An 1880 theory that could put the Marcabs right out of business. Come on. I'm going over to the lab. We need to get together Delta One. We're going into that planetoid. If this works, John, we may be able to turn the Marcab energy field back on top of them. If I can figure out a way to deactivate the pressor beam. Do you think you can get us back in?
Yes, I'm sure of it. But we'll need some kind of an escort to create a diversion.
I'll go up to Mission Control and recruit a few pilots from Stargazer 1.
Okay. I'll meet you in briefing within half an hour.
As time continues to slip into the past, the future draws closer. They're designed to dethrone the Markab power. A tenuous betide to the indelible. Meanwhile, planetoid captive Buddy Griff remains a solitary man to an alien world.
Earthman intruder, your resistance to our way is useless.
You don't give us any choice, Konar. By our very nature, we're survivors. We must resist.
Ours is to destroy that which resists.
Why do you have to destroy everything? Don't you guys know how to create?
Our system of long ago was the victim of devastating destruction. We have long since created the power to never again be victims. It is the way of the Cord.
The Cord?
The rule of Markab supremacy in the universe to destroy.
It sounds like a case of bad karma, Doc.
I do not understand.
I can't believe I've actually gone over your 7-foot head. Karma is the...
Take him away!
Hey, what are you doing?
You too shall be destroyed. We are the rulers of the light. Yours shall be the world of darkness.
No, you'll never get away with this, Konar. My people will be back. You're all lunatics.
Can't be of no credit.
This is what this is all about.
All right. You fellas have been asked to fly this mission based on your experience as fighter pilots. Now, we've programmed D-28 missiles aboard your ships for a diversion ploy on the Markabs. Hopefully the counter-orbital passes will cause enough confusion to allow us time to land Delta 1 inside. Now, if we're not out by the 20-minute limit, you're instructed to launch full Titan Helitrobus missiles into the side of the Markab planetoid, and then return to Starlab. Any questions? Okay. We'll launch in 8 minutes. Synchronized watches. 1,600 hours, 22 minutes, and 15 seconds. Mark. See you guys on the 50-yard line.
As Starlab pilots prepare the final assault on the alien encounter, a galaxy clings to the hope of triumph on alien worlds. Alien Worlds continues. The Markab aliens must be stopped. Their effect on Earth's sun is tantamount to galactic devastation. Starlab mounts the final front as John, Tim, and Mara prepare to effect the aliens' demise.
T-minus 27 seconds and counting.
Okay, Captain. The device is on board.
Good. Mara, would you strap yourself in, please? Mission Control Delta 1 on the grid for 028. Trajectory on 1775.
Mission Control, this is Firefly 2. We're interdict on 505. Locked on configuration 1520 with Delta 1 leader, Vector 9.
Captain John Graydon prepares the leading assault on the Markab Confederacy. Mara Cassidy and Tim ready themselves for the alien confrontation.
All right, Tim, let's go over the mechanics of the CMG beam splitter.
I have the timing device set for 18 minutes on the detonator. When it triggers, it'll pull every bit of energy within a radius of 5 kilometers into the magnet center. The energy overload will create a chain reaction. As the alien storage collector beams split, it'll blow them right out of the galaxy.
Good. John, during the time the device triggers, we'll lose all magnetically operated instruments.
You mean I should be ready to fly Delta 1 by the seat of my pants, so to speak?
Hey, I like that. By the seat of my pants.
It's an old term used when flying airplanes without instruments, Tim.
You used to fly airplanes?
Oh, John's a pilot of many experiences, Tim. including pilot commander for the Jupiter 1 mission.
Really? Oh, gee, that must have been some flight.
Yeah, Mora remembers that one, don't you, Mora? She was our science officer, and a good one, too.
That was my introduction to the ISA, and the last time I saw my father alive.
Pardon me for asking, Doctor, but what happened to your father? On Altair, I mean.
My father was chief science officer for NASA. They were conducting neutron laser tests in zero gravity. He was setting up the guide path for the beam's target. Buddy Griff pre-detonated the laser's timing mechanism. My father was killed.
Mara, listen, it's time you knew. That's not really what happened. It wasn't Buddy's mistake.
What are you talking about? The report said that...
I know all about the report. It was an accident, that's true. But your father miscalculated the laser's initial impact strength on the beam's path. The device was hot, overheated from testing all day. The heat triggered the premature detonation, not Buddy.
How do you know all this?
From Dr. Solomon, the project coordinator. He told me the whole story shortly after it happened. But he never said a word about it to anyone, including me.
But it wasn't in the report. Why?
Because Buddy wouldn't allow it in the report. Since your dad was a notable scientist, Buddy took full responsibility for his mistake, to clear his record.
Why didn't Buddy tell me the truth?
He's a strange guy. Buddy's a rebel, but he's also guided by a strong sense of honor.
I see.
All right, if you two are ready, I've got to get our act together before our Marcab madmen discover we're here.
Commander Konar, enemy ships are approaching Volar. Enemy vessels? More intruders? Who are they? They are of undetermined origin, but they appear to have an Earthcraft configuration. Launch the Voltanians. Destroy them at once. Interceptors launched on enemy targets. Closing.
Captain, on the probe screen.
Good eye, Tim. The Marcabs have obviously spotted us. This is Delta 1 leader to strike force. Okay, you guys. Looks like this is the 50-yard line. Execute ZK-15s now.
Got him, Captain. Got you covered. Now fly that rascal right down their throats. This is Firefly 2. On the lead. Okay, boys. Follow your computer pattern. 095. Operator 1, Galaxy 9. You got a hot screamer. 6 o'clock. Roger, Roger. This is Firefly. We've got you covered, Galaxy 9. Thanks, Firefly. Hey, these guys break 9. That was damn good. Right, Galaxy 9. That's ain't no turkey shoot.
Well, looks like you've got your diversion, Captain.
Right. And there's the Planetoid.
Really is incredibly large.
Oh, my God.
Hang on. We're going down. Mara, I sure hope your rig nullifies that tractor beam.
Tim, program the key code.
5513. Lock. Energize. Locked, Captain. We should be clear of any field wave.
Good. So much for part 1. Now all we gotta do is find the right place to sit down. There's the opening.
Radar configurations check out. There's the coordinates given on the open side. Mycroft's computations are correct.
I love you, Mycroft.
Not bad for an expensive adding machine.
Mycroft's a lot more than that, Captain.
Just kidding, Tim. Hang on. We're setting Delta 1 right in that pigeonhole. Okay, let's get this over with. Here, help me with the CMG. Okay. All right, you both have your communicators?
Yeah.
All right, Tim, you'll bring the CMG with me. Mora, you guard Delta 1. And if you run into any trouble, you call us. You've got your lasertron, right?
Right.
All right, don't be afraid to use it if you have to.
I'm ready, Captain.
We'll set up the jamming device. Then I'm going to try and find Buddy. Okay, Tim, let's go.
Good luck.
Good grief. Did they have to make this thing so heavy?
Oh, God, it's cold in here. Oh, this place is amazing. I've got to get some pictures of this interior. Oh, someone's coming.
We'll look down this corridor.
Let's look over here.
Very well.
The Earthcraft. It's back.
And the prisoner has escaped.
Where is he?
Somewhere in this quadrant. I'll look for him. Call the guards. Find the other Earthlings. Quick, the alarm.
Captain Graydon. Come in. John.
Yes, Mora.
They know we're here. I just saw two of them. They said something about an escaped prisoner.
That can only be Buddy.
What do you want me to do?
Check your locator. Make sure you don't get lost, and then go for it, Mara. Follow them. Be careful. If you find Buddy, call me.
Okay.
Earthman, so you think you can escape? You cannot hide from Gargon.
Oh, hey, hiya, Chief. Hide me? Nah. I was just giving you a little exercise, you know? It's sort of keeping you on your toes.
Your spacecraft has returned.
Returned? Delta 1? What do you mean?
He means...
Hey, all right, lady. Pretty fair shooting. You're just in time. I was just in the middle of escaping. Where's John? You didn't fly here by yourself, did you?
Oh, no. He and Tim are down in the power collecting room. We brought a CMG to blow this place to kingdom come.
CMG. What's that, one of your toys?
It's a countermagnetic generator. We think it'll counteract the method the Markabs are using to draw energy from the sun.
Sweetheart, save it. Maybe later, over dinner, perhaps?
Oh, that's right. We better get out of here.
Hopefully not any too soon. Now, quick, down this corridor.
How much longer, Tim?
Just 2 more connections here. Hand me those leads.
Tim, you're shaking like a leaf.
Yeah, I know. I just hate working under this much pressure.
Well, now's a fine time to cop to that one.
I'm okay. There. That's it.
I wonder where Mara is. I can't raise her on the communicator.
Should I set the timer now? We'll have 18 minutes, you know.
Yes, set it. You get back to Delta 1, and I'll head back the other way. And then if
Captain, watch out!
Stop! Surrender!
I never knew you had it in you.
I can't believe I did that!
All right, set the timer. Let's get out of here.
Set.
There they are! Stop them!
Quick, Tim, this way!
John and Tim find themselves trapped by the Markabs. The CMG timer has been set. Only precious moments remain before a deadly explosion.
Look! There's Buddy!
Hey, all right, John!
Buddy!
Thank God. Where's Mora? Back at Delta 1.
We've only got 2 minutes!
Hurry!
Get on board, Mora.
Okay, everyone. We're not out of this yet. Buddy, fire module 1.
Right, Skip.
I'll take the rocket guns and hold them off.
Lift. We have main ignition. Clearing the planetoid. Oh, yeah!
CMG detonation 15 seconds.
Telemetry 4+4. Stand by to hit faster than light speed.
Check. FTL, primary ignition.
10 seconds to detonation.
FTL, main power. Now!
We're clear! We've made it!
4, 3, 2, 1. There they go. It worked! Of course it worked!
And so we bid farewell to the Gooserenes as they and their planetoid sink slowly into the west, and the east, and the north.
Together, a small group of people with tremendous courage and confidence have saved Earth from the threat of eternal darkness. The Markab sun miners have been destroyed soon enough to allow the sun's own energy to regain its mighty power. The heroism of Delta One's mission has relieved a galaxy from the peril of alien worlds. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen. Associate producer, Jeff Allen. Our engineer was Stu Jacobs. Production coordinator, Aaron O'Neill. Produced and distributed by Watermark Incorporated. Executive producer, Tom Rounds. Lazily rotating through the silent voids of space is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Earth's International Space Authority, ISA, watches over countless uncharted galaxies and the planets that lie within their star-clustered borders. One of those planets is Tinian 3, site of the top-secret Starsmith Project. Beyond the atmosphere of Tinian 3, a sudden, unexplainable incident whose momentum will soon carry Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy, Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff, and the Starsmith Project itself into the unknown territory of alien worlds.
Unidentified ship at 168 degrees, bearing 1,000 meters and closing. Over. Roger, Xanadu. I'm picking it up too. Switch to visual. Let's have a look at her. Over. Roger, we've got it on the visual. Oh my God, it's enormous. El Dorado, do you recognize the markings? Over. Negative, Xanadu. Wait a minute, Bill. I'm picking up a tractor beam generator impulse from the UFO. They've locked onto us, Xanadu. They're overriding our shielding circuit. Bill, I see another tractor beam nozzle. Get out of here. Dive. Xanadu, we're inside the UFO. They're closing the hatch on us. I can see. Starlab Control, this is the Xanadu trainer. We have a condition. Red alert. Repeat. Red alert. Coordinates 595. Do you read? Over.
Starlab Control to Xanadu Trader. Starlab Control to Xanadu Trader. There's too much static on this frequency. Switch to subchannel 4.
Roger, Starlab Control, subchannel 4. How do you read me now? Over.
4 by, loud and clear. Go ahead.
We've just been attacked by an unidentified alien vessel. Huge. Twice the size of a Viking-class cruiser.
What's your location, Xanadu?
We're orbiting in a descent vector over Tinian 3. Triangulator coordinates 595.
Any damage?
Negative, but the other freighter is gone. The El Dorado. She was orbiting with us.
Destroyed?
No, Well, the alien didn't fire a shot. They locked onto the El Dorado with a tractor beam and took her aboard through some kind of recovery hatch.
What was the El Dorado's cargo?
Same as mine. Classified hardware for the Starsmith Project.
That's right, Commissioner. The alien was after both of them. The captain of the Xanadu traders said if he hadn't taken evasive action, the tractor beam would have snatched him, too.
Well, I don't know how they found out, but it's obvious the aliens knew exactly what those two freighters were carrying.
What makes you think so, Commissioner?
Well, dozens of commercial vessels use the Timian 3 shipping lanes every day, Mara. All of them filled to the bulkheads with priceless cargo. Yet this alien goes after the only two ships carrying classified scientific equipment of the Starsmith Project. So somewhere, somehow, there's been a security leak.
Well, what do you want us to do?
Where are Graydon and Griff?
They're out patrolling the Corona Echo intersect in Delta 1.
Well, call them back to Starlab. I'll be up on the next shuttle.
All right, yes, sir. Jerry.
Yes, Mara.
Contact Delta 1. I'll be down in a minute.
Okay, Mara. Delta 1 coming up.
Hey, Skipper. Take a look at the echo pattern on G-monitor. The diameter of the Corona Major star cloud is nearly 3 parsecs bigger than it was a year ago.
Huh. Well, that's what evolution is all about, buddy. Constant change. Limitless expansion. I wonder what Copernicus and Galileo would have done if they knew just exactly how...
Starlab Control to Delta 1. Starlab Control to Delta 1.
Delta 1 to Starlab Control. Go ahead, Jerry.
Buddy, John, return to Starlab immediately. ISA orders.
Wow, Skipper, talk about evolution. It sounds like Jerry's turned into the sweetheart of Sigma 5.
I heard that.
Very funny, buddy. But the joke will be on you if you're not here when Commissioner White arrives.
Oh, the Commissioner White? Star of stage, screen, and telescan monitor?
John, what's wrong with Buddy? Too much nitrous oxide in his oxygen?
Too much stargazing, Mara. It finally got to him.
A likely story.
What's the problem, Mara? Why is the Commissioner coming up?
ISA thinks there's been a security leak at the Starsmith Project on Timian 3. That's all I know.
The Starsmith Project.
All right, Mara. We're on our way. Delta 1 out.
A huge alien spacecraft hijacks a freighter in the shipping lanes over Timian 3. A second freighter barely escapes. The cargo of both vessels? Classified scientific equipment for the Starsmith Project, a secret ISA installation on Timian 3, a lonely, Earth-like planetoid orbiting at the threshold of alien worlds. Continues. A freighter hijacking over Timian 3 by a mysterious alien ship and the suspicion of a security leak at ISA's top-secret Starsmith project on Timian brings Captain John Graydon and Buddy Griff back to Starlab from a routine surveying mission.
I never heard of the Starsmith Project, Mara. What is it?
Search me, buddy.
Well, I don't mind if I do.
John, I think we'd better depressurize Buddy's libido before it's too late.
Saved from a fate worse than death. Hiya, Commish.
Hello, Buddy. John, Mara.
Hello, Commissioner.
Have you told him about the freighter hijacking, Mara?
Yes, sir.
All right, here's the rest of it. 3 months ago, Professor Logan Starsmith came up with a workable blueprint for a new hyperdrive unit, the SPA-1. The Starsmith Parsec Accelerator. It won't replace the HD-4 units now in service, but used in conjunction with them, the SPA-1 will increase their power by a warp factor of 10.
A warp factor of 10? Well, that's a 5 magnitude increase.
That's right, John. Now, our defense system depends on having the fastest ships in the galaxy, and to prevent the SPA-1 from falling into the wrong hands, we've kept it under wraps. We even had the various components built at separate locations. Now, 2 weeks ago, we reopened the ISA Plasmatron laboratory on Timian 3 so Starsmith could assemble the unit. He took some of the components with him. The rest were aboard the Eldorado and the Xanadu Trader.
Well, how many people knew what the freighters were carrying?
Only Starsmith. The freighters were loaded 3 days ago. He ordered them up himself.
Well, when did you find out?
He didn't contact ISA until the ships were orbiting Timian.
Well, if there's been a security leak, Starsmith would seem to be the obvious suspect.
Well, that's what we thought at first, but there's no motive. He's rich, respected, dedicated, completely devoted to his family. He's also one of those typically isolated geniuses whose concept of an alien is someone who sneaks into the country without a passport.
Well, what do you want us to do?
Go to Timian 3. Bring back Starsmith. We'll keep him here till we can figure out what's going on. Besides, I think a few days' rest will do him good.
What makes you say that?
Well, something I learned this morning from his assistant, Frank Baxter. He and Starsmith were taking a walk last night when Starsmith stopped, stared up into the sky for a long time, and then he said, "All my children are dying." And then he started to cry.
Professor Starsmith, it's Frank.
I can't talk to you now, Frank.
It's important, Professor. A message from Star Lab.
What does it say? What do they want?
They're sending a ship for you.
For me? Why?
Professor, what's wrong? Haven't you slept? You look...
Look? How do I look, Frank? Old? Tired?
Professor, I was...
You what, Frank? Care about how I look? Why? When did the young ever care about the old?
Professor, you know, ever since last night...
Why are they taking me to Star Lab?
Well, in view of what happened yesterday, the Commissioner feels you'll be a lot safer there.
Well, what about you?
I'll be all right. ISA is sending a fighter squadron to patrol Timian in case the alien does come back, but they don't want to take any chances where you're concerned. Besides, someone has to stay here and keep an eye on things.
All right. I'll go. I'm going to miss you, Frank. Are you still here?
Yes, Logan. I'm still here.
Then please finish with me, for God's sake. I can't stand the pain.
An alien voice in the dark, a sudden swirl of shimmering golden rainbows, then silence, as Professor Logan Starsmith is drawn into the sunless void between Board Delta 1. John Graydon and Buddy Griff are crossing another void, the space between Starlab and Timian 3, a distance normally measured in days, about to be compressed into one measured in minutes.
Okay, buddy, let's start the switch over to hyperdrive. Pulse converters?
Pulse converters. Check.
Shift register circuits A through E.
A through E. Check.
Sequencer links to substatus screen.
Substatus screen. Check.
Primary and secondary parsec refractors.
Parsec refractors are in phase.
All right. Synchronize timers for a -15 interface, and hold on to your hat.
Timers are set and counting. Hat is firmly gripped. Check. Oh, if only Werner von Braun could see us now.
Who knows, buddy? Someday if we stay in hyperdrive long enough, maybe he will.
We're through. There's Timian. You all right, Skipper?
Yeah, fine. How about you?
Okay. Except that now I'm 3 days late for my date with that cute little Mycroft technician.
3 days late?
Yeah. We were supposed to go out the day after tomorrow.
Right.
Roger, Delta One. Stay aboard.
We'll rotate the pad. Professor Starsmith will be right there.
Roger, Timmy in control. Tell him to use the starboard ramp. We've already got the hatch open.
Roger, Delta One. Personnel ramp 5.
Professor? All right, Lieutenant. Thank you.
You're sure you're all right, Professor?
Yes, Frank, I'm sure. I was just going through one of those neurotic episodes we so-called eccentric geniuses are famous for.
Well, I'll do my best to hold things together while you're gone.
Excuse me, Professor, but you'd better hurry. The magnetic storm we've been tracking is moving in fast. Another 15 minutes and you won't be able to launch.
I'll be in touch, Frank.
Goodbye, Professor. Take care of yourself.
Buddy, go back and sit with the professor during warp through. I can handle the switchover.
Yeah, I still can't believe that the guy who came up with the most fantastic parsec accelerator of all time has never been through parsec acceleration himself.
Yeah. I think men like him hide out in their private mathematical worlds because they're afraid of what their discoveries might lead to. Look at Einstein. He presented his atomic chain reaction theories to the government and was kept in the dark about the bomb until it was finished.
You know, it would be great if the professor had a really nifty daughter.
Any reason in particular, aside from the obvious ones?
Mm-hmm. We'd never get tired of each other. As long as the professor was there to keep shuffling time around, it would always be love at first sight.
Buddy, please see about making the professor comfortable.
Right, Skip. How you doing, Professor?
A little nervous, but other than that, I'm fine.
Well, you'll experience a little blurred vision at light speed, but that'll clear up as soon as we warp through. Don't worry about a thing. I'll be right here beside you all the way.
I appreciate that, Captain. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen. Timers are synchronized from -10 interface. See you on the other side.
Here we go. Captain Griff, please, help me.
Oh, my God, Professor. Skipper, something's happening to the professor.
Buddy, what's wrong?
Oh, my God, he's shriveling up. He's dehydrated. I can see his cheekbones. Rainbows. Golden rainbows are spilling out of his eyes.
As Buddy Griff looks on, helpless, Professor Logan Starsmith undergoes a strange and terrifying metamorphosis. An unexplainable transformation that slowly reveals he is neither terrestrial nor humanoid, but is instead an inhabitant of alien worlds. Alien Worlds continues. Returning to Starlab from Timium 3, Delta One has warped through the time-space continuum. A routine hyperdrive procedure normally harmless to both terrestrials and extraterrestrials. But as Buddy Griff looks on in disbelief and John Graydon frantically radios ahead, their passenger, Professor Logan Starsmith, as a result of the warp-through, is undergoing an astonishing transfiguration.
You heard me the first time, Jerry. The professor is changing into some kind of alien life form. Notify Mora and the commissioner, and tell Dr. Rossiter to get down to sickbay and open up the alienology unit. And get us aboard now. Whoever this creature is, he's dying.
Starlab control to all incoming traffic. Hold your positions. We have an emergency. Dr. Rossiter, report to sickbay. Prepare the alienology unit. Starlab to Delta One. Red vector approach 589er. Bay 14, level C. I'm opening the doors now.
As Delta One orbits into an emergency docking vector with Starlab, another drama unfolds on the distant planet of Nikona, an alien world on the verge of extinction beneath a dying sun. Emperor Mika sits alone in the Imperial Tower of the Nikonian Citadel, awaiting the return of the ship he sent on a desperate mission to another galaxy.
Mika?
What is it, Ariana?
Our recovery ship has returned from Timian 3.
Have the accelerator components been unloaded?
Mika, our ship was able to take only one of the Earth transports. The other one flew out of tractor beam range before we had...
I don't care to listen to any excuses today, Ariana. I ordered both ships to be taken. They weren't. I don't know how much longer I can tolerate having my orders disobeyed.
Mika, please. The life element supply aboard our ship was subcritical. If they had pursued the other transport, they might not have come back at all. I feel they did their best under the circumstances.
I think we have reached a point where what you feel is no longer important, Ariana. First, you convinced me to support Matip's plan, which has obviously failed. Now, you stand there and suggest that failure to carry out a direct Imperial edict is acceptable under the circumstances.
Mika!
Nikona is dying. That is our only reality. And survival by any means possible is our only concern. Disobedience and failure, regardless of the circumstances, are inexcusable, and they have no place in an unforgiving and uncompromising universe.
There was a time when you understood failure.
Was there? I doubt it. What's being done with the crew of the capture transport?
They're being held in the Legionnaires' quarters.
Have them taken to the cells.
No, Mika, I won't. There's no reason to make them suffer your disappointment.
I see. Andros.
Yes, Mika?
Take the crew of the Earth ship to the suffocation chambers.
Yes, Mika.
Stop it, Mika! Stop it. I'll have them taken to the cells.
Ignore my order, Andros.
Yes, Mika.
Do you see how useless it is to oppose me, Ariana? I know you think I have become a sadistic tyrant. But I am the Emperor of Nikona, and our situation is desperate. Unlike you, I have no affection for Earthlings, and if I have to execute 10 or 20 or even 1,000 to maintain your obedience to me, I shall do it. I am sorry, Ariana. I never thought it would come to this.
It came to this 2 solar years ago, Mika, when you ordered the construction of the first suffocation chamber.
Meanwhile, on Starlab, Delta One has docked, and the mysterious being Professor Starsmith has become lies near death in Starlab's alienology unit.
1723 UIT. Mark. Right and left lobes are 100%.
What are his chances, Diana?
We won't know until Mycrop finishes analyzing the pathological data. But if his body fluids keep misting out of him like this, he won't last another hour. Sandy?
Yes, Doctor?
How are you coming with the anti-dehydration chamber?
Just a few more minutes.
Captain Griff, you said his eyes were hemorrhaging golden rainbows. How long do they do that?
Well, it all happened so fast. 15, 20 seconds, maybe.
Were his eyes transparent before the hemorrhage or after?
Before. His eyes changed, and then the rainbows just spilled out.
What is it, Diana? You have that look on your face.
The eye phenomena. I've read about it before. Captain Graydon, did you witness any part of the reversal process?
No, I didn't. By the time I got to the passenger deck, Professor Starsmith was gone, and this alien was there, strapped in next to Buddy.
Diana, why does he still have one human hand?
His bioenergy discharged too fast during the reversal to neutralize all the exterior synthetic tissue. It'll disappear if we can get him stabilized.
If? Diana, We've got to. He's the only one who knows where Professor Starsmith is and what this whole incident is all about.
The chamber's ready, Doctor.
Thank you, Sandy. Oh, Sandy, see what you can find in the alien medicine bank on ophthalmic hemorrhage reaction.
I'll call you from the display terminal.
Let's get him into the chamber. Maura, if you'll just open the main chamber.
Children, Siata ut omitas matibsa. I'll miss you, Frank.
Linguistics, it's Dr. Cassidy. I want 2 Omnivox technicians and a portable phonetics decoder in the alienology unit immediately.
Riata, Forma, Anissa. Thank you, Captain Griff.
Buddy, he's talking to you. Why me?
You were the last life form he saw before the transformation.
I don't know what to say to him.
Dr. Rossiter, Sandy, the alien is an inhabitant of the Draconian Empire.
Kona, of course. Sandy, is the pathological data ready?
It just came off. I'm on my way down with it.
Matibsa, I'll miss you, Captain Griff.
Diana, he's not breathing. Do something.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mara. He's gone.
I'm going to miss you, Frank.
Delta One hyperdrives through the time-space continuum as Professor Logan Starsmith is mysteriously transformed into a being from another galaxy. A creature so badly injured by the warp-through ordeal that Dr. Diana Rossiter, Starlab's executive physician, is unable to save him. And somewhere in the vast reaches of space beyond Starlab, the real Professor Starsmith waits, lost behind one of those countless secret doors that open onto alien worlds. The Starsmith Project was based on a story by Ellen Pellicero and written by Ellen Pellicero, Ron Thompson, and Lee Hansen. Associate producer Jeff Allen. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Laurie Tyler. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next time, this is Roger Dressler, inviting you to join us for the conclusion of the Starsmith Project on Alien Worlds. 1,000 miles above the Earth, slowly rotating through the silent voids of space, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Laboratory, Starlab. Here, the International Space Authority, ISA, watches over an eternity of uncharted galaxies and the countless planets that orbit within their starlit boundaries. On one of those planets, Timian 3, Professor Logan Starsmith and his staff await the arrival of the components for Starsmith's latest invention, a new hyperdrive unit known as the SPA-1. But as the two freighters carrying the SPA-1 components orbit into a descent vector over Timian, one of them, the Xanadu trader, radios an urgent message to Starlab Control.
We've just been attacked by an unidentified alien vessel. Huge. Twice the size of a Viking-class cruiser.
Any damage?
Negative, but the other freighter is gone. The El Dorado. She was orbiting with us.
destroyed?
No, the alien didn't fire a shot. They locked onto the El Dorado with a tractor beam and took her aboard through some kind of recovery hatch.
As news of the hijacking reaches Commissioner White, he calls a hurried conference with SET commanders John Graydon and Buddy Griff, along with Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy.
Well, how many people knew what the freighters were carrying?
Only Starsmith. The freighters were loaded 3 days ago. He ordered them up himself.
Well, if there's been a security leak, Starsmith would seem to be the obvious suspect.
Oh, that's what we thought at first, but there's no motive.
Well, what do you want us to do?
Go to Timian 3. Bring back Starsmith. We'll keep him here till we can figure out what's going on. Besides, I think a few days rest will do him good. John and Buddy leave Starlab aboard Delta One and warp through the time-space continuum, reducing the distance to Timian 3 from days to minutes. During the return warp-through, Professor Starsmith undergoes a strange and terrifying transformation.
Oh, my God, he's shriveling up. He's dehydrating. I can see his cheekbones. Rainbows. Golden rainbows are spilling out of his eyes.
Docking at Starlab, John and Buddy rush the being Starsmith has become to the alienology unit in sickbay. But just as Dr. Diana Rossiter is about to put the alien into the anti-dehydration chamber...
Matibsa, I'll miss you, Captain Griff.
Diana, he's not breathing. Do something.
I'm sorry, Mara. He's gone.
Still retaining the synthetic human hand he was unable to neutralize during his morphogenetic reversal, the alien slowly closes his transparent eyes as Part 2 of the Starsmith Project unfolds within the interstellar spaces of Alien Worlds.
Right and left lobes are 100% negative function.
Body temperature is centigrade.
Doctor, look. His hand is dissolving.
Let's get him into the chamber. There still might be a chance.
You mean he's not dead?
If he were, the hand would calcify, not dissolve. I think he's lapsed into a pre-death coma.
I hope we haven't run out of time.
Here's his data, Dr. Rossiter. TOS profile, pathological readout, and neurotracings.
Nitrogen, oxygen, neon theta, hydrogen, paragen violet. His cells are 92% paragen violet. Sandy, flood the chamber with an osmotic vapor of 80% paragen violet and 20% neon theta.
All right, Doctor.
Maura, turn on the chamber microphone.
This one?
The red switch, yes, that's it.
Captain Griff,
I'm right here.
I was afraid.
You don't have to be afraid anymore. We're all here to help you.
Then you should know me. I am Matib, a thought magician from the Draconian Empire in the galaxy of Cerisias.
Buddy, ask him where Professor Starsmith is.
Whose voice is that, Captain Griff?
My name is Mara, a friend of Captain Griff's. We're concerned about Professor Starsmith.
His spirit is within me. His form is safe on Nikona. Is there a physician among you?
Yes, Matib. My name is Diana.
Are you monitoring my heart pulsations, Diana?
Yes.
I'm beginning to feel the symptoms of paragen violet saturation. When I finish speaking, reduce the osmotic infusion 10% every 25 pulses, then remove me from the chamber.
An alien thought magician is saved from death by Executive Physician Rossiter. Although Professor Logan Starsmith's body is safe on Nikona, his spirit still resides within Matib. Exactly why and how Matib assumed Starsmith's body remains a mystery, one which moves them deeper into an alien world. Continues. His health and strength restored, Matib is removed from the anti-dehydration chamber and taken to a recovery unit in sickbay, where he explains the mysterious chain of events which have brought him to Starlab.
As the light of our sun diminishes, so does the perogen violet content of our atmosphere. Those of us in our middle years have been slowly mutating ourselves in order to survive with reduced amounts of the life element. But because our children and elders lack the strength for cell mutation, they've been dying at the rate of 500 a day.
Is there any way you can save yourselves?
Our only choice is migration to a planet with a high atmospheric content of perogen violet. We know of one, but it's 2,000 light years from home. And without Professor Starsmith's invention, we'll never reach it in time. Our ships are too slow.
Why didn't you simply come to us and ask for help?
Emperor Mika doesn't trust you. He knows that the history of Earth is one of almost fatal devotion to the extremes of pleasure, pain, and power. And to Mika, all extremes have their basis in fear and deceit.
Well, I think we'd all have to agree with that, Matib, but things have changed during the past century.
I realize that, Commissioner, but Mika doesn't. He's old. Perogen violet anoxia has all but destroyed his logic and reason. He no longer understands the universal constant of change, and that it affects all sentient beings. There was a time when he would have come to you himself, but now...
Well, how did you find out about the project? It was top secret.
There are no secrets from someone who can become anyone. I was a parsec engineer at the component facility in New Chicago. I was the navigation officer aboard the Xanadu Trader. And finally, I was Professor Starsmith. We've always been aware of Earth's technological skills, and we knew it would only be a matter of time before one of your scientists devised a revolutionary hyperdrive unit. I spent 3 years at the New Chicago facility, waiting.
Where are the men whose bodies you biosynthesized?
They were held in cryosuspension on Nakona, then returned one by one as I cycled through their various identities.
But what about the time missing from their lives?
Nothing is missing, Captain Gray. All I experienced in their places was given to them when I returned their spirits. They're not even aware they've been gone.
How did you manage to get Professor Starsmith to Nakona?
A number of storage tunnels under the project complex opened several hundred meters beyond the laboratory. Last night, I left Professor Starsmith at the mouth of one of them. A Nakonian lander picked him up at moonset.
Matib, would you be willing to try and convince Mika that in exchange for Professor Starsmith and the crew of the El Dorado, ISA will give him all the parsec accelerators your planet needs?
Yes.
When will you be able to leave?
As soon as Captain Griff is ready.
You know something, Matib? I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
How much further to the warp through Meridian, buddy?
2 minutes, 40 seconds.
Matib, are you certain you'll be all right during parsec acceleration?
As long as I only have to sustain one body, faster than light speed is as harmless to me as it is to you.
Skipper, we have 3 Piranha-class players at 282 degrees. 5,000 meters in closing.
Magnify 1,000, and let's have a look at them on beam monitor.
Captain, those are Nakonian spectrum raiders. Something's wrong. Mika's never sent a patrol out this far before.
1,000 meters in closing. 500 meters in closing.
Captain, open a close proximity subfrequency. Niata lux Naconia, Niata lux Naconia, Luveriat Matipsa, Matipsa Teres Naxo.
Matipsa, du måste och altitude. Vilka
They have orders to destroy any Earth ship they see. Mika believes I was taken to Star Lab and killed. The pilot thinks my voice is a deception.
They're gonna nail us next time, Skipper.
Please, don't fire on them, Captain. They're not aware of the real situation.
Buddy, open the starboard fuel bay and jettison the primary liquid oxygen pod. And then get ready for an emergency warp through.
The pod's jettison, Skipper.
Okay, now when they start firing, blast the pod with our starboard laser cannons, and I'll warp through behind the explosion. We're through. Is everyone all right?
Nice going, Skipper. We're in one piece and they think we're scattered from here to the great beyond.
An excellent maneuver, Captain Graydon.
Nakona dead ahead, Skipper. You sure weren't kidding about your sun, Matib. The photosphere barely registers on the solar scanner.
Matib, are we approaching from the dark side?
All of Nakona is dark. It has been for over 2 solar years. Captain Griff, if you'll program for a descent vector of 068, we'll land at a deserted ice flower plantation near the Citadel.
As John, Buddy, and Matib approach Nakona aboard Delta One, Emperor Mika sits alone in one of the Nakonian Citadel's high towers, his spirit weakened by Peregrine Violet's starvation, his mind suffocated by hallucinations.
And then Nakona came out of the sun, and we came out of Nakona into a void of broken eyes and blood and darkness.
Mika?
What do you want, Ariana?
The crew of the captured transport vessel. They're desperately in need of water.
They can have all the water they need, but not until I've eased the suffering of our own people.
Mika, please, they haven't
That will be all, Ariana.
Yes, Mika.
Ariana.
Yes, Mika?
Please, bring me a heart-beam photon pistol.
Why? You have no enemies here.
Oh, but I do, Ariana. They live all around me. In the twilight and the shadows. The pistol. Ariana.
Yes, Mika.
Yes. The pistol.
As Emperor Mika sits, planning his revenge against a dark force of invisible enemies, John, Buddy, and Matib enter the subterranean corridors beneath the Nakonian Citadel and make their way to one of Matib's cryo-laboratories.
Professor Starsmith is in here.
Matib, all these crystal pillars, what are they? Beautiful.
These are the cryo chambers.
Buddy, Professor Starsmith is standing inside this one. He looks all right, doesn't he?
Captain Griff, if you touch that prism, the chamber will open. Captain Graydon, take these jewels and place the red one over the professor's left eye, the yellow one over his right eye, and the blue one in the center of his forehead.
Like this?
Yes. Now, please stand away or you may be harmed. Professor Starsmith. Professor Starsmith.
Are you still here?
Yes, Logan. I'm still here.
As John and Buddy watch, 2 razor-thin beams of golden light erupt from the center of Matib's forehead and penetrate the iridescent jewels over Professor Starsmith's eyes. The gem on his forehead begins to oscillate, filling the white crystal chamber with a blinding ultra-blue radiance. Matib begins to tremble, his bioenergy temporarily weakened, as he returns Professor Starsmith's spirit, erasing the void between being and nothingness, where the professor has been suspended in the dark sanctuaries of cryo-sleep.
How do you feel, Logan?
I feel a little dizzy, but I'll be all right. Hello, Captain Graydon. Captain Griff?
Hiya, Professor.
Professor?
Stand where
Mika.
You were seen entering the Citadel, Matib. I've been monitoring you ever since. Legionnaires, take them to the cells.
Skip, put your blaster away, buddy. The outnumber is 10 to 1.
Surrounded by Imperial Legionnaires, John and Buddy are disarmed, and then, along with Matib and Professor Starsmith, are taken to a subterranean prison cell beneath the Nikonian Citadel. Meanwhile, Mika listens to the hallucinatory voices that continue to flood his broken mind. Voices that insist even his friends are enemies, and that all enemies must be destroyed. Emperor Mika, a lonely dweller in a sad mirage at the very center of alien worlds. Alien Worlds continues. Captured by Imperial Legionnaires, John, Buddy, Matib, and Professor Starsmith have been locked in a cell beneath the Nikonian Citadel. And while Mika sits in one of the Citadel's high towers, deciding what to do with his prisoners, Matib has already determined what that decision will be.
Unless we can confront him and convince him to listen, I'm certain he'll have us killed.
Do you honestly believe he'd listen to you?
Mika and I have known each other all our lives. I've experienced his kindness and generosity and wisdom throughout the years. I can't believe that everything he was has been lost.
Well, if it isn't our boys in uniform.
Professor Starsmith, please come with us.
Sartos? Is that you?
Yes, Matib.
Your helmet and faceplate, I didn't recognize you at first. Where are you taking the professor?
To Mika.
You can speak English here, Sartos. These are my friends.
All of us are your friends, Matib. We want to help, but you know the penalty for violating an Imperial edict, no matter how unfair it is. Professor Starsmith, please.
Do you think he'll be all right?
I don't know.
Mika, they've brought Professor Starsmith.
Have him come in. Tell the guards to wait.
Yes, Mika. Professor?
Professor, I want you to contact your laboratory on Timian 3 and order the rest of the components to be transported here. If you refuse, I shall order the execution of the freighter crew.
You don't have to threaten me, Mika. You can have all the parsec accelerators you need. That's what Matib wanted to do.
Matib has failed me.
He didn't fail you. Without him, we'd never have learned how desperately you need our help.
I don't want your help, Professor. Only your invention. Our own technicians are quite capable of assembling it.
That would take months. You don't have that much time. If you let me supervise the assembly, it would only be a matter of weeks. Mika, I'm willing to stay here and help in any way I can.
Like you helped certain races on your own planet? I'm familiar with your history, Professor. I know how ruling system like yours forced their way into other lands on the pretext of helping. And I know how you destroyed their cultures when they resisted you. What was the dominant political philosophy of that age? Burn the infants of one land so the earth could be made safe for the children of another land?
That was a long, long time ago, Mika.
I live in whatever time I choose, Professor. Now, shall we begin again?
He's been gone a long time, Matib. What do you think's going on up there?
I don't know, Captain Grayton. I don't know. Ariana!
There isn't much time. Mika's in a terribly violent state. Here are your weapons. Sartos gave them to me.
Sartos. I knew he'd help us.
He said he had no choice, not after seeing you here. I'll leave the door open. Give me a few moments, then come to Mika's chamber through the tower passageway. And please, try not to hurt him.
Well, things are certainly looking up. Who was that, Matib?
Mika's daughter.
I shall kill them, Professor. I'll kill them all.
All right, Mika. But you've got to promise me that you'll...
No promises, Professor. Now, please, follow me to the communications chamber.
Mika, wait!
Stand where you are, Matib.
Mika, put that weapon aside. We don't want to harm you.
Mika, please, listen to him.
Ariana, Ariana, you set them free.
Mika, we've come to help your planet, your people.
No!
Skipper, look out!
Mika, stop it! Stop it!
Ariana! Matib! I'm blind! I'm blind!
Father, no!
Oh my God, Skipper, he shot himself.
I couldn't help myself, Ariana. The voices, they were inside. They were mine. All this time, I was only raging against myself.
Father? Father!
Realizing at last that his only enemies were the dark, distorted voices of his own sadly broken spirit, Emperor Mika becomes a victim of his own rage. Understanding in this final moment that only in the sanctity of death can the raging sound of one's own self be silenced, purified, and given back to that infinite, invisible place from which all things eventually return.
There's good old Elder One, Skipper. Right where we left her.
Right. Professor, what should we tell your family?
Tell them I've come to my senses and finally realize that science exists not to serve itself, but to sustain the balance of life everywhere in the universe. Tell them Nakona desperately needs my help. And tell them I've seen a future in which we'll all be Nakonians someday.
We'll be seeing you, Professor.
So long, Professor, and good luck. Goodbye, Matib.
Goodbye, my friend.
Take care of him, Ariana. He's too good to lose.
Thank you for bringing him back to us.
Watch the skies, my good friends. We'll meet again. Lironia, amicus lux eterna.
Valeris and diamasomata maiotis.
Illyria mantras eterna setum. Vias noveriat lux eterna.
The Starsmith Project was based on a story by Ellen Pellicero and written by Ron Thompson. Our cast included Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guests Richard Paul, Byron Kane, Francis Bay, Lester Fletcher, Carol Bilger, and Gail Murphy. Associate producer Jeff Allen. Music director Tom Rounds. Our engineer was Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Laurie Tyler. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next time, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for another journey into Alien Worlds. the far reaches of deep space, there remain unknown planets, journeys into galaxies yet uncharted. Stellar exploration is the newfound adventure. On the asteroid Vesta, halfway between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, is the small spaceport of Kronos, supply center to space miners. Here, in this isolated watering hole, exist prospectors, gamblers, pirates, and cutthroats of every persuasion. Our story is about these daring and ruthless men who risk their lives in search of precious stones and metals in the icy tomb of deep space and journey upon the threshold of alien worlds. Spaceport Kronos, the Rising Star Saloon, Saturday night.
Raise 300.
I'm out.
Oh, me too. Well, that leaves just you and me, dude.
Like I said before, my name is Silverthorn. Travis Silverthorn.
Sorry, dude, I'm not much good with names.
You might want to remember mine. I see your 300 and raise you 3,000.
What?
You heard me.
I only have 2,000.
Too bad, dude.
Wait a minute. I have a ship. I have a 98 Dart. What do you say?
For 1,000? Where is it?
It's out in the lot, number 4.
That clunker?
Hey, look, it needs a little paint. That's all. It's got an FTL overdrive.
Faster than light?
That's right. The FTL unit alone is worth 1,000.
All right. You calling?
You know it.
3 queens.
Damn.
Well, gentlemen, thanks. Not bad for the first part of the night. Whose deal is it? What the hell was that?
That old scoundrel, brother. He just came running into this place and shot off his blaster. Shh.
He's trying to say something.
Glowstone.
Did he say Glowstone?
Well, there goes the game.
Glowstone's been discovered on Calamar.
Glowstone?
Meanwhile, high above Earth, Starlab, the spinning observatory wheel, drifts silently, peacefully through space. Aboard Starlab, Research Director Maura Cassidy and her assistant Tim ready the giant telescopes for a close-hand look at the new frontier.
Dr. Cassidy, you're early.
I know, Tim, but I'm anxious to get a look at the planet. Besides, Commissioner White has ordered a 24-hour surveillance of Calamar.
Mycroft is moving the 900-inch scope into position now.
The 900? What's wrong with the big one?
It's working on spectral analysis. 2 more hours.
Oh, well, we can't wait. Delta 1 will be here any minute, and I want Calamar on the viewer when Graydon and Griff arrive.
Why are they coming here to Starlab first? Calamar's in the opposite direction.
I don't know, Tim. They didn't tell me.
I can't believe it was just yesterday that news of the Glowstone Strike got out. It seems like everybody's going to Calamar.
Well, I wouldn't mind going there myself.
What for, Dr. Cassidy?
Well, for one thing, I've never even seen a grain of glowstone, much less the rocks rumored to exist on Calamar.
Will you settle for a good look right now? The scope's ready.
Well, then turn on the viewer, Tim. Let's see this new frontier.
Right, Dr. Cassidy. Viewer on.
Ooh.
Is that what all the fuss is about?
Captain Griff. Well, that's it, all right. That's Calamar.
It hardly looks worth the effort.
Well, what about you, John? What do you think?
It looks hot.
Just 200 degrees at noon is all.
Oh, and I forgot to pack my cocoa butter. Can you tell us anything else, Maura?
Well, not much. A double sun accounts for the hot days. Nights, on the other hand, are cool and very dark. There is no moon. Most plant and animal life will probably be nocturnal. It's really a fascinating world. If only we knew more about it.
Well, we'll give you a complete report when we get back.
How long are you going to be gone?
Oh, a week or so, until the ISA can set up a permanent command post there.
I don't understand why You two went out of your way to come here before going on to Calamar.
Well, an ISA directive, Mora. Commissioner White's orders.
But why?
You tell her, buddy.
Oh, thanks, pal. Well, you see, Mora, the chief told us to leave Delta 1 here at Starlab.
Then how will you get back to Calamar?
In Starlab's cruiser.
Columbus! The heck you will! You're not touching my ship!
Now, come on, Mora. Be reasonable. We need the shuttle from Columbus.
I don't care. Forget it.
Excuse me, Dr. Cassidy.
Yes, Tim, what is it?
You said you wanted to go to Calamar. Here's the perfect opportunity.
Yes. So it is. Thanks, Tim. Okay, John, you can take my ship on one condition.
Uh-oh, Skipper.
Take me with you.
Oh, now, just a minute, Mora.
I have some field time coming anyway, and all my equipment is already aboard Columbus, so it's settled. I'll go get ready.
Hey, Skipper. We sure handled that well.
Yeah, well, maybe it's a good thing she's coming along, buddy. We can use the help.
As Graydon and Griff prepare to disembark Starlab for Calamar, early prospector arrivals begin on the small planet. Mark Robbins and Lee Johnson are among the first.
Good thing we left the landing lights on. It's really dark out here.
Yeah, but we have to work at night. It's too hot during daylight, you know that. Besides, we've already lost time, so we better get busy.
You're sure these hills are the best place to look for glowstone?
I think they're a good place to start, Lee. You unpack the scanner, and I'll set up the auxiliary lights.
Wait a minute. Shh.
What's wrong?
I thought I heard something.
Well, I don't hear anything.
There, listen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do hear it now. Sounds like a herd of animals or something. Don't worry about it.
Oh, there's something eerie about that sound.
I said don't worry about it. Come on, let's get to work.
From the blackness of Calamar's night comes an omen. What lies ahead on this tiny distant planet remains an unknown, shrouded in mystery on alien worlds. Alien Worlds continues. A wave of unruly space prospectors, a chaotic infiltration of the planet Calamar. Anticipating the outbreak of lawlessness, the International Space Authority intervenes. Acting on ISA orders, a space exploration team is sent to Calamar to begin preparations for the arrival of an ISA security fleet and the establishment of a permanent command post. Starlab's interstellar cruiser Columbus is en route. SET commanders John Graydon and Buddy Griff, along with Starlab research director Mora Cassidy, are on board.
Skipper, we're getting a distress signal, heading 049er.
Open channel 8, buddy. ISA cruiser Columbus calling vessel at 049er. We read your flag. Open communications on channel 8. Over.
What's going on?
Oh, some idiot probably ran out of photons.
Thank God you guys showed up. I'll bet 50 ships passed me by without even slowing down.
I'm sorry, pal, but we'll be doing the same.
What? Oh, come on, you can't leave me.
Hey, Skipper, I think I know that guy. Do you mind?
Okay, buddy, go ahead, but I'm not stopping.
Hello, Travis. Travis Silverthorne, is that you?
Yeah, who are you?
It's me, Buddy.
Buddy, you fool. Stop that ship right now and pick me up.
Hey, Skipper, what do you say?
I already said, buddy.
But Travis is like a brother.
I don't care, buddy. We don't have the time.
Skipper, he saved my life when we were kids.
Oh, damn it, buddy.
Oh, thanks, Skipper. Hello, Travis. Hold on, we're coming alongside.
As Captain Griff aids a distressed friend, Dr. Cassidy receives an emergency call from Starlab.
That's right, Dr. Cassidy.
Spectral analysis indicates solar flare-up on Calamar's double sun.
How intense, Tim?
Strong enough to knock out any and all radio communication within 19 parsecs of Calamar.
Okay, thanks for the report, Tim. I'll be in touch.
Great, huh?
You heard.
Yeah. Without any radio communication on Calamar, things could get sticky. Any idea how long the solar flare-ups might last?
I'd just be guessing.
John, Mora, I'd like you to meet my old friend Travis Silverthorne.
Travis?
Appreciate the ride, Captain.
It's all right, Travis.
What happened to your ship, Travis?
Oh, it was a piece of junk I won in the card game on Cronus. Not worth going back for. Say, you wouldn't be headed for Calamar by any chance, would you?
We sure are.
Fantastic.
Back on Calamar's night side, prospectors Mark Robbins and Lee Johnson continue their search for Glowstone. Out of the black depths, a mysterious sound draws closer.
I think they're getting closer, Mark.
Stop worrying about that noise. It's probably a natural phenomenon.
Well, natural or not, I got a bad feeling about it. Hey, what do you say we break camp and set up at another location?
Oh, Lee, come on. You got prospector jitters.
Listen, the sound, it stopped.
You see there? Nothing to worry about. Like I said, it's a natural phenomenon.
Natural phenomenon, yeah, sure.
Well, that's it. We've entered the area affected by Calamar's sun. We no longer have any radio communication with anyone.
We'll need to keep a monitor on the radio at all times.
Hey, Skip, me and Travis are throwing a party to celebrate our reunion. You want to join us?
Oh, no thanks, buddy. But go ahead, just don't overdo it, huh?
Right, Skip.
How about you, Mora? Would you like to have a drink with us?
Well,
Oh, go ahead, Mora. We have time before we get to Calamar.
Okay, why not?
All right, we'll be in the galley, Skipper.
Well, tell me, Mr. Silverthorne.
Please, Mora. Call me Travis.
Okay, Travis. What draws you to Calamar? Plan on doing any prospecting?
Well, in a manner of speaking, I guess.
If I know Travis, he'll be mining the miners.
And that means?
I will be playing cards.
Ah.
Okay, here we are. Martian physics, okay?
Sure, fine.
Okay by me.
You know, I've never seen Glowstone.
No kidding? I just happen to have a piece with me.
Really? Oh, I'd love to see it.
It's just a speck, but it's enough to see the value. To get the full effect of Glowstone, you have to see it in the dark. Oh, buddy, will you please turn off the lights?
Sure.
Oh, it's beautiful. I've never seen such rich colors before, so bright, pure, and warm.
Think she likes it, buddy?
I don't know. It's hard to tell.
The Glowstone is supposedly an aphrodisiac, too, you know.
No, I didn't, but I'm not surprised.
Oh, wow. You two want to be left alone?
Buddy.
Of course, that's not the reason it's so valuable.
That's right. That much I do know. Glowstone is a perfect energy source. Small, clean, safe. Doesn't get hot, and yet the energy it releases can be put to thousands of uses.
And on top of all of that, it's one of the rarest minerals in the universe. This little speck of mine is worth close to 100,000. I've met men who are willing to kill for a piece half this size, and almost as many who are willing to die for it.
The value of Glowstone cannot be denied, but neither can the dangers of mining it. As two young prospectors draw closer to a confrontation with the unknown on Calamar.
It's been a half hour, Lee, and no more howls. If anything was there, it's gone now.
No, I don't think so, Mark. They're out there all around us. I can feel them.
Maybe we should just get back to work,
Are you kidding? That's just what they're waiting for.
Well, we can't sit here all night. Besides, I've scanned the whole place. There is nothing here to fear.
But, Mark...
But nothing. Now, give me that blaster and wait here.
Where are you going?
I'm going to prove my point. I'll fire the blaster a couple of times over by that rock. If nothing happens, then maybe we can get back to work, okay?
And if something does happen?
Well, then you're going to have a front row seat. But nothing will happen. Now watch.
Hey, what happened to the lights? Mark? Mark!
What in the name of God is that?
Mark, where are you?
Lee?
From the deep darkness of a mining camp on Calamar, a scream of terror and silence of death. What strange creatures stalk the blackness and lure these helpless miners into horror? An excursion into the arcane on Alien Worlds. Alien Worlds continues. Mysterious hostile creatures attack a prospector camp on Calamar. A search for glowstone ends in terror. Lawless disorder sweeps the planet as prospectors and pirates arrive in search of the precious stone. A space exploration team enters Calamar's orbit, sent by the International Space Authority to subdue the madness.
How hot it looks down there, Mora.
At least the nights are pleasant, John. I'm sure most of the miners do their work at night.
What about solar screens during the day?
Even under a solar screen, it would still be 120 degrees or so. A little hot to be doing hard labor.
Yeah, I'll say. You know, I never liked the desert, even on Earth. I think I'll stay up here and let the rest of you take the first EVA.
So now all I have to do is find Buddy and Travis.
I think they went up to the launch deck. Hey, just a minute, I'll go with you.
Okay.
You know, Travis, seeing you again reminds me of the first time we left Earth together, remember?
Oh, how could I forget? I can't believe we ever got past the moon and that old government surplus. A wombat, wasn't it?
It was a wombat, all right. That old fossil fueler.
I'll bet they're still talking about our last night on Mars.
Well, I know I am.
Excuse us, you two.
If you're looking for a shuttle crew, we're ready.
Good, because we're going down.
Oh, right. But wait, Skipper. Someone has to stay.
Yeah, I'll stay, Buddy. The three of you can go.
Right. Well, come on.
Buddy?
Yeah?
Listen, whatever you do, don't land.
Why not?
With the radios out, I just don't want to take any chances, that's all. Just look around and then report back here after your EVA.
Okay, Skip. Boy, you sure know how to take the fun out of an EVA.
As the EVA crew prepares to descend from the cruiser Columbus, other preparations are underway on Earth. An ISA security fleet, commanded by Captain Richard Baker, prepares to depart for Calamar and set up a permanent command post.
Captain Baker.
Yes, Lieutenant, what is it?
I have that recording of the last transmission from Calamar, sir. Just before the signal faded completely.
Good, Lieutenant. Let's hear it.
Mayday, mayday. Coordinates 1906. We're under attack. They're coming out of nowhere. Weapons aren't effective. It's the light. It's the light.
That's where it ends, sir.
Was he saying light?
Apparently. But we can't figure out why. The coordinates are from Calamar's dark side.
An EVA shuttle streaks across Calamar's ebony skies into the planet's night side. Aboard, Captain Buddy Griff, Travis Silverthorne, and Maura Cassidy observing the planet's surface through an infrared scanner.
Altitude leveling off at 10,000. Speed 900 and dropping.
I can't understand it, buddy. There's no lights down there. There's no sign of mining camps or laser drills. There's nothing but darkness.
I have to admit it, Travis. It does seem strange.
Will you two relax? We're flying over a huge plains area. Any mining operations are bound to be in the hills, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Well, can you see anything at all down there, Mora?
Scattered plant life and what appears to be a giant herd of animals.
I'm taking us down closer.
This is strange.
What's strange?
I can see several mining camps.
So?
Well, they appear to have been totally destroyed, like they were hit by a tornado.
I knew something was wrong.
Is there any sign of survivors?
No. Wait, slow down.
Okay, give me a chance.
What do you see, Mora? What do you see?
A group of men. Some of them look injured. They're standing together near some caves. They're trying to get our attention.
So why don't they turn on a light if they want us to see them?
Only one way to answer that question, buddy.
I think you're right, pal. We've got to land this bird.
But, buddy, John just said that we can...
You said some of those men were hurt, Mara. We've got to help them. That's why we're here.
I suppose you're right.
I know I am. Hit the landing lights, will you, Travis?
Right.
There. Now, that's more like it. Now we can see, too.
Yeah. They're the men that Mara was... Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. They're running away. They're running away like scared rabbits.
Yeah. They're heading straight for the caves.
They panicked as soon as you turned on the lights.
Touchdown. Let's get out there and find out what's going on.
You're right. The creatures are coming.
Who are you? What are you talking about?
You're in great danger. The night riders, they've seen your lights. They're attracted by light. There are hundreds of them. They will be here any minute.
Okay. Quick, turn off the lights, Travis.
Right.
The only way to save your ship is to leave now.
Buddy, listen.
It's them. They're coming, I tell you.
I'll take a look through the infrared binoculars.
Hurry. They can't be stopped. They'll tear your ship to pieces and us too if we don't get out of here.
What is that?
It's the Night Riders.
Night Riders? Mara, can you see anything through the binoculars?
Can I ever? They're coming this way, all right. There must be several hundred of them.
Several hundred what?
Strange creatures, reptilian, I think, but huge. They're riding on the backs of those animals I saw earlier. My God, I don't believe it.
What is it? What is it?
They don't have any eyes.
But how can they leave? There isn't much time. You must leave.
He's right. They've already reached the foothills.
Okay, let's go. Everyone in the shuttle. You too, mister.
Thank you. Thank you.
All systems on, buddy.
All right. Preliminary ignition. Set.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter, buddy?
Misfire. Again.
Let me out of here. I want out.
Relax, will you? All right, baby. Come on. Damn it.
I'm getting out of here. Now.
All right, that's it. Abandon ship. Head for the caves.
Right, buddy.
Okay, be careful, Volar. Watch your step. Come on, buddy, hurry.
Okay.
My God! Look at them!
I don't think they're Indians, Mara. I don't believe it.
Look, they're tearing the shuttle apart.
What are we going to do, buddy? How are we going to contact John now?
Let's worry about that later. Quick, let's get under cover. In here. In the caves.
Buddy, Mora, and Travis find themselves trapped, overrun by strange, sightless alien creatures. Unable to contact John Graydon high above them, aboard Columbus, they appear to be hopelessly stranded in darkness. Their shuttle has been torn to pieces by the Night Riders of Calamar. Indeed, a phantasm of consternation on alien worlds. The Night Riders of Calamar was based on an original story by Dudley Brown and written by Dudley Brown and Lee Hansen. Associate producer, Jeff Allen. Music director, Tom Rounds. Our engineer was Stu Jacobs. Assistants to the producer, Laurie Tyler and Aaron O'Neill. technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next time, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for the conclusion of The Night Riders of Calamar on Alien Worlds. Important discovery on distant Calamar elicits the reactions of space miners from every corner of the galaxy.
Glowstone's been discovered on Calamar!
In an effort to control the lawlessness, the International Space Authority sends an SET in to establish a permanent command post there. Deciding to shuttle down, Mora, Travis, and Buddy depart the mothership Columbus aboard a small craft.
What do you see, Mora? What do you see?
A group of men. Some of them look injured. They're standing together near some caves. They're trying to get our attention.
So why don't they turn on a light if they want us to see them?
Only one way to answer that question, buddy.
I think you're right, Bill. We've got to land this bird.
Upon setting the small craft down on the surface of Calamar, a turn of events would make it appear as though they might never get off the planet at all.
Turn off your lights. The creatures are coming. The Night Riders. They've seen your lights. They're attracted by light.
Buddy, listen.
It's them. They're coming, I tell you.
They're coming this way, all right. There must be several hundred of them.
Several hundred what?
Strange creatures. Reptilian, I think. Huge. They're riding on the backs of those animals I saw earlier. My God, I don't believe it.
What is it? What is it?
They don't have any eyes.
They appear to be hopelessly stranded in darkness. Their shuttle has been torn to pieces by the Night Riders of Calamar. Indeed, a phantasm of consternation on Alien Worlds. As the charging hoofbeats of the Night Riders fade into the depths, Buddy, Mora, Travis, and the miners seek refuge in a Calamar cave.
A lot of these men are hurt, Buddy. They need medical attention.
The ISA fleet will be arriving any time. They'll have a hospital ship with them and plenty of medics.
I could sure use an aspirin.
What's wrong, Travis?
Oh, I just got a little headache. I'll be all right. Look, I'm going to go outside and get a breath of air. Could I use the infrared binoculars, Mora?
Oh, sure. Here.
Thanks.
Hey, Travis.
Yeah?
Be careful.
I'm always careful.
Buddy, where are you?
I'm right here.
Buddy, don't do that.
Do what, my dear? I'm just standing here. You bumped into me.
Well, it's too dark in here to just stand around. Do something.
Whoa! Who's that?
It's okay. I'm a prospector.
What's your name?
Robertson. Don Robertson.
Did you, find any glowstone?
Sure did. Hit a strike about 2 weeks ago.
You alone?
Well, I am now. I had a partner till day before yesterday. He's dead now.
What happened? Night Riders get him?
Nope. He just fell over. Just like that.
Well, what happened? I mean, what did he die from?
I don't know. He was fine up till 3 or 4 days ago. Started complaining of headaches. Then he started getting dizzy and falling over things. Next thing I knew, he was laying dead on the ground. Then I got overrun by those freaky lizards, busted up our ship, lost all the glowstone. Oh, I wish I'd never come here.
Who's that?
Who is it?
Oh, it's only me.
Travis, what happened?
Well, I tripped. No big deal. It's not easy walking through this cave looking through these binoculars at the same time, you know. Hey, guess what I found outside?
A poker game.
Oh, no. A shuttle truck.
A land shuttle?
That's right. One of the miners must have abandoned it. It's a little banged up, but I think I can make it run.
Run? Run where?
Well, we could follow the Night Riders.
What? Follow them where? Why?
'Cause it's better than sitting around here in the dark. That's why.
Wait! Maybe following him is a good idea.
Wait, what is this, mutiny?
In fact, we should follow them. Well, look, don't you see? We need to study them, learn about them, find out why they're destroying the mining camps.
Sounds like you're planning to tag along.
Well, of course I am. I'm a scientist. I didn't come here to ignore the native life. I came to study it.
All right. I'll stay here and see what I can do for these people. You two go ahead. But try and be back before dawn, okay? Otherwise, you're liable to get a real mean tan, you know what I mean?
Meanwhile, back aboard Columbus, John Graydon sits quietly in solitude.
It's been nearly 5 hours. Where could they be? Something's happened, and I sit here doing nothing. Well, no more. I'll land this monster by myself. Carefully.
See anything yet, Mora?
Nothing but the tracks. But we're on the right trail. How you doing?
Well, it's not the driving. It's not being able to see where I'm going.
Don't worry about it. I'll direct you. Oh, wait a minute. Slow down.
What is it?
Turn left 10 degrees. It's coming up on a cliff or a crevice or something. Oh, wait, no. It's a crater. The animal tracks lead into it. Don't stop so fast, Travis.
I'm sorry, Mora. Let me take a look.
Here.
The sides of the crater are too steep for the truck. We'll have to go the rest of the way on foot.
Well, that won't be easy in this darkness. And we only have one pair of infrared binoculars.
Well, you walk alongside of me. My turn to guide us with the binoculars.
Maybe we should hold hands?
I thought you'd never ask. Now, careful now. Watch your step.
You watch your step.
How do you focus these things anyway? They're a little blurry.
Are you nearsighted?
Oh, yeah, why?
Push the little button on the top right side.
Oh, yeah, that's better.
What's that?
I don't know. I don't see anything. Just a lot of rocks. Oh, no, Mora. Mora, we're surrounded by them. Don't move. Get away from us!
Put me down! Help me! It's got me!
Large, two-legged, reptilian creatures drag them helplessly into the dark abyss, deep into the underground, and into the dominion of alien worlds. Alien Worlds continues. An SET crew of 4 arrives on Calamar. A 3-member group sets down on the planet's surface and are overrun by strange, sightless alien creatures. The 4th crew member, John Graydon, having not heard from the others for several hours, decides to solo fly the giant ship in for a landing.
Infrared scanners up. Good. Okay. Between those hills, I'll try and land there. Big and flat. What? Instruments are picking up debris. Uh-oh, it's a shuttle wreckage. Coordinates 8903. Oh, no, I'm coming in too fast. I'll reverse thrusters.
Oh, my head.
Travis, are you all right?
Oh, Mora. What happened? Where are we?
We've been captured by the Night Riders. I wasn't sure if you were going to come too or not.
How long have I been out?
A few hours, maybe. I've lost track of time down here.
Down here? Down where? Where are we?
Deep underground in a cavern. The creatures have us sealed off in this room. We're trapped. Travis, move over here with me, please.
I can't move, Mora. I seem to be paralyzed.
Let go of me! I can't breathe!
Skipper, up here! This way, John!
Thank God there's Buddy.
Hey, Skip! I see you discovered the Calamar cool suit.
Yeah, in the survival equipment hold. Right where they said it'd be. Oh. Buddy, thank goodness you're alive. Where are the others?
They took out after the night creatures.
Night creatures?
Yeah. Oh, boy. Really weird aliens riding hooved creatures overran us on the shuttle.
I told you not to land. There was something in the briefing tapes about that. Said it was a mythical legend.
There's nothing mythical about it, John. They're definitely real.
And Mora, Travis, did you say they went after them?
Yeah. Travis found a shuttle truck.
Well, I hope they don't get hurt. Look, I'll go back to the Columbus and get the other Solitarian spacesuits. And then you can help me get what medical supplies we've got up there to help the rest.
Okay, but hurry back.
Right.
Put the Earth people down, Gardos.
Oh, my head. My head hurts. Mora. Mora, he talked. Mora? Mora, are you there?
Yes. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to get my breath back.
Quiet. Do not move, or we will kill you.
Oh, don't worry, pal, don't worry. We're not going anywhere. I can't see a thing in here.
See? Ah, yes. Earthlings can see. A most bizarre ability.
We've come to learn about you.
You've come to destroy us.
No! No, we've no intentions of harming you.
I am Cregan, leader of Trollmen. We are of this world, not you.
You speak English. How?
Our translatory linguistic ability is of your galaxy. You are not the first of your kind to enter our world.
Why have you attacked our people?
You bring the great pain.
Whose pain you talking about, pal?
What you call light, to us is pain. It is the poison of our wavelengths.
But how do you perceive light if you're blind?
Blindness is relative only to your spectrum of perception. We are of telepathic senses. You are disrupting our wavelength, altering our sensibilities. You must leave Calamar.
But what about sunlight? A glowstone?
Enough talk.
Wait, you don't understand. We represent the...
You are an invasion to our universe. We are not compatible.
Well, what do you plan on doing with us?
We will display your death to your people without mercy. Then they will know our power, and they will leave.
Oh, come on, pal. You don't want to do that. I've got too many poker games left. Besides, the miners won't leave. They could care less about us, believe me.
Silence. It is done. We ride when nighttime is again full.
A terminus plan by the leader of the Trollmen promises the doom of Mora and Travis at sundown. An exhibition in death by the Night Riders of Calamar as darkness slowly overcasts this alien world. Alien worlds continues. Dusk approaches on an alien planet. A public execution awaits Mora and Travis, now prisoners of the Night Riders of Calamar. Meanwhile, an ISA fleet streaks across the heavens into Calamar orbit.
The radios are working again, Captain Baker, but there's no response from the planet's surface from anyone.
What about the ISA cruiser Columbus? Have you located its orbit?
She's sitting on the ground, abandoned.
All right, Lieutenant. Get a landing party together. Let's get down there and find out what's going on.
Yes, sir. Oh, I also have a priority mission report from ISA headquarters. Seems there's been a new development at Jerdel on the glowstone tests.
Let me see it. Very interesting.
Mora, I just had a realization.
About what?
Glowstone.
What?
I'm going to reveal it to the Night Riders. I have a feeling glowstone is different from other forms of light energy.
It's true. We know it's in a spectrum of super high ultraviolet energy, much higher than synthetic light.
That's right. It could affect them totally different.
Go ahead. It could save our skins.
Here they come. And here goes.
Put the glowstone away, Earthman.
What do you mean?
I said, put the glowstone away, out of exposure. It is very dangerous to us. We will die in minutes.
I've got a full hand, pal. I'll put it away when you ensure me you'll listen to what we've got to say. Go on, it's your deal.
All right, Earthling. As you wish. We will listen.
Hey, Mora. Look, the glowstone went out. It's no longer emitting any light.
Do as he says, Travis. Put it away.
Oh, all right. I wonder why it stopped glowing.
It didn't, Travis.
What do you mean it didn't? Hey, wait a minute. You mean...
You're going blind, Travis.
Oh.
Travis, what is it?
My head, it's exploding. Laura, I feel like I'm dying.
You're not dying, Travis.
I can't stand it. The pressure in my head.
Travis.
Don't touch me, Mora. Don't touch me. Oh, I can't believe it. I just had a full hand. I had the game. What happened, Mora? What happened?
Travis.
Your friend is dead.
Yes, he's dead.
We have heard of these effects on your kind from exposure to glowstone, but I have never actually been witness to this.
What do you mean you've heard of it? How?
It is the legend of the Light Plague. Our glowstone is what the Troman use for guidance. The deposits of glowstone on Calamar emit a wavelength that is perceived by our senses. And that is why we attacked your people, for destroying our wavelength.
But how do you know of this affecting humans?
All we know is that certain ones in your world are victims of the Light Plague. It is a weakness in the eyes of humans that causes death.
Cregan, please, you've got to help me get back to my people, so that I may warn them of this. I am with the ISA. I can put a stop to all this and help your Troman as well.
I have observed you, Earthwoman. You show compassion. I am also quite fascinated by your reaction to your friend's death. Yes,
I will take you to your people. Can you ensure us they will not attempt an attack?
If we go in peace, there will be no attack.
Then, so be it. Tardos, prepare to ride to the Earthling encampment.
Captain Baker, SCT Commanders John Graydon and Buddy Griff.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Welcome to ISA Security Command, gentlemen.
Thank you, Captain Baker.
We've just received a special report on Glowstone from the Jardel Institute. I think you should be made aware of it.
Oh, yeah? What did the boys in the lab come up with now?
Well, it seems that since the discovery of Glowstone on Calamar 6 weeks ago, 3 of the 10 scientists involved with the experiments have died.
From what? The Glowstone?
The cause of death was diagnosed as a brain hemorrhage. Just exactly how the Glowstone causes this remains a mystery. And we're expecting further information shortly.
Then Glowstone is harmful to humans?
Not all humans. The other 7 scientists were unaffected.
Captain! Captain! They're here! The Night Riders are approaching from the southeast quadrant, sir!
Let me have those glasses, Lieutenant. There are several hundred of them. Wait! In the lead formation. I don't believe it. One of the creatures has a woman with it.
Mora? Let me see, Captain. Holy Jupiter, it is Mora. But where's Travis? Mora, are you all right?
Yes, buddy, I'm fine.
Where's Travis?
He's dead.
Travis? Dead? Oh, come on, Doc. You're putting us on. That old buzzard will live to be 100.
I'm afraid it's true.
But how? What happened to him?
I'm not sure. But he had all the symptoms of a brain hemorrhage.
What?
Captain, we've just gotten another report from Jardel.
I think you should take a look at this, Dr. Cassidy. It may answer a few questions.
Well, what's in it? What's it say?
The scientists that died had a vision deficiency. They were nearsighted. Glowstone emits a kind of light wave that triggers a spasm of the optic nerves and then creates an aneurysm.
What's that?
A ballooning of the blood vessels. They actually explode, and that's a brain hemorrhage.
God. The final poker game. On Calamar.
It was through Travis's death that I was able to discover a great deal about the Night Riders. The Glowstone Underground is their planetary guidance system. It's how they see.
And our mining it has disrupted that?
That's right.
We're initiating martial law here. The planet will be closed off to all incoming personnel, probably open only to scientific studies, provided we can reach an accord with the aliens here.
That won't be a problem now.
The ISA has issued a search and seizure of all glowstone in the star system. Until we better understand its effect on people with eye deficiencies, it'll have to remain on Calamar.
To the better for the Night Riders, too.
Well, I guess there's one thing to be thankful for out of all this.
What's that, buddy?
Well, as SET members, we all have 20/20 vision.
As the SET prepares to disembark Calamar, a galaxy has been spared an outbreak of the Light Plague. The dangers of Glowstone have now become true and apparent. As the search continues for new energy sources in the universe, man will reflect on this time and place as an offering to understanding on the threshold of the unknown.
Well, old boy, it looks as though you're cleaned out.
Not quite. I got a real rare gem here. It's worth $50,000.
What's it called?
Glowstone.
Let me see that. Just let me put my glasses on, have a better look. Oh, lovely. Lovely. And it glows, too.
Yes.
The Night Riders of Calamar was written by Dudley Brown and Lee Hansen and starred Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Miller, Phil Diskin, and Corey Burton, with special guest Peter Leeds. Associate producer Jeff Allen. Music director Tom Rounds. Our engineer was Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Laurie Tyler. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next time, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for another journey into Alien Worlds. Above Earth's windy skies, slowly rotating to the silent voids of space, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, the International Space Authority, ISA, watches over an eternity of uncharted galaxies and the countless planets orbiting within their starlit borders. 5 kilometers beyond Starlab, the Earth shuttle Electra moves into a docking orbit with a giant space station. Aboard the shuttle, Dr. Richard Nicholson, a molecular biologist whose research in the field of alien spore mutation has just earned him the Brandenburg Prize, the most impressive award the scientific community of Earth can give. Aboard Starlab, Dr. Nicholson's wife, Anne, awaits the arrival of the Electra. Here, the shuttle will refuel, then take them both back to Earth for the award ceremony at the International Achievement Pavilion, located in the center of New Vienna. It is April 28th, 2026, a day no one on Starlab will ever forget. As this week's adventure, the Resurrectionists of Lethe, removes us from the ordinary and takes us into the mysterious light and shadow of alien worlds.
Docking vector approach 558 ETA 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Over.
Roger, Electra. You're cleared for entry into Shuttle Bay 5. The doors are open and the refueling crew is standing by.
Roger, Starlab. And send a systems technician down after we dock. I've been having a little trouble with the NO3 feeder line, the number 4 retro thruster. Nothing serious, but it wouldn't hurt to check it out.
Will do, Electra.
Well, hi, Jerry. How's it going?
Oh, hi, Mara. Mrs. Nicholson.
Hi. Is that my husband's shuttle on the screen?
It sure is. He'll be docking in less than 2 minutes.
Oh, gee, I don't know if I can wait 2 minutes.
Oh, Anne, he's only been gone 2 weeks.
I know. That's why I can't wait 2 minutes.
Oh, I see. Jerry?
Right. Electra, could we please have Dr. Nicholson on screen 12?
Roger, Starlab. Hello, Anne.
Oh, welcome back. You look terrific.
Oh, you look pretty terrific yourself.
How does it feel to be so famous?
Not the same as when I was.
I don't believe you.
Neither do I. It's fantastic. Oh, you should have seen the looks on their faces.
Richard? My God, what's happening?
Starlab, we have a feeder line blowout. NO3 level is subcritical and rising.
Seal off the flight deck. Initiate emergency venting procedures. The escape pod. Get to the escape pod. Electra! Electra, can you hear me?
It's too late.
Starlab Control to Stargazer 1. This is an emergency rescue alert. Dispatch paramedic ships to triangulator coordinates 558. Repeat, this is an emergency rescue alert.
Barn P, delete on this net. Could you describe what you're looking at over?
Cassidy?
Come in, Carl.
You look exhausted.
It's been a long day. A long day.
I just can't believe he's gone. He always took so much time with us at the academy, always making sure we understood things. There were times when I was ready to quit, and I would have if he hadn't talked me out of it.
I know. He was understanding with all of us. Is that the accident report?
Yes, I just finished it.
NO3 suffocation. It's so stupid. I'm going to find out why the Electra's retro thrusters weren't converted to a non-toxic fuel if it's the last thing I do. The Ethica was converted. The Corinthia was converted. Oh, why wasn't the Electra good?
I'm sorry, Mora.
Mora, Commissioner White is coming through.
Have the message recorded, Jerry. Mora will have to...
No. That's all right, Carl. I'll be there in a minute, Jerry.
Come on. I'll walk up to communications with you.
Thanks, Carl.
Yes, Commissioner, that's all been taken care of. Now, here's Dr. Cassidy now.
Hello, Commissioner.
Hello, Mora.
Are you coming up to Starlab?
I'll be up there tomorrow. I just wanted to let you know that the ISA Council has ordered an honorary internment for Richard on Lethe. Supervisor Toadmaster has already been notified, and one of his mortuary ships will be there tomorrow afternoon.
Toadmaster? Simon Toadmaster?
I thought you knew. He's been Lethe's supervisor for nearly 2 years now.
How did a man like that ever end up on a satellite for the dead?
Lethe, a tiny world of restless sunsets and lonely star-filled nights, orbiting like a ghost moon at the twilight edge of an alien world. Alien Worlds continues. Molecular biologist Richard Nicholson approaches Starlab aboard the Earth shuttle Electra. Moments away from docking, a retro-thruster feeder line suddenly explodes, flooding the shuttle with toxic NO3 gas, a lethal vapor that takes the lives of Dr. Nicholson and the shuttle pilot. Dr. Nicholson's wife, Anne, witnesses the tragic accident from the bridge of Starlab Control, and now sits alone in her quarters, silent, sad, and bitter. Meanwhile, preparations are underway to transfer the body of Dr. Nicholson to Lethe, an artificial burial satellite 1,000 kilometers in diameter, created for the internment of Earth's honored dead.
The casket's just arrived, Master.
Good, Berkey. Very good. Let's get on with it.
Lethe's supervisor, Simon Toadmaster, a man from Mara Cassidy's past, a master of the dead to whom no undertaking is insignificant.
Number 6, Professor Joseph Digby Allen. Number 7, General Arnold Boom Boom Bernstein. Number 8, Prime Minister Ichiro Suzuki. My, what expensive caskets. Is this the entire manifest, Berkey?
All except this one, Master.
Oh, it's an interesting casket. Who's inside?
Richard M. Nixon.
Well, I thought he'd never pass on.
Neither did anyone else.
And did he leave any incriminating documents?
Only an 18-minute last will and testament tape.
What was on it?
We'll never know, Master. There's nothing on it.
I'm not at all surprised. Well, come on, Berkey. We have work to do.
That is an affirmative, Master.
A simple yes will do, Berkey. If you knew how I loathed affirmative, you'd be quaking in your boots. Or whatever it is you call those things on your feet.
My apologies, Master.
Accepted.
Now, you mentioned an ISA communique.
It's on the teleprinter in the control room.
Shall we?
After you, Master. Here it is, Master.
Well, what does it say?
We've been ordered to Star Lab to pick up the body of Dr. Richard Nicholson.
So, Dr. Nicholson has finally shuffled off his mortal coil. Cause of death?
An accident. NO3 suffocation.
How utterly fitting that the man who used to give me so much gas should succumb to a lethal dose himself.
I don't understand.
Now, poor Richard and I worked together on Star Lab once upon a time as fellow science officers. We were Professor Cassidy's golden-haired boys.
Oh, you mean you used to have yellow protein filaments growing on that shiny dome of yours?
Golden-haired boys is just a figure of speech, Berkey. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, well, I got into some trouble while I was stationed on Star Lab. Nothing serious, just a little glowstone smuggling, but they railroaded me into prison anyway. I'd still be there if Lethe hadn't suddenly required a man of my unique talent.
From prison to Lethe? What's the difference, Master?
Yes, indeed. I'm volunteering for this post for sheer inspiration. Berkey, Professor Cassidy had a daughter, Maura. Find out if she's still on Star Lab. And find out if Ann Nicholson is there, too. She could be very useful to us, considering how closely she and her husband worked together.
As you wish, Master.
Ratchet?
Master?
Berkey and I are going to Star Lab. Prepare the Orcus Omega.
Yes, Master. By the way, Mrs. Thorndancer is waiting to see you.
Well, send her in, Ratchet.
My dear Mr. Toddmaster.
My dear Mrs. Thorndancer.
I just couldn't leave without thanking you for everything. 24 hours with my husband, alive and happy, reliving the best times we ever had. Oh, Mr. Toddmaster, it was wonderful.
Well, I'm delighted that you're delighted. But remember, this is our little secret.
Oh, don't worry. I won't breathe a word to a living soul. Goodbye, Mr. Toddmaster.
Oh, it's never really goodbye, Mrs. Thorndancer. Only au revoir. Ratchet, what's the progress on the Thorndancer experiment?
She relived a period with Professor Thorndancer during which he was deeply involved with mind weapon research. Some of his workable hypotheses were so dangerous he never revealed them to his colleagues, but he did confide them to his wife, and she talked her head off about them. The professor's replicate functioned so well that it had her discussing mind weapon theory within 5 minutes. The data is in the Omni extrapolator now.
Good work, Ratchet. Stay tuned. Berkey, what did you find out about Maura Cassidy?
She's now Star Lab's research director. Ann Nicholson is there, too.
Well.
Are you feeling all right, Master?
I'm feeling very well, Berkey. Thank you.
The Orcus Omega awaits you, Master.
Thank you, Ratchet. Come along, Berkey. We mustn't keep the dead waiting.
Lethe's sinister supervisor and his assistant Berkey descend to the mortuary satellite's launch bay and board the sleek cobalt-blue funeral ship Orcus Omega. Orcus, the ancient Roman name for Pluto, the god of Hades, and Omega, the Greek symbol for the end, the final singularity. Meanwhile, on Starlab, Ann Nicholson has just been told about the ISA decree to have her husband honorarily interred on Lethe.
Oh, I can't help the way I feel, Maura. I am not going to Lethe, and that's all there is to it.
Well, you still haven't told me why you won't go.
It's grotesque. Taking him away from me like this and hiding him in a place where I'll never see him again? Couldn't he be put in cryosuspension, Maura? Have you asked the council about that? Maybe there's still a chance that Richard could be brought back to me someday.
And you know it's too late for that.
All right. Then you take him to Lethe, Maura. You salute all those stupid flags and smell all those dying flowers. And, yes, listen to people who never knew him lie about what a good friend he was.
There won't be any flags, Anne, or any flowers or speeches or anything like that. It's a private ceremony between you and Richard.
Oh, I'm tired, Maura. Will you please leave me alone?
All right. I'll be on the control bridge if you need me.
Roger, Orcus Omega. Your TV coordinates are 068 at 204. And you're clear for entry into Level C Docking Bay 19er.
Thank you, Starlab. Orcus Omega, out. How long will we be on Starlab, Master?
Just long enough for you to load the late Dr. Nicholson, and for me to have a few words with my past.
Starlab. I'm looking forward to seeing what goes on inside.
Well, I'm sorry, Berkey, but I'm afraid you'll have to stay aboard the ship.
Not again.
Berkey, how often do I have to remind you that you are an image infusion android, an illusion? That you only have substance when the light is right, that you'll vanish if the light should change. I'm sorry, but if someone sees you one minute and then doesn't see you the next, they'll know that I'm in control of an illegal procedure. You don't want me sent back to prison, do you? Berkey?
Oh, don't rush me, Master. I'm thinking.
The Orcus Omega maneuvers into a docking orbit with Starlab. On board, Lethe's tall, black-cloaked supervisor, Simon Toddmaster, and his assistant, Berkey, an image infusion android whose physical presence depends solely on his silent collisions with light. A man and a machine, two manipulators of all those things that go bump in the night, and whose presence on Starlab will soon draw everyone they encounter into the death-chilled landscapes of an alien world. Alien Worlds continues. 24 hours away from receiving the Brandenburg Science Award, molecular biologist Richard Nicholson loses his life in an Earth shuttle accident. In view of Dr. Nicholson's contributions to science, the ISA Council orders an honorary interment on the Lethe mortuary satellite. But Dr. Nicholson's wife, Anne, grief-stricken and bitter, refuses to go to Lethe. Lethe's supervisor, Simon Toddmaster, and his android assistant, Berkey, arrive at Starlab aboard the dark mortuary ship, Orcus Omega. A former assistant to Maura Cassidy's father, Toddmaster is no stranger to Starlab.
Hello, Maura. It's wonderful to see you.
Simon, you're the last person I ever expected to see on Starlab. I'm sorry, I mean, I didn't mean that personally. Well, you know what I mean.
It's all right, Maura. I understand.
Are those flowers for me?
The roses are here.
Thank you, Simon. Who are the other ones for?
Mrs. Nicholson. We always give a bouquet of twilight blossoms to the widow.
I doubt if you'll have a chance to present them. Anne doesn't want to go to Lethe.
I see. Well, perhaps if I spoke to her, I do have a way of making people understand the importance of being present at the final interment.
Well, if you think your talking to her will do any good, I'll take quarters.
Mara, is Mr. Toddmaster there?
Yes, he is.
Dr. Nicholson's body has been taken aboard the Orcus Omega, Mr. Toddmaster.
Thank you. Oh, would you mind telling my assistant that I'll be there in a few minutes?
Will do.
And now, Mara, if you will show me to Mrs. Nicholson's quarters.
Yes, Mr. Toddmaster. The flowers are beautiful. What did you call them again? Twilight blossoms?
That's right, Anne. Twilight blossoms.
You know, when you first came in, I thought they were ugly. But there's something about their fragrance now that makes them seem so alive.
Anne.
Yes?
Would you like to see Richard again? Alive?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I want to see Richard. I want to hold him and touch him and talk to him.
Then come with me to Lethe and have Richard back again.
Oh, Richard, back again, yes. Take my hand, Mr. Toddmaster. Lead me.
We just got confirmation on it, Mara. Toddmaster's in control of image infusion, and he's using it to create the illusion of bringing the dead back to life.
The dead? But why?
So he can extract classified military and scientific information from those who were at one time associated with the men and women now interred on Lethe. In some cases, it's a husband and wife would work together. In other cases, colleagues or fellow officers.
I still don't understand, Commissioner. What exactly does he do?
Well, he creates an image infusion replicate of the man or woman whose secrets he wants. Then he invites the husband or wife or former colleague to Lethe, drugs them, and puts them in the room with the replicate. The illusion is so perfect and the drug so effective that the people actually believe they're face-to-face with someone they once knew and loved.
And the replicate is programmed to ask questions designed to make people reveal what Toddmaster wants to know. It's insane. Commissioner, he's with Anne right now.
Get on the intercom and tell her to stay put. I'll stand by.
Anne, it's Mara.
Hello, Mara. I'm feeling much better, thank you.
Oh, thank heavens that you're still...
You were right about Mr. Toddmaster. He's persuaded me to go to Lethe after all.
Anne, listen to me.
And since I'll be back in a few days and didn't really feel like seeing anyone, Mr. Toddmaster suggested I leave this recording.
Recording? Jerry!
Yes, Mara.
Shut the doors on the Orcus Omega's launch bay.
Mara, the Orcus Omega took off 3 minutes ago.
Oh, God, no. Was Anne Nicholson aboard?
Yes, she was. Mara, what's wrong?
Jerry, what's the Delta 1's ETA?
14 minutes, 50 seconds.
Contact them right now. Give them the flight plan of the Orcus Omega and tell them to intercept it.
Right.
I was too late, Commissioner. They're gone.
Gone? Damn. Is there anything you can do?
Delta 1 is 14 minutes out. I've ordered John and Buddy to divert it and try to intercept the Orcus Omega.
Stay with it, Mara. I'm coming up on the priority shuttle.
I'll do my best, Commissioner.
Mara, I just talked to Buddy and John. They can't do it. Delta 1 doesn't have enough fuel.
All right. Contact the Stargazer security station. Tell them to scramble a pursuit cruiser. And find out who the pilot is. I want to talk to him.
Chance to dream, eh, Bertie?
Dream? What's a dream, Master?
An expedition to the interior of the subconscious. Something humans do when they sleep.
What's the subconscious, Master?
A place where secrets live. In Mrs. Thorndance's case, thought weapon secrets. In Anne's case, bacteriological warfare secrets. Disease weapons based on Richard's alien spore mutation research. Weapons so terrible, he hid the data tapes for them, and only Anne knows where they are. Amazing, isn't it, Berkey? The way a Twilight Blossom trance can bring out the best possible secrets about the worst possible things.
Did she tell you where the tapes are?
Not yet, but she will.
when her dead husband rises from the grave and takes her in his arms again.
In times past, there were legends and myths that told how the dead became the undead and walked the regions of night, passing ancient moonlit walls and mirrors, casting neither shadow nor reflection. But because dreams of resurrection are ageless, and the powers of darkness infinite, the demon sorcerer of the past has reappeared as the Simon Toddmaster of the future. Simon Toddmaster, the resurrectionist of Lethe, a man walking the regions of night beneath the cold, moonlit skies of alien worlds. The Resurrectionists of Lethe was based on a story by Betty Julius and written by Ron Thompson. Associate producer, Jeff Allen. Music director, Tom Rounds. Engineer, Stu Jacobs. Technical consultant, Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next time, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for the conclusion of the Resurrectionists of Lethe on Alien Worlds. Above Earth's windy skies, slowly rotating through the silent voids of space, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab.
Firing command coming in now.
5 kilometers beyond Starlab, the Earth shuttle Electra moves into a docking orbit with a giant space station. Aboard the shuttle, Dr. Richard Nicholson, a molecular biologist whose research in the field of alien spore mutation has just earned him the Brandenburg Science Prize. As the shuttle approaches, Dr. Nicholson's wife, Anne, and Starlab Research Director Mark Cassidy enter Starlab Control.
Is that my husband's shuttle on the screen?
Sure is. Electra, could we please have Dr. Nicholson on screen 12?
Roger, Starlab. Hello, Anne.
Oh, welcome back. You look terrific.
Oh, you look pretty terrific.
How does it feel to be so famous?
Feels fantastic. Oh, you should have seen the looks on their faces.
Richard? My God, what's happening?
Starlab, we have a feeder line blown. NO3 level is subcritical and rising.
Seal off the flight deck. Initiate emergency venting procedures. The escape pod. Get to the escape pod.
Oh, wait!
In the aftermath of Dr. Nicholson's tragic death, the International Space Authority decrees that he be interred on Lethe, a man-made mortuary planetoid created as a resting place for Earth's honored dead. But Anne Nicholson, grief-stricken and bitter, refuses to go to Lethe, and when Mora tries to encourage her, Anne becomes angry.
Then you take him to Lethe, Mora. You salute all those stupid flags and smell all those dying flowers.
There won't be any flags, Anne, or any flowers or speeches or anything like that. It's a private ceremony between you and Richard.
Oh, I'm tired, Mora. Will you please leave me alone?
Lethe's supervisor is Simon Toddmaster. Unknown to anyone aboard Starlab, Simon Toddmaster, since his release from prison, has become an expert manipulator of all those things that go bump in the night. A man who now controls the dark, eerie powers used by ancient demon sorcerers. and the terrifying nature of those powers become apparent when the Orcus Omega docks at Starlab, and Toddmaster is left alone with Ann Nicholson.
Anne.
Yes.
Would you like to see Richard again? Alive?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I want to see Richard. I want to hold him and touch him and talk to him.
Then come with me to Lethe and have Richard back again.
Meanwhile, in Starlab's communications center, Mara receives an urgent message from ISA Commissioner White.
We just got confirmation on it, Mara. Toddmaster's in control of image infusion, and he's using it to create the illusion of bringing the dead back to life.
Commissioner, he's with Anne right now.
Get on the intercom and tell her to stay put. I'll stand by.
Jerry!
Yes, Mara.
Shut the doors on the Orcus Omega's launch bay.
Mara, the Orcus Omega took off 3 minutes ago.
Was Ann Nicholson aboard?
Yes, she was.
Meanwhile, aboard the Orcus Omega, Toddmaster has put Anne into a deep Twilight Blossom trance and has learned that only she knows the location of secret bacteriological warfare tapes based on her late husband's research.
Did she tell you where the tapes are?
Not yet, but she will when her dead husband rises from the grave and takes her in his arms again.
Oh. Dark dreams of immortality on the nightmare edge of time as part 2 of the Resurrectionists of Lethe unfolds within the dark, lonely sanctuaries of alien worlds.
Hi, how you doing?
Oh, am I glad to see you two.
What's been going on around here? Everyone looks so depressed.
Well, losing Richard like that is part of it.
Well, what's the other part?
Anne's been kidnapped.
Kidnapped? What? By who?
It's a long story. Do you remember Simon Toddmaster?
As Mara explains the details of Ann Nicholson's kidnapping to Buddy and John, and Commissioner White approaches Starlab aboard an ISA priority shuttle, the Orcus Omega jets toward the dark horizons of Lethe, a man-made mortuary planetoid which is slowly losing its identity and will, in the cold, satanic nights to come, be transformed into an alien world. Alien Worlds continues. Hoping to formulate a plan to rescue Ann Nicholson from the spell of Simon Toddmaster's death dreams, and in the process put an end to Toddmaster's illegal use of image infusion, ISA Commissioner White arrives on Starlab to confer with Mara, John, and Buddy.
How did you manage to find out what Toddmaster was doing, Commissioner?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that myself.
It was purely accidental. You remember Benjamin Thorndancer?
The thought weapon theorist. Didn't he die last year during an omega wave feedback experiment?
Yes, and he was interred on Lethe. Well, his wife went up there 3 days ago to visit the crypt. On her way back, she had a serious heart attack. Luckily, there was a physician on board the same shuttle, and he managed to keep her alive until they could reach an ISA hospital ship.
Did she pull through?
Yes, but they had to perform emergency bypass surgery. She came out of the anesthesia raving about Toddmaster and how he'd brought her husband back to life. So the next day we sent up an ISA interrogation specialist to talk to her. She told him everything.
What did she say actually happened?
Well, when she arrived on Lethe, Toddmaster presented her with a bouquet of flowers. Twilight blossoms, she said he called them. 1 minute she was smelling them, and the next she was in some kind of a arena talking to her husband. And, well, you know the rest.
Well, what does Anne have that this crypt keeper wants?
Richard had made a major breakthrough in the use of alien spore mutations for bacteriological warfare. Nan is the only one who knows where the data tapes are.
If that mausoleum maniac gets his hands on those tapes, well, he could put us all 6 feet under.
Mara? Commissioner White?
What is it, Jerry?
I've got a transmission coming in from Lethe. It's Ann Nicholson.
Anne? Well, patch her through, Jerry.
Hello, Maura?
Anne, are you all right?
Of course I am. Why shouldn't I be?
Is Simon there with you?
Yes, he's right here. He's been wonderful. I don't think I've ever met such a kind and sympathetic man. Maura, I want you to come up to Lethe. Simon said he didn't get a chance to spend very much time with you on Starlab. He thought it would be nice if we could all have dinner together before I leave. How does that sound?
Why, that sounds wonderful, Anne. When?
Tomorrow night. Just the 3 of us, okay?
All right, Anne. Just the 3 of us. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Just the 3 of us, huh? John, Freddie, what do you say we make it dinner for 5?
Well, I hope it's not formal. My electric tie and tails are still at the cleaners.
You realize he's setting a trap.
I know, but he doesn't know that I know. And if we're careful, we just might be able to get Anne away from that lunatic before something happens to her.
Old wine, sweet music, candlelight, delicious food, good friends. It will certainly be an evening to remember, won't it, Anne?
Yes, it certainly will, Master.
18 hours later, Delta One blasts off from Starlab and streaks toward Lethe. Mora, alone at the controls, John and Buddy hidden in a portside storage locker, which has been lined with scanner shielding, a precaution taken before blast-off to prevent Toddmaster from detecting more than one life form aboard the Delta One.
Hey, Skipper, how about us getting out of here for a few minutes? I'm starting to feel like a cross between a pretzel and the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Relax, buddy.
Well, I wish we would have had enough thin-core shielding to line the starboard locker. It's a lot bigger.
Sorry, buddy. What do you think Toddmaster would do if he detected more than one life form aboard?
Oh, please, don't tell me.
He'd probably kill Anne and blow the Delta One into the next galaxy.
Oh, Skip, I told you not to tell me.
Berkey, would you mind stepping in here, please?
Not at all, Master. Here I am, Master.
Where?
Right here in front of you.
Berkey, you've gone transparent again. Step back into the light a little bit. Thank you.
Sorry I disappeared like that.
It's all right, Berkey.
It wasn't my fault.
I didn't say it was.
You built me. I can't help it if I'm here today and gone tomorrow.
Berkey, if you don't pay attention, you're going to be gone tonight.
Oh, my.
How's Mrs. Nicholson?
Who?
Berkey, I'm warning you.
I put fresh bouquets of twilight blossoms around her bed, just as you ordered. She's sound asleep.
And by asleep, to say we end the heartache and 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is heir to, 'tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. Has Dr. Nicholson's replicate been programmed?
Yes, Master. It knows exactly what to ask her. And the Illusion Theater is ready for your inspection.
Ah, the Illusion Theater. The play certainly is the thing, Berkey?
The play is the thing. Certainly. The thing certainly is. The certainly.
Oh, I knew he wouldn't get that one. Ratchet.
You called, Master?
Put Imagerina 4 on the screen.
Coming up.
Well, my dear Ratchet, you've certainly outdone yourself this time. If I didn't know better, I'd swear I was looking at old Cape Cod. Is that the Nicholson summer house there in the background?
Yes, Master.
Could you bring it in where it belongs, Ratchet? It doesn't look quite right sitting out there in the ocean.
Oh, sorry, Master. One of the hologram mirrors must have shifted.
Yes. Now let me see Dr. Nicholson's replicate. Oh. Richard, are you excited about seeing Anne?
Yes, Simon. I am excited.
Thank you, Richard. Ratchet, he doesn't seem all that thrilled. Can you pep him up a little?
I'll give it my best, Master.
I'll see that you do. And by the way, how is our replicate of Maura Cassidy's father coming along?
It will be ready for programming by morning.
Well, thank you, Ratchet. Keep up the good work.
Delta One has entered Lethe Control, Master. ETA 5 minutes.
Very well. Prepare to guide Maura Cassidy down. Berkey, scan the ship and make certain she's alone.
Oh, yes, Master. Only one life form on board. Lethe Control to Delta One. Retro to descent.
Maura orbits the Delta One into a descent vector above Lethe. John and Buddy hidden in a shielded storage locker to prevent detection by Lethe's life form scanners. On Lethe itself, Ann Nicholson lies in a death-sleep coma induced by narcotic twilight blossoms, only hours away from an encounter with her dead husband, an illusion created by Simon Toddmaster, a man who has abandoned the sunlight and stars and has gone to dwell among the gods of mist and darkness at the razor's edge of alien worlds. Alien Worlds continues. Maura, John and Buddy land on the mortuary satellite Lethe. Their safe arrival, the first stage of a plan to rescue Ann Nicholson from Lethe's mysterious mortician, Simon Toddmaster. An undertaking which will soon continue with a quiet dinner between Maura, Ann, and Toddmaster, and hopefully end with Toddmaster getting his just desserts.
Roger, Lethe Control. I'm on the pad.
Stay where you are, Dr. Cassidy. I'll be right over to pick you up.
Delta One, out. You two all right in there?
I keep telling you, Sheriff, this locker just ain't big enough for the both of us. We're fine, Maura.
I've already switched on the beep center Carl concealed in Richard's metal, and I'll give it to Anne the minute I see her. Your micro receivers are on the console. One of them is tuned to Anne's beeper. The other one is tuned to my button transmitter.
Dr. Cassidy.
For God's sakes, don't lose track of us. Coming! Well, Simon, I see that you've managed to maintain your taste for exotic foods in spite of everything.
In spite of everything? What do you mean?
You know, 2 years in Jastro prison and nearly 2 years here on Lethe. Not exactly the kind of places that encourage the aesthetic sensibility.
No, but you're wrong, Maura. Monotony, isolation, and darkness happen to be our greatest gifts, and I respect them because they eventually make one realize that we are truly alone in this highly overrated dimension we call life. And it's only by being alone that we can come to terms with our soul and our senses.
And is that all there is, ultimately? The soul and the senses?
Ultimately, yes. They know each other better than we can ever know ourselves. They complement each other perfectly, and they reassure each other in times of imbalance. Do you know the works of Oscar Wilde?
No, I don't.
You should familiarize yourself with them, Maura. There's a particularly beautiful passage in one of his novels, The Picture of Dorian Gray. Dorian is out in the garden drinking in the sweet perfume of the lilac blossoms, and Lord Henry walks to him and says, "You're quite right to do that, for nothing can cure the soul but the senses, just as nothing can cure the senses but the soul."
You've been very quiet this evening, Anne.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry. I'm very tired. Well, if you'll please excuse me, I want to spend some time in the chapel before I go to bed.
Don't forget Richard's medal, Anne.
What? Oh, yes, Richard's medal. Thank you for bringing it to me, Maura. Good night. Good night.
Good night. Sleep well.
I think I'll go to bed too, Simon. Oh.
Well, thank you for a marvelous evening. I'll see you in the morning.
Well, good night, Volar.
Good night.
Pleasant dreams.
Oh, pleasant dream, that lousy crypt keeper. Hold it down, buddy. Come on, let's get to the chapel. Lead on, Skipper.
This corridor has more turns than a labyrinth. I don't remember where the chapel was.
I do. It's right over there. Get back, Skipper. Someone's coming. It's Anne. Shut off the beeper. She'll hear him. Okay, it's Toddmaster.
Gentle voices calling.
He was a little off key, wasn't he?
Lovely, isn't it, Anne? The way the candlelight transforms the flowers into living shadows.
Oh, yes. Beautiful.
Richard is waiting.
Oh, Richard.
I'm not saying this place is cold, Skipper, but if I had any brass monkeys, this is the last place I'd keep them. Take it easy. Here comes Mara. Mara, over here.
Where's Anne?
She and Toddmaster went into the chapel a half hour ago.
Half an hour ago? Well, come on.
Ready?
Let's go.
They're gone. John, the deep scanner.
Over here. She's behind the wall.
Well, feel around for a lever or something.
Here, behind the tapestry. Hey, get this. A real-life secret panel.
Now, Anne, if you'll just sit here. That's right. Berkey, bring up the lights in the arena.
Yes, Master.
Richard.
Damn you, Mara. Damn you.
Get away from that console, Toddmaster.
Berkey, Ratchet, kill the intruder.
Get down, Skipper. Toddmaster, Buddy, take out the other two.
Master, help us.
John, blast the control panel.
Berkey, Ratchet, my children. You're killing my beautiful children.
Mara, what's happening?
I am the resurrectionist of Lethe, master of the dead, master of the dead, master of the dead.
He's melting. Toddmaster is melting.
God, they're all androids. Mara, where am I?
Let's get out of here. This place is gonna blow any minute.
For Anne Nicholson, a narrow escape from the machineries of deception and death. For Mara, John, and Buddy, another experience to be filed away under the heading of attempted immortality. And for the android Simon Toddmaster, the sudden, disquieting stillness that visits all things electric when the power fails and the lights go out. An artificial man with a synthetic mind, incapable of knowing creation's most perfect flesh and blood law. That death, like life, is its own master.
Well, how's Anne today, Mara?
Oh, fine, Commissioner. Dr. Rossiter says she'll be able to go back to Terra tomorrow. Is it true about Simon?
Yes, an ISA security squad found his body this morning. It was in a sealed crypt under the floor of the chapel. Spectrocyte poisoning.
A laboratory accident a long time ago. I never told anyone.
How did you find out?
A diary in his casket. You should all read it sometime. He was an extraordinary man. He perfected image infusion for use as a holographic communicator. Nothing more. And because he knew he'd die before he'd finish it, he built a synthetic alter ego to carry on his work. Well, I've got a shuttle waiting. Goodbye for now, and again, congratulations on a job well done.
Thanks, Commissioner. We'll talk to you later, Mara.
I'll be here.
Library.
Ingrid? It's Dr. Cassidy. Will you please check and see if there's anything down there by Oscar Wilde? I'm interested in one of his novels. The Picture of Dorian Gray.
The Resurrectionists of Lethe was based on a story by Betty Julius and written by Ron Thompson and starred Chuck Olson, Linda Gary, Bruce Philip Miller, and Corey Burton, with guest stars Hans Conried, Susan Brown, George DiCenzo, Cliff Norton, Jack Lukes, Joseph Sakari, and Sally Smaller. Associate producer Jeff Allen. Musical director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so until next time, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for another adventure on Alien Worlds. Above the Earth, slowly rotating through the silent voids of space, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, the International Space Authority, ISA, watches over an eternity of uncharted galaxies and the countless planets orbiting within their starlit borders. For 6 days and nights, 2 drone laboratory pods, the Osiris and the Anubis, have been floating in a safety orbit 1,500 kilometers beyond Starlab. Aboard the Anubis, physicist Paul Kramer is completing a dangerous hydrogen plasma experiment. 200 meters away aboard the Osiris, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy is monitoring the experiment's data and relaying it to the Mycroft computer aboard Starlab. It is July 19th, 2026, 0815 Universal Interstellar Time, as this week's adventure, The Keeper of Eight, takes us from the routine of a deep space laboratory experiment into the mysterious light and shadow of Alien Worlds.
Paul, check the plasma chamber seals again. I'm still getting a red light on number 4.
I read 000 across the board, Mara. There must be an indicator malfunction on your end.
Let's cross-check it. Osiris to Starlab. You there, Valerie? Valerie? Oh, Dr. Reed, good morning.
Oh, sorry, Mara. You caught me with a mouthful of toast. Anyway, Paul's right. Mycroft also reads 000.
Oh, you mean I've got a short circuit? Oh, how embarrassing.
Well, do you think you could stop blushing long enough to spacewalk on over here?
Just as soon as I get my helmet on. Why, what's the problem?
The valence analyzer I brought up from Tara was a gift from the Institute, and I sure don't want to leave it behind. Mara, I'm going to need your help taking it apart so we can get through the airlock.
Okay. Shoot the umbilical over and I'll show you why I almost ran away with the circus to be a tightrope walker.
Here it comes.
Umbilical secure. I'm on my way.
Depressurizing her airlock, Mora swings open the hatch and floats from the zero-gravity interior of the Osiris into the starlit vacuum of deep space. Her tinted glass helmet and metallic yellow pressure suit glittering in the clean, white light of the sun.
Paul, can you see me?
I sure can. Loud and clear.
What's so funny?
You're upside down. Wait a minute. Mora, I'm reading a ship in the area, 057 and closing. Do you see it?
Hold on. Let me get turned around. Yeah. Yes, I see it. It's black. There aren't any markings. It's shaped like a bat. Tremendous wingspan. It's moving into a parking orbit directly above us. Something's coiling out of one of those nose vents. Looks like a metallic black snake. Oh, it's moving forward!
Meanwhile, at the nearby Stargazer security station, Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff, unaware of what has happened at Vector 448, inspect the new ISA Deep Space Interceptor, Solaris.
4 Alpha sunburst engines, primary and secondary energy absorbent field generators, high-density particle deflectors. Hey, this baby's really loaded. Yeah, hard beam photon shielding, 5 dual laser turrets, and a modified Starsmith parsec accelerator. Now tell me, buddy, what more could you ask for in a ship? How about a Michelle and a Mitzi? A what? A Michelle and a Mitzi. Is that some kind of top-secret equipment I haven't heard about? Not exactly, Skipper. Michelle and Mitzi are those 2 terrific-looking inspectors standing over there. Oh. And from where I stand, their equipment is anything but secret. Buddy, just between you and me, have you ever been accused of having sexist leanings? Let me put it this way, Skipper.
Attention all paramedic search vessels. This is an emergency rescue alert. Pilots and crews report to the information office in your sector. Captains Graydon and Griff, please contact the bridge.
Come on, buddy. Let's use the radio aboard the Solaris. Right. Solaris to bridge. This is Captain Graydon.
I have some bad news, John. The Anubis laboratory pod exploded 5 minutes ago. Dr. Kramer was inside.
Exploded? Dr. Kramer. What about the Osiris? What about Dr. Cassidy? Is she all right?
We don't know, John. She was EVA when the Anubis blew up.
Well, for God's sake, what happened?
We don't know that either, buddy. They had finished their experiment, and Star Lab was about to launch a shuttle to pick them up when an unidentified ship came into the area. 30 seconds later, the Anubis exploded.
All right, feed the coordinates into the Solaris onboard computer. We're going out there.
Roger.
Mora. Not Mora.
Status check, green secure.
Shocked by the tragedy of the Anubis laboratory pod explosion and fearing for the life of Dr. Mora Cassidy, John and Buddy prepare to launch the Solaris into Deep Space Vector 448, unaware that this is only the first step on a journey that will soon bring them into contact with not one, but 2 alien worlds. Continues. 2 drone laboratory pods, the Anubis and the Osiris, float in a safety orbit beyond Starlab. Aboard the Anubis, Dr. Paul Kramer has just completed a dangerous hydrogen plasma experiment. Dr. Mora Cassidy has left the Osiris and is spacewalking between the 2 pods. Suddenly, An eerie, bat-shaped vessel appears from the dark vacuum of space and lashes out at the Anubis with a gleaming metallic black tongue. The Anubis erupts in a fury of twisting light and shattered metal. Dr. Kramer is killed instantly. Mara vanishes. The Osiris is carried away by the shockwave of the explosion. John Graydon and Buddy Griff streak toward the area aboard the Solaris, followed by Stargazer rescue ships. Meanwhile, the mysterious Batwing alien vessel moves into a parking orbit behind the moon.
What quantity of hydrogen plasma was withdrawn from the Earth probe by our penetrator before the explosion? 2,000 fusion qubits. Enough to fill the planet generators of every ship in the Armada. Enough for every Shadow Sentry, Light Assassin, Scan Watcher, and Penetrator Guide who wears the dark armor of Draconia. I wonder what the humanoid was doing with so vast a quantity of concentrated hydrogen. No matter. Mosk, convey my compliments to the Scan Watcher who detected the pod, and to the Penetrator Guide who withdrew the hydrogen with such unusual skill. I accept your thanks on their behalf, my lord. Mosk, has there been any sign of the Keeper? Not since we entered this galaxy. Perhaps we've slipped away from him. Don't fool yourself, Mosk. He's clever. Extremely clever. He'll find us, eventually. And when he does, he'll do everything in his power to prevent us from reaching the hydrogen fields of Terra. How much time will you need to assemble the Armada? It can be done within 4 solar days. Then do it. Yes, my lord. Where are you, Keeper? In this galaxy? On Terra? Or perhaps you're down there, on the dark side of the moon?
As Mask prepares to assemble the Draconian Armada for an assault on Terra, and Warp fantasizes about a mysterious pursuer known only as the Keeper, John and Buddy enter Vector 448 aboard the Solaris and begin their desperate search for Mara Cassidy.
Buddy, what's that on screen 6? Take it easy, Skipper. Let's magnify it and have a look.
It's the plasma chamber from the Anubis.
Damn it. Wait, something's not quite right here, Skipper.
What do you mean?
The chamber's still intact. If the hydrogen plasma didn't explode, what did?
I'll tell you what. I'll stay here and watch the lifeform scanner screen. You get down to the recovery bay and take the chamber aboard with the grapplers. We'll turn it over to the spectrograph on Starlab. They can analyze it. Maybe they can tell us what happened.
That's good. John, about Mara. She's alive until we prove otherwise, okay?
Of course.
I'll talk to you from recovery.
Starlab to Solaris.
Solaris, go ahead, Starlab.
John, it's Valerie. Anything?
We found the plasma chamber from the Anubis.
It's completely intact, isn't it?
Yes, it is. How did you know?
I've been scanning the area on the elemental spectrum analyzers. There isn't a trace of hydrogen plasma residue.
Then what caused the explosion?
Skipper, get down here.
What is it, buddy?
The plasma chamber. There's a hole in it about the size of my fist. And so help me God, I can hear someone breathing.
Buddy, Skipper, grab that other pulse wrench off the wall. We've got to get this thing open. Where's the hole? There, on the other side. Listen. Come on, Skipper, come on. Watch out, buddy.
Mara!
Take your feet, buddy. Easy.
Skipper, the whole left side of her helmet is split open.
Mara, can you hear me? Get her gloves off and check her fingernails.
They're normal, Skipper. No sign of anoxia.
Her lips are normal, too. Let's get her out of the suit.
Right. Blinding.
Take it easy, Mara. You're safe now.
God.
I'm safe. Inside. How?
Buddy, hasn't it hit you yet? What? We just took Mora out of a 1-ton plasma chamber, hermetically sealed from the outside, with no way in except through a 6-inch hole. Now, how in the name of God did she get in there?
Talking about how some kind of vampire ship came up on them and did something to the Anubis that made it explode. And there was a brilliant white light all around her, and that's all she remembers.
You're sure she's all right?
Positive. The body scan John did on her in the medical chamber showed that everything was perfectly normal.
Well, Dr. Rossiter wants to examine her anyway, so take her directly to sickbay when you dock.
Roger, Starlab. Solaris out.
I know what Dr. Rossiter said, Mora, but I think you should take it easy for a day or two.
John, I feel fine.
You better get some rope, Skip. Looks like we're going to have to tie her down.
Hi, Mora. How you feeling?
Oh, Valerie, am I ever glad to see you. What have you got there, Valerie?
Your report. I'd like to go over it with you.
Come on, buddy. We've got work to do. We'll be down in Docking Bay 4 if you need us, Mora.
All right, see you later. You look more serious than usual, Valerie. What's on your mind?
How you got inside the plasma chamber. I've worn every circuit in Mycroft to a frazzle trying to figure it out.
Have you tried the Houdini file?
The Houdini file?
It's a joke, Valerie.
Oh, sorry, Mara. My sense of humor escaped me there for a minute.
Oh, yes. Well, maybe we can get a volunteer from the audience to help you find it.
Dr. Cassidy, is Dr. Reed with you?
Oh, yes, I'm here, somewhere.
The Mycroft's printing out the results of your molecular transposition program.
Oh, I'll be right there. Be back in a few minutes, Mara. Mm-hmm. Maybe Mycroft's finally come up with something.
I hope so.
What on earth?
What on earth? No more, no less than on any other planet, Mora.
I know your voice. Where are you?
Sometimes I'm here, sometimes I'm there. I'm here, there, and everywhere.
Who are you?
My father was infinity. My mother was the light. I am Echo, the keeper of fate.
Translucent fragments of cool white light materialize in Mora's quarters and slowly puzzle together to form a calm, shimmering pool of ethereal radiance, free-floating in the center of the room. From within the pool, the timeless voice of Echo, the keeper of 8, the guardian of infinity, a pure energy being from the elsewhen and elsewhere of alien worlds. Alien Worlds continues. A mysterious alien vampire ship has destroyed the laboratory pod Anubis, killing physicist Paul Kramer. Floating in space near the Anubis, at the moment of its destruction, Mora somehow escapes death and is found by Buddy and John sealed inside a plasma chamber from the Anubis. Her presence there, a logical impossibility. Now, after being taken back to Starlab, alone in her quarters, Mora suddenly finds herself in the presence of Echo, the keeper of 8, a free energy being who has suddenly manifested in the form of a radiant pool of floating light.
I am the last of an ancient race of Star Watchers, a refugee from a parallel universe, destroyed in the sub-void annihilation that created the star system.
A parallel universe? You mean there used to be more than one?
There still are, Mora. Hundreds of them. Beyond the time-space continuum of this one.
What are they like?
You know that as well as I do.
I don't understand.
You dream, don't you?
Yes, I dream.
And when you do, you pass from the illusion of one universe into the illusion of another. And then another. and then another. Each is a reflection of the other, endlessly echoing through the antediluvian corridors of infinity.
What happened during the explosion?
Molecular dematerialization of what might have been the moment of your death. While their numbers were still disintegrating, I transformed you into pure energy and rematerialized you inside the plasma chamber. If I hadn't, you would have been killed by the shrapnel debris of the exploding pod.
But my helmet was split open.
It was struck by a pod fragment an instant before I dematerialized you. I sealed it with thought until the chamber was taken aboard the Solaris. So lucky I happened to be in the neighborhood.
Yes, lucky. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Echo. Oh, God, thank you.
The vampire ship that killed Dr. Kramer is part of an armada from the Draconian system. They're preparing for an assault on the hydrogen fields of Terra.
Hydrogen fields? On Terra?
The Draconians are hydrogen guild leaders. Even their economy is hydrogen-based. They trade among themselves like currency. But, like any system that bases its economy on a single element, there are power struggles, greed, waste. The hydrogen vaults of Draconia are nearly empty, and a civil war is raging throughout their system for control of what remains. They need vast amounts of hydrogen to restabilize themselves, and they intend to take it from the Earth's oceans.
Then Paul's death was an accident, wasn't it?
Yes. When they penetrated the hydrogen plasma chamber, they punctured the pod's retro fuel tanks. That's what caused the explosion.
Pure oxygen is one of the most explosive gases in the universe. The Earth would be saturated with it if they removed the hydrogen from our oceans. Echo, how can we stop them? Where's the Armada? What are their weaknesses?
I have to leave you now, Mara.
Echo! Come back, Echo!
Echo? He called himself Echo? Are you absolutely certain you weren't having some kind of delayed stress reaction?
John, you know me better than that, and I know me better than that.
I believe you, Mora. I just wanted to be sure that you believed you.
It all fits, Skipper. The problem now is how to deal with the Draconians. We don't even know where they are.
I don't think that Draconian ship is very far away.
Oh, Valerie, I forgot you were listening. Why? What makes you say that?
The element scanners are reading a first magnitude concentration of hydrogen somewhere behind the moon.
That might be it.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Mora, do you feel up to a little ride in the Solaris?
I certainly do. I'll meet you in the launch bay after I talk to Commissioner White.
Hey, what about me?
I don't know, Valerie. It could be dangerous.
Danger is my middle name.
Oh, I thought Daphne was your middle name.
Oh, Mara.
Okay, you can come along. Meet me in the communications center.
Mara, is her middle name really Daphne?
I was just kidding, buddy. Her middle name really is Danger.
As Mara hurries toward the communications center, John and Buddy enter a pneumatic lift and descend to the launch bay complex located in Starlab's huge central hub. Meanwhile, 250,000 miles away, the Draconian vampire ship continues to drift in a parking orbit 1,000 kilometers above the dark side of the moon.
With your permission, my lord? Yes, of course, Musk. My time is yours. The Armada will enter this star system 2 solar days hence. It will consist of 200 multi-atmosphere assault cruisers, a flight of 1,800 siege raiders, 600 defense penetrators, and 1,000 armed tankers. 1,000 tankers. Excellent. That's twice the number I expected. How did you manage it, Musk? A bribe, my lord. 9,000 fusion qubits of hydrogen to the magistrate of the Opposition Alliance. Economic seduction. Still the broadest and most effective avenue to conquest, especially during a civil war. 9,000 fusion qubits. A small price to pay for 500 tankers the magistrate will never see again. My assumption is correct, isn't it, Musk?
Yes, my lord. Our shadow sentries boarded the opposition tankers and neutralized the crews as the Armada was passing through the Twilight Meridian.
Of course. The Twilight Meridian.
Are you two strapped in back there?
Anytime you're ready, John. All set.
Okay, buddy. Let's do it. Synchronize all computer functions.
We have a positive decoder interlock on all data terminals. Manual launch functions are canceled. Real-time status is 20 seconds to ignition and counting.
Buddy, you know we don't know what the Draconians are going to do when they see us. So as soon as we get a fix on their ship, lock in our photon shielding and energy-absorbent field generators, and activate all laser turrets.
Okay, Skipper. Come on, Solaris. Let's go!
Behind the moon, a Draconian command ship floats in orbit, waiting for the Armada it will lead in a vampire assault against the hydrogen-rich oceans of the Earth. Aboard the Solaris, Buddy, John, Mora, and Dr. Valerie Reed, jetting toward the moon to investigate the bat-winged alien vessel from what they hope will be a safe distance. And somewhere in the starlit spaces between the two ships, Echo, the Keeper of Eight, a pure energy being from a lost parallel universe, an intelligence whose power and wisdom is destined to become the Earth's sole defense in the coming struggle with the darker forces of alien worlds. The Keeper of Eight was based on a story by Skip Press and written by Ron Thompson. Associate producer Jeff Allen. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Laurie Tyler. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next time, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for the conclusion of The Keeper of Eight on Alien Worlds. Above Earth's windy skies, slowly rotating through the silent voids of space, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. 1,500 kilometers beyond Starlab, two drone laboratory pods float in a safety orbit. Aboard the Anubis, Dr. Paul Kramer is conducting a dangerous hydrogen plasma experiment. Aboard the Osiris, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy monitors the experiment's data. As the experiment draws to a close, Dr. Kramer contacts Maura.
Maura, I'm reading a ship in the area, 057 and closing.
Yes, I see it. It's black. Shaped like a bat. Tremendous wingspan. It's moving into a parking orbit directly above us. Something's coiling out of one of those nose vents. Oh! Oh, it's moving toward!
The Anubis erupts in a fury of twisting light and shattered metal, killing Dr. Kramer instantly. News of the tragedy is flashed to Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff at the nearby Stargazer security station. The two pilots jet toward the area of the explosion aboard the new deep space interceptor Solaris, while the bat-winged alien vessel moves into a parking orbit behind the moon.
What quantity of hydrogen plasma was withdrawn from the Earth probe by our penetrator before the explosion? 2,000 fusion qubits. I wonder what the humanoid was doing with so vast a quantity of concentrated hydrogen.
Meanwhile, John and Buddy have located the plasma chamber from the Anubis, and as John watches the life form scanner screen, Buddy takes the chamber into the ship's recovery bay with magnetic grapplers. Suddenly...
Skipper, get down here. The plasma chamber. There's a hole in it the size of my fist. And so help me God, I can hear someone breathing.
John rushes to the recovery bay where he and Buddy frantically unseal the huge plasma chamber with high-speed pulse wrenches. Inside, they find...
Mora!
Light. All around. Bright. Blinding.
Take it easy, Mora. You're safe now.
Safe. I'm safe. Inside.
Buddy, we just took Mora out of a 1-ton plasma chamber, hermetically sealed from the outside, with no way in except through a 6-inch hole. Now, how in the name of God did she get in there?
John's question is answered 2 days later, when a shimmering pool of unearthly radiance appears to Mora as she sits alone in her quarters. From within the pool, the timeless voice of Echo, the Keeper of 8, the free energy being from a lost parallel universe.
The vampire ship that killed Dr. Kramer is part of an armada from the Draconian system. The Draconians are hydrogen-fueled breathers. They need vast amounts of hydrogen to restabilize themselves, and they intend to take it from the Earth's oceans.
Pure oxygen is one of the most explosive gases in the universe. The Earth would be saturated with it if they removed the hydrogen from our oceans. Echo, how can we stop them? Where's the Armada? What are their weaknesses?
I have to name them, Mora.
As Mora discusses the strange appearance and disappearance of Echo with John and Buddy, an intercom message comes through from Dr. Valerie Reed, head of Starlab's Plasma Research Unit.
I don't think that Draconian ship is very far away. The element scanners are reading a first magnitude concentration of hydrogen somewhere behind the moon.
That might be it. Well, there's only one way to find out.
After boarding the Solaris, Mora, John, Buddy, and Dr. Reed jet toward the moon to investigate the bat-winged alien vessel as Part 2 of The Keeper of 8 takes us into the mysterious light and shadow of not one, but 2 alien worlds.
Solaris to Starlab.
Starlab, go ahead, John.
Our scanners have just locked onto the Draconian ship. It's hovering 50 kilometers above the Lucas Kubrick crater chain. THX coordinates 1138 at subvector 2001.
We're locking in now.
Thanks, Jerry. Solaris out.
John, Valerie and I are getting a little edgy back here. Isn't there something we can do?
How about a snack?
Oh, buddy, how can you think of food at a time like this?
It's easy. I'm hungry. Skipper, is there an Echo in here?
There is now, buddy.
Mora? Incredible.
What is it, buddy?
Would you believe a mysterious pool of talking light?
Echo?
Hello, Mora. Hello, Valerie.
We'll be there in a flash.
You certainly will.
Mora! Valerie!
Echo, that was fantastic. Wow, what a rush.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Echo, how do you get people from one place to another so fast?
Laura, darling. She's been through the process before.
Echo, I'm beginning to feel a little strange. So am I.
Me too. What's going on?
You're all about to enter a metamorphic coma. And when you return to consciousness, you'll discover that in addition to being oxygen breathers, you'll be riding over the hydrogen environment as well.
But why?
You'll see. Pleasant dreams.
In The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, Samuel Coleridge writes, "O sleep, it is a gentle thing, beloved from pole to pole. She sent the gentle sleep from heaven that slid into my soul." A poem from the distant past, perfectly echoing the deep, metamorphic future sleep that silently enfolds Maura, John, Buddy, and Valerie on the extraterrestrial frontier of an alien world. Side of the moon to investigate the Draconian vampire ship. 8 minutes away from visual contact with the alien vessel, Echo, the Keeper of Eight, materializes and subjects Maura, John, Buddy, and Dr. Valerie Reed to molecular transmutation. A few moments later, they fall into a deep metamorphic coma that will radically alter their cellular pathology and body chemistry. A transcendental sleep from which they will awaken with the ability to breathe lethal hydrogen.
What year is it?
It's still 2026, buddy. How do you feel?
Well, that's the best news I've ever had.
Echo, why have you made it possible for us to breathe hydrogen?
So you can survive aboard the Draconian vampire ship.
Oh, yeah? And me without my wooden stake.
And me without my Christopher Lee outfit. Echo, what do you want us to do?
The very thing you all want to do. Go aboard their vessel and meet them face to face.
Well, that sounds very dangerous.
The Draconians had planned to withdraw all the hydrogen from the oceans of Earth. It's a final desperate attempt at survival. They're not an aggressive race. They only use their armada as a bluff toward hostile intruders. If their system were so divided by the reactionary pressures of civil war, Warp, Mosk, and Vina wouldn't be acting so silly.
Warp, Mosk, and Vina? Who are they?
Warp is head of the Draconian Coalition. Mosk is his subordinate preceptor. And Vina is magistrate of the Opposition Alliance.
Well, what can we do?
Kill Warp and Mosk where they can find alternate sources of pure hydrogen.
How are we going to do that?
I know where the sources are, Maura. And I'll tell you where they are before you see Warp and Mosk.
Well, wouldn't it be easier if you just told them yourself?
Yes, it would. But if I did, Draconia and Earth would still be strangers to each other. You see, I arrange circumstances wherein strangers become friends. Now, how do you suppose they'll feel about Earthlings if you guarantee their survival for centuries to come?
Are you sure we'll be safe?
Buddy, you already are.
Right, we already are.
Attention, Earth ship. You're intruding into a Draconian defense perimeter.
I believe there's a call for you, John.
Yeah.
With your permission, my lord.
My time is yours, Mosk.
The Earth vessel is holding its position.
Is it a fighting ship?
Yes, my lord. 5 binary laser turrets and an ancillary system of particle beam injectors.
Then our destruction is a certainty.
The Earthlings don't wish to engage us, my lord. They've asked permission to come aboard.
For what reason?
They claim to have information that will ensure the survival of Draconia.
Without going to war?
Yes, my lord. Without going to war.
What is your opinion, Mosk?
They know why we're here. They even know our names. Those 2 facts alone lead me to believe they've had a visitation from the Keeper.
The Keeper wasn't always our enemy, Mosk.
Yes, my lord.
Chaos. Desperation. Oh, this terrible civil war.
We've gained more than we've lost, my lord.
Yes, but our methods. Why were we so blind and arrogant, Musk? We should have begun our search for alternate sources of hydrogen half a century ago. Yes, we should have listened to the Keeper then.
Perhaps the Earthlings are giving us one final chance to listen now.
Have them come aboard, Musk.
Yes, my lord.
They're certainly taking their time about it, aren't they? Take it easy, Valerie. Echo wouldn't have left us alone out here if it wasn't safe.
Attention, Solaris. You have been granted permission to come aboard. Guide your vessel under ours and enter through the illuminated docking bay. Will you require survival costumes?
No, we're able to survive in your atmosphere.
Proceed.
Firing the inertia rockets of the Solaris, John slowly guides the sleek white interceptor under the huge black Draconian ship and enters a docking bay illuminated with diffused violet light. As the shadow sentries stand silent, Mora, Buddy, John, and Valerie move into the airlock of the Solaris and prepare to enter the hydrogen's strange atmosphere of an alien world. Alien Worlds continues. Mora, John, Buddy, and Valerie have entered the Draconian vampire ship. Their body chemistry temporarily altered by Echo, the Keeper of Eight, an alteration that allows them to breathe the hydrogen atmosphere of the huge Batwing spacecraft. During the 2 hours that have passed since they entered the alien vessel, Warp, head of the Draconian Coalition regime, has decided to reconsider his attack on Earth's hydrogen-rich oceans. A decision based on a mysterious series of star charts Mora has given him.
Forgive my skepticism, Mora. Are you absolutely certain these star charts are accurate?
I'm positive, Warp.
Well, we'll know soon enough. I didn't realize there were so many sources of hydrogen within our own galaxy. This planet here, it's uninhabited. Its atmosphere is hydrogen pure, and it's only a fractional light year away from Draconia.
With your permission, my lord.
Yes, Blur. What is it?
I've just received a report from our Equatorial Observatory. The 3 planets are there, just as the star charts indicate.
Thank you, Blur. Why didn't we notice them before?
Well, to be perfectly honest, Warp, they weren't there before.
You confuse me.
The Keeper of Eight.
So, the creation of these planets is his work.
He didn't create them, Warp. They already existed. He simply borrowed them from the Terrellian system.
With your permission, my lord.
Contact the Armada. There will be no war with Terra or any other planet. We're going home.
Oh, thank goodness.
A few moments later, Warp's message is flashed to the Draconian Armada as it enters Jupiter space. 200 multi-atmosphere assault cruisers, 1,800 siege raiders, 600 defense penetrators, and 1,000 armed hydrogen tankers slowly break formation, turn 180 degrees, and regroup near Callisto, one of Jupiter's 9 moons. The Armada's new course? Draconia, by way of the Twilight Meridian. Meanwhile, in the launch bay of Warp's command ship, Mora, John, Buddy, and Valerie prepare to board the Solaris for the return flight to Starlab.
It's unfortunate that we couldn't have spent more time together, Mora.
We'll have plenty of time together at the beginning of Terra's new solar year, Warp.
I don't understand.
6 months from now, an intergalactic congress will convene on Starland. I'm going to arrange for Draconia to be represented.
Thank you, Mora. I only hope that... Mask. What's wrong? A communique from the Armada. As it was leaving Jupiter space, it passed a flight of Opposition Alliance tankers and siege raiders. Vina is proceeding with the assault on Terra. Wasn't she told the Keeper has provided? She dismissed the information as a deceit tactic to prevent her from reaching Terra before we do.
Then it looks like we're right back where we started.
Buddy, where are you going?
To use the radio in the Solaris. Somebody has to tell Stargazer to scramble those interceptors.
That's my boy.
Pilots and crews, attention. This is a priority combat alert. Launch factor, red. Rendezvous with Solaris at THX coordinates 1138, subvector 2001.
As 3 squadrons of SET interceptors bank away from Stargazer and jet toward the dark side of the moon, John, Buddy, and Warp board the Solaris, blast out of the Draconian command ship's launch bay.
The guidance thrusters on all our ships are located in outboard wing pods. By disabling any 2 pods on either wing, the ship will be unable to maneuver and will be forced to withdraw from combat.
SET leader to Solaris, we have you inside, over.
Max, is that you?
In person, John, what's happening?
There's a flight of Draconian ships between Jupiter and Mars. Subvector coordinates 047. Target grid Alpha 9 or 6. Attack pattern Omega Blue. Now this is a non-lethal engagement, Max. Direct your fire at their wing pods only.
Roger, wing pods only.
Okay, let's go.
There they are, Skipper.
John, before you commence the attack, I'd like to try to reason with Vina.
Open a close proximity channel, buddy.
Okay, Warp. Go ahead.
Vina, can you hear me?
I hear you, Warp.
The Keeper has placed infinite sources of hydrogen in our galaxy.
Vina, this is Captain John Graydon, commander of Earthship Solaris. Warp is telling you the truth.
Have you formed an alliance with Warp, Captain?
Not just with Warp, with all Draconians.
Warp doesn't represent all Draconians. I'm leading my ships to Terra.
Solaris to SCT leader, over.
Go ahead, Solaris.
Take Blue Squadron in over the tankers.
Will do, John.
Skip, we got a bogey at 2 o'clock. Yellow Squadron, circle the perimeter of the tanker formation and watch for targets of opportunity.
Roger.
Red Squadron, behind us, 2 by 2.
Roger.
Remember, wing pods only. Let's go.
Dive out of there, Blue 4. I'll take the other pod. Break it off, Yellow Niner. They're opening another gun forward to the tail. I'm right behind you, Red 5. Let's go around again.
Yellow 3, get off those 2 stragglers at 6 o'clock.
Red Leader, get up from under that lead tanker. The wing's starting to break off.
Solaris to all squadrons. Regroup at 219 degrees and hold your positions. I got a scope on it, Skip. How's it look, buddy? Hard to tell. There's a lot of wing debris floating around out there.
Vina is now ready to listen to reason.
Fox, have you a casualty report?
There are no casualties, Vina. Neither death nor injury. It appears that the attack objective was to disable our ships, not take lives.
I don't understand. You haven't understood for a long time, Vina. Echo. Vina. Vina, whatever am I going to do with you? You're such a fool. Am I? Yes. And the stubborn one at that. The Earthship attack wasn't calculated to destroy you.
only you're beneath an armed force, and you're conceit that you are right and war is wrong. War never determines who's right, Dina, only who's left. Now, if you really care about the future of Draconia, you'll return to warship with Captivity and stay there until you and Warp resolve your differences.
I'll go, Echo, but
No buts about it, Tina. Remember, those 3 hydrogen planets are a gift. And what the Keeper gives us, the Keeper can darn well remove it.
You mean you've been trying to get these two together for 50 years?
That's right, Mona. Half a century ago, I proved to Warp that Draconia's hydrogen will be totally depleted within 35 solar years. He said that was more than enough time to find alternate hydrogen sources and went on about business. Then I told Nina, who finally made it known to the entire planet. But she turned around and used it as a political issue to agitate against war.
How many times over the past 50 years have you tried to bring them together?
I lost count, which for me isn't easy. I finally left them alone to learn their lessons the hard way. But when they decided to extend their foolishness to terror, I came out of retirement.
I'm glad it's over, Echo.
yes, thank you for returning us to ourselves.
Echo, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Why are you called the Keeper of 8?
Why, buddy, don't you know what you get when you lay the figure 8 on its side?
Infinity. The symbol for infinity.
I live inside eternal mist, where children dream and lips are kissed, and wander ancient starlit shores that lead through misty midnight doors. I tinker with time, I toy with space, I change the shape of fortune's face. Now you know why the Keeper of 8 has a name that rhymes with fate.
The Keeper of 8 was written by Ron Thompson and starred Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Peter Leeds, Lorene Tuttle, Janet Waldo, Joe Mascolo, Pete Renaday, and Ellie Tompkins. Special voice parts by Renee Faryar, Barbara and Tom Rounds, Nikki Wine, and Scott Payton. Associate producer Jeff Allen. Music director Tom Rounds. Our engineer was Stu Jacobs. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Vocoder by Kai Kraus. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next week, this is Roger Dressler, inviting you to join us for another adventure on Alien Worlds. Skies of Earth, slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. On Earth's moon, 250,000 miles beyond Starlab, Omega General Industries have uncovered the corroded hull of an ancient spacecraft during a lunar mining operation. Excavating further, they discover the mummified bodies of 50 extraterrestrial humanoids and a strange statue made of jet black crystal. Mining Operations Director Ray Farrell contacts the science complex at Lunar Base 12.
Roger, Omega General, Mine Pit 15, 9 kilometers due north of Clavius. A research team is on the way. Don't touch anything till they get there. Lunar Base 12 standing by.
2 hours later, Professor Victor Conrad and his research team arrive at the excavation. They finish their preliminary investigation at 0830 the next morning.
Hey, how's it going, Professor?
Well, the spacecraft's been under the lunar surface for close to 1,000 years. The aliens were killed by something that turned their eyes and nervous systems into black crystal.
Black crystal? Like the statue?
The body samples and the statue samples are identical.
Well, what do you make of that damn statue anyway? The thing gives me the creeps.
I've seen that image 100 times, Mr. Farrell, carved in stone on most of the Gothic cathedrals of Europe. It's a gargoyle, a supposedly mythical creature that symbolizes ultimate spiritual evil.
1,000-year-old alien spacecraft buried beneath the lunar surface, and with it, a 4-foot-tall gargoyle made of black crystal. Mysteries from a forgotten time, waiting for a solution, as part 1 of the ISA conspiracy, The Darkbringers, takes us from the bright side of the moon into the unearthly light and shadow of alien worlds.
Lunar Base 12 to Starlab Control.
This is Starlab. Go ahead.
Professor Conrad is standing by for Dr. Cassidy.
She's right here, Professor.
Mora, has the statue arrived yet?
It'll be here in about a half an hour. We heard from the shuttle a few minutes ago.
How is it being transported to Earth?
We've got an SCT cruiser standing by.
Well, tell them to be careful with it, Mora. When they ran the thermal tests, it started to emit an ultraviolet glow that had all of us hallucinating.
Hallucinating? What do you mean?
For a few minutes there, we thought the statue was coming to life. Scared the pants off of us.
Coming to life? How did you get it to stop radiating?
Well, Arthur had the presence of mind to shut down the thermal generators, but the statue was still about 10% active at room temperature. We finally sealed it in a small liquid oxygen pot. As long as it's kept cold, it's completely inert.
We'll be careful with it, Victor. Anything else?
Yes, we're going to continue experimenting with the statue samples we've kept here. I'm setting up a photon saturation test now, and I'd like to interface our data terminals with your Mycroft computer, so you can monitor the tests from there.
Good, no problem, Victor. What will you need?
A couple of standard mode multiplexer channels should do it.
All right, I'll see to it right away.
And Mora, would you mind setting up a visual link, just in case?
Just in case of what?
I am not sure, but this whole business with the statue has everyone on edge around here. Even though it is gone, something about it is still here. Something quiet and dark.
Something invisible that waits in silent shadow, watching. Something the pilot and co-pilot of the lunar shuttle carrying the statue are unaware of.
Well, you'd better go ahead and start the pre-ignition cycle for the retros. It looks like we picked up about 3 minutes when I cleared the booster nozzles.
3 minutes, 18 seconds to be exact. It just came up on the ETA monitor. I'll let Starlab know we're going to be...
Oh, no. Meteorite puncture. Right through number 4 cargo bay. Well, it was just as an Ardelu.
Oh, boy. How big's the hole?
A little over 3 centimeters, according to the hull sensor. About the size of a marble.
Marble, huh? Steely, cat's eye, or shooter?
What?
Technical talk, Frank. I guess you didn't shoot marbles when you were a kid.
No, I lost mine by the time I was 13.
Give me my helmet. I'll go back and seal up that hole.
Yeah, well, the closest I ever got to marbles after that was Chinese checkers.
Do you still play?
Oh, once in a while.
Well, let's have a game or two when we get to Starlab.
Oh, all right. $5 a game.
Make it 10 and you're on.
Sold. Lunar
Lunar Shuttle 19 to Starlab.
Starlab, go ahead.
We're making better time than I thought. Our revised ETA is 10 minutes, 10 seconds.
Roger. Your new docking coordinates are 08 Alpha. Approach vector 2902.
Thanks, Starlab. How's it going back there, Lou?
The meteorite sheared the top off the pod with a statue in it. The liquid oxygen's leaking out.
Well, I told you it wasn't our day. Have you sealed the hole?
In the hull, yeah. There's not much I can do about the pod.
Well, they said to keep the statue on ice. Tell you what, flood the hole with chill vapor from the fire control system. That should keep it cold enough until we dock.
Frank, there's something moving around back here.
Well, what is it?
I don't know. It's hard to see anything through the chill vapor. Frank!
No!
An ancient shadow creature is loose aboard Lunar Shuttle 19. The sound of its unearthly fury merges with a terrified scream of co-pilot Lou Stratton. Then, silence. Pilot Frank Hollister activates the visual scanner in Cargo Bay 4.
Oh, my God. Lou!
Firing the shuttle's booster rockets, he accelerates toward the safety of Starlab, bringing with him the demon spirit of an alien world. Alien Worlds continues. A decaying alien spacecraft, the mummified bodies of 50 extraterrestrial humanoids, and a black crystal gargoyle have been found buried beneath the surface of the moon. The gargoyle is taken to the science complex at Lunar Base 12, where during a routine thermal experiment, it begins to radiate an ultraviolet glow that causes terrifying hallucinations. Discovering that the statue is inert when cold, Professor Victor Conrad seals it into a liquid oxygen pod and sends it to Starlab aboard Lunar Shuttle 19. 10 minutes away from the giant space station, the hull of the shuttle is penetrated by a tiny meteorite that splits open the statue's pod. The shuttle's co-pilot goes to Cargo Bay 4 to repair the meteorite puncture and is suddenly attacked by something dark and unearthly.
Flight recorder, Dr. Cassidy. How many times do I have to go through this?
This is the last time, Lieutenant, I promise.
It won't work.
What do you mean? What won't work?
All this interrogation. You're not going to trap me into saying anything I haven't said before.
Look, no one's trying to trap you.
Oh, come on. Who do you think you're kidding? Yesterday it was the security officer, Major Wheeler. Last night it was Dr. Rossiter. Today it's you. You're working up a psychological profile on me, right?
You're wrong, Lieutenant. None of us had any intention of...
Lee Stratton was my best friend, Dr. Cassidy. But there just wasn't anything I could do.
When did you realize it was too late?
When I switched on the visual scanner and saw him hanging upside down from the storage rafter. His face. The look on his face.
What else did you see?
The statue, sitting there in the corner, looking up at him.
Professor Conrad?
Yes, I'm right here.
I've got Starlab on Scrambler Channel F. It's Dr. Cassidy.
Good. Patch her through.
Victor, Lieutenant Stratton's autopsy report just came off the computer. I have the printout here in front of me.
Anything definite on the cause of death?
No, there were too many variables. But the projections range all the way from 6 kinds of heart failure to terminal neuroinduction.
Terminal neuro... You don't mean death by psychic suggestion?
That's what it says here.
What about the black crystals in his eyes and nervous system?
They're identical to those you took from the bodies of the extraterrestrials. But Mycroft couldn't compute either the source or the structure.
What else?
His brain. It was 364 grams lighter than the average for a man his age.
What about the size?
Well, that's what's so strange, Victor. The size wasn't changed at all, just the weight. What do you think?
I think I'll go ahead with the experiments on the statue samples we've kept here.
I don't know, Victor. The statue arrived at the ISA lab an hour ago. Well, couldn't you at least wait till they've had a chance to look it over?
We can't afford to postpone the experiments any longer. Whatever happened on the shuttle might happen again. Besides, we've got a 48-hour head start on ISA. We may as well take advantage of it.
All right. Victor, have you come up with anything to explain how the statue got out of the pod?
Not unless you're willing to accept the possibility that the statue really isn't a statue at all, but some kind of transmorphic creature that feeds off the psychic energy of intelligent beings.
Well, I'm going to have to think about that. Good luck with the test. And please, Victor, be careful.
We will.
You got a minute, Victor?
Of course, Rachel. Come on in.
We just finished the comparative analysis of the scanner tapes we made of the statue when it was here and the scanner data of the statue transmitted from Starlab. I don't know if you're ready for this. We weren't. But the statue's changed.
Changed? In what way?
Well, the scan made after the shuttle incident shows that it's 60 millimeters taller than it was when it left here.
Are you sure?
We cross-checked everything.
What else?
Well, the face. It's not looking straight ahead anymore. It's looking up at an angle of 57 degrees.
Go on.
The statue's heavier by 364 grams.
As the mystery of the black crystal gargoyle deepens, so does the urgency to discover and resolve its supernatural secrets. At Lunar Base 12 Science Complex, Professor Conrad and his research team prepare a photon saturation test on 2 small crystal samples removed from the statue during an earlier experiment.
Rachel, will you please ask Arthur and Misha to meet me in conference room 4? I'd like to have a word with them before we start. And you had better join us, too.
Right away, Victor.
Back aboard Starlab, preparation of a visual link between Starlab Control and the interior of Professor Conrad's moon laboratory is supervised by Maura Cassidy.
Sally, I think the visual feed from Lunar Base should be cross-linked with Mycroft. That way, if something goes wrong with the VTR, we can always retrieve the pictures from the computer.
Okay, I'll have it programmed in about 15 minutes.
On Earth, the statue arrives at the ISA Research Center and is locked in a refrigerated laboratory vault where ISA technicians begin their own experiments.
All right, let's shave off a couple of 2-micron specimens and get them under the electron microscope.
Hideous damn creature, isn't it? Wonder what it's looking up at.
Meanwhile, Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff bank the SET interceptor Solaris away from the freighter convoy they've been escorting to the Timian 3 shipping lanes and jet towards Starlab.
Did they ever figure out what it was? Not really. Scientific opinion was divided about 70-30.
In favor of an alien spacecraft?
No, in favor of a meteor.
How many people saw the explosion?
Well, there were quite a few villages about 500 miles away, and everyone living in them saw it.
At that distance?
Skipper, when that thing exploded, it lit up the sky as far away as London. And the sky stayed that way for 3 days and nights.
Huh. When did all this happen?
1908.
Amazing. Where do you get these books, anyway?
Ingrid, the librarian on Starlab.
No.
She came across this one while she was looking for an Oscar Wilde novel that Mora wanted to read.
And what made her think that you'd be interested?
The title. It's called The Fire Came By.
Starlab Control to Solaris.
This is Solaris. Go ahead, Jerry.
Mara's like to speak with you.
Put her on.
John, do you have enough fuel to take a side trip to the moon?
Buddy? Yeah, we're okay. What do you want us to do, Mara?
I've scheduled a conference with Professor Conrad. Pick him up at Lunar Base 12 and bring him here. He's starting an experiment now, but he should be finished by the time you get there.
Okay, we'll take care of it, Mara.
Hello, buddy. Goodbye, buddy.
Cute, Mara. Cute.
In the science complex at Lunar Base 12, Professor Conrad places a sample of the statue into a Stellatron Systems PC-80 photon chamber. On Starlab, Mora watches by remote visual link as Professor Conrad seals the chamber, sits down at a control console, and presses a button. Radiant white light illuminates the chamber's observation ports as the needle-thin beams of 6 neothane xelium lasers penetrate the statue's specimen, a fragment of night chipped from the lightless atmospheres of an alien world. Alien Worlds continues. As John and Buddy jet toward the moon aboard the Solaris, Professor Conrad and his research team move into the second stage of their photon saturation test with a black crystal gargoyle specimen. On Starlab, Mora monitors the experiment by remote visual link. On one screen, a wide-angle interior view of Professor Conrad's moon laboratory. On a second screen, the bright metal pyramid-shaped photon chamber.
Rachel, the spectroscope is starting to shift out of phase. Will you please check it?
Right away, Victor.
Arthur, what was your last refractive index reading?
It didn't even register. The crystals are absorbing all coherent light up to 8,000 angstroms.
All right. Let's switch over to the neon borazine lasers. Program them for a 1 milliradian beam, and we'll work our way up from there.
All right.
How are you doing, Mora?
I'm not quite sure. I don't think I should have had whatever that was I had for lunch. We get some pretty weird food around here sometimes.
Well, chew a couple of papaya enzyme tablets. They'll fix you up in no time. And if you wish to stretch your legs or anything, you'd better do it now. This next part of the experiment is going to take a while.
No, I think I'll just sit here and plan my revenge on the Starlab chef.
We're ready, Victor.
It looks like intermission's over, Mora. All right, Rachel. Turn them loose.
Oh, my God.
Victor! Victor!
Private Cassidy, what's going on? I just saw some telemetry from Lunar Base.
Look, there's been an explosion. Jerry, contact the Solaris and tell them to get to Lunar Base 12 as fast as they can.
Starlight Control to Solaris. Starlight Control to Solaris.
Sally, get hold of the ISA lab and tell them to stop their experiments with the statue until they hear from me.
This is Solaris. Go ahead, Jerry.
I'm on my way.
I've got the Solaris, Mara.
We're coming up on it now, Mora.
Have you had any radio contact with them?
No, not a word. Even the microwave safety beacon has stopped transmitting. Skipper. Screen 5. My God, what happened?
John, buddy, what is it? What do you see?
Mora, Lunar Base 12 no longer exists.
What do you mean?
It's been blown to pieces, completely leveled. The entire base. Skipper, Screen 6.
Buddy, what is it? What's happening?
A ship, just above the horizon. It's moving away from us. Magnify it, buddy. Looks something like an old Tarantula-class gunship, except it's about 5 times bigger. Jerry, record this.
We're rolling.
It's black. Stacked wings angled down about 60 degrees. Yellow markings that look like Cyrillic script, only upside down. Gee, Skipper, what do you make of that?
Keep talking, buddy.
Short black spikes are starting to bristle out all over the hull. Oh, Skipper, it's turning around. Mora, stand by. We're going in for a closer look at that ship. Open a close proximity channel, buddy. Let's see if they'll talk to us. You're on, Skipper. This is Earthship Solaris. Please identify yourself. Skipper, let's get some altitude before their aim improves. This is Earthship Solaris. Our intentions are not hostile. Please. All right. I'll try it one more time, but that is it. You better let me do it, Skipper. Every time you talk to them, they shoot at us.
Solaris, there is still time.
Time for what?
Escape.
From what?
Ask your dead brothers and sisters on the wasteland below us.
Damn you. You did that? You murdered all those people? But why?
They were committing sacrilege.
Just who are you?
Disciples.
Of what?
Lightlessness.
I've had about all of this I can take. Hold on, buddy. Skipper, lightning is pouring out of those spikes and crawling all over the hull of their ship. Activate the rest of the laser turrets, buddy. We're going around again. Didn't even phase them, Skipper. That lightning soaked up our lasers like a sponge. We're hit. Flame out on number 4 thruster. There goes number 2. The starboard fuel pods are split open. Skipper, if we don't get out of here now, we'll have to set her down on the moon. I don't want to leave that ship to Starlab.
Solaris, we are aware of the thing you name. Don't concern yourself with its safety. It is one of our destinations.
Come on, Skipper. It's now or never.
Use docking bay 4, John. The crash barriers are up and the fire control crew is standing by.
John, where's that ship?
Right behind us. Turn your seat around, buddy. Here we go.
John, buddy, are you all right?
We're okay. Come on, buddy. Let's get out of here.
Mora, the alien ship, screen 10.
Listen to me, Starlab.
Who are you?
I am Stygos, High Priest of the Trell. You have stolen the symbol of our redemption.
The symbol? The statue?
Narl is his rightful name. We have traced him to your moon. We know his presence has graced the machine you live in. Where is he?
I don't know.
Then take your last look at the stars. The Trell. A race of bloodless shadow beings, searching for their symbol of redemption. An icon of lightless crystal, representing the dark god Narl. An ancient demon creature, creeping through the starless dimensions of alien worlds. Part 1 of the ISA conspiracy, The Darkbringers, was written by Ron Thompson. Our cast included Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Byron Kane, Charles McGraw, Molly Dodd, and Ernie Anderson. Associate producer Jeff Allen. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Roger Brossi. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so until next week, this is Roger Dressler, inviting you to join us for Part 2 of the ISA conspiracy on Alien Worlds. Above the windy blue skies of Earth, slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Last week's episode began on Earth's moon, 250,000 miles beyond Starlab, when Omega General Industries uncovered the corroded hull of an ancient alien spacecraft during a lunar mining operation. Carefully widening the excavation, the moon miners find the mummified bodies of 50 extraterrestrial humanoids scattered in grotesque positions around a 4-foot-high statue made of glittering black crystal. 2 hours later, Professor Victor Conrad and his research team arrived to investigate. Conrad takes the statue to the science complex at Lunar Base 12. 24 hours later, he contacts Dr. Maura Cassidy on Starlab.
Maura, has the statue arrived yet?
It'll be here in about a half an hour. We heard from the shuttle a few minutes ago.
How is it being transported to Earth?
We've got an SCT cruiser standing by.
Well, tell them to be careful with it, Maura. When we ran the thermal tests, it started to emit an ultraviolet glow that had all of us hallucinating. For a few minutes there, we thought the statue was coming to life. We finally sealed it in a small liquid oxygen dart. As long as it's kept cold, it's completely inert.
About 10 minutes later, the shuttle carrying the statue is penetrated by a tiny meteorite that splits open the statue's pod. And when the shuttle co-pilot goes to Cargo Bay 4... When the shuttle arrives at Starlab, the co-pilot is found hanging upside down from a storage rafter, dead. And the statue is found outside its shattered pod, staring up at the co-pilot's contorted body.
Victor, have you come up with anything to explain how the statue got out of the pod?
Not unless you're willing to accept the possibility that the statue really isn't a statue at all, but some kind of transmorphic creature that feeds off the psychic energy of intelligent beings.
The next morning, Conrad and his research team resume their experiments with the statue samples they've kept at Lunar Base 12. But as Maura sits in Starlab control, monitoring the interior of Conrad's moon laboratory by remote visual link...
Dr. Cassidy, what's going on? I just saw some telemetry from Lunar Base.
Look, there's been an explosion. Jerry, contact the Solaris and tell them to get to Lunar Base 12 as fast as they can.
John, buddy, what is it? What do you see?
Maura, Lunar Base 12 no longer exists.
What do you mean?
It's been blown to pieces, completely leveled. Skipper, screen 6.
Buddy, what is it? What's happening?
A ship, just above the horizon. We're hit.
Its starboard fuel pod split open, and 2 of its thrusters damaged by laser fire from the alien ship. The Solaris banks away from the moon and makes an emergency landing on Starlab. A few moments later...
Maura, the alien ship, screen 10.
Listen to me, Starlab. I am Stygos, High Priest of the Trell. You have stolen the symbol of our redemption.
The symbol? The statue?
Gnarl is his rightful name. We have traced him to your moon. We know his presence has graced the machine you live in. Where is he?
I don't know.
Then take your last look at the stars.
Starlab's confrontation with the trail ship continues as part 2 of the ISA conspiracy, the Diatons, takes us deeper into the mystery of the dark god Gnarl, an ancient demon creature from the starless dimensions of alien worlds.
Just wait. Please wait. I know where he is. But if you destroy us, you'll never find him. Because I'm the only one who does know.
The secret of Gnarl's whereabouts is not yours to keep.
And the lives of the 200 men and women at Lunar Base 12 were not yours to take.
They were violating the sanctity of Gnarl by subjecting the fragments of his being to the light.
But they didn't know they were doing anything wrong.
Gnarl is not a merciful divinity in the sense that you understand mercy. Neither is he forgiving in the sense that you understand forgiveness.
But there's nothing about innocence to forgive.
Where is he?
I don't know.
Suffer the darkness until you do.
Mara! Mara!
Mara, what the hell's happening to her?
Don't touch her! Don't touch her!
Buddy, medical alert. Which one? Which button?
Sector 4, buddy. The yellow one.
Mara, don't try to act. Just lie still.
This is Medical 4. Stay where you are. An emergency unit is on the way.
Jerry, your hands. Are you all right?
I guess so.
What happened?
Well, she was watching the screen, talking to the alien. And then the screen threw off a tremendous burst of color. And then the lightning was all over her. It was so cold, it burned my hands.
John?
I'm right here, Mara. And so is Buddy. Dr. Rossiter's on her way.
John, I'm blind.
Sightless, visionless, unseen, Mora's eyes eclipsed by a light-fearing intruder from an alien world. A burst of color erupts from a visual scanner screen in Starlab control. Filaments of sub-zero lightning lash out and curl around Mora, freezing her in a painful web of cold, crawling electricity. A web Stygos has somehow spun from his ship, which lurks near Starlab like a huge, dark spider. When the lashing ribbons of lightning finally release her, Mora falls, blind.
Your blindness is just a warning, Mora. How long it lasts depends upon how soon you tell me where Gnarl is.
Shut down all the transmitter frequencies, Jerry. Now run a check on Screen 10's receiver circuits. Whatever they use must have come in through the outside lens. Okay. What are you going to do, Mora?
They find out where the statue is. God knows how many more people got killed. I can't tell them. I just can't.
Are you sure?
Yes. No, I don't know. Why does everything depend on me? Can't anyone else make a decision?
John, the receiver circuits on Screen 10 are completely burned out.
Okay. Shut the louvers and all the outside scanner lenses.
They're closed.
Oh, Dr. Rossiter, am I ever glad to see you.
Diana.
Mara, what happened?
I've been blinded.
Oh, my dear God.
There's a hostile alien ship outside. It fired some kind of energy beam in through one of the scanner screen lenses.
All right, Mara. Now, let's have a look. I'm shining the light directly into your eyes. Can you see it?
No. But I think I can feel it.
I'm taking the light away. Now, I'm shining it into your eyes again.
Yes. Yes, I can feel it.
Let's get her on the stretcher and take her up to sickbay.
Take her for a second. Okay.
Jerry, you better have Dr. Rossiter take a look at your hands.
I'm okay now.
What do we do now, Mora?
Tell Stygos you know where the statue is, but explain that it's going to take time to get it back here. If that doesn't work, use our photon injectors on his ship. Maybe they'll be able to do what the laser cannons on the Solaris couldn't. I'll contact Commissioner White and tell him what's going on. Now, come on, Diana. Communications first, and then sit back.
Sound General Quarters, Jerry. Okay, open a close proximity frequency. Let's see how good we are at telling the big lie. Stygos, this is Captain Graydon.
Have you made a decision?
Yes, we've decided to give you the statue.
Our sensors indicate that Gnarl is no longer aboard your machine.
No, he isn't, but we've contacted the laboratory where he was taken, and our scientists are sending him back.
You're lying, Captain Graydon. We've monitored no transmissions.
Close the channel, Jerry. Now open number 8 scanner lens and project a target grid onto the screen. All right, interface the coordinates of the ship with our photon injectors. We have a target interlock. Stand by. And for God's sakes, keep away from the screen. 4, 3, 2, 1... No good, Skipper, no good. Their force field is deflecting everything. The ship's coming around. Jerry, shut down screening. Too late. Buddy, hit the deck. Crawl away from the lightning. It stopped. What happened? Jerry, let's see what's going on. Skipper, the ship's moving away from us. Buddy, look! What is it? Magnify it, Jerry. My God. It's a city. A floating city.
As the black metal insect ship of the Trail stalks away into the dark distances of deep space, a huge floating platform appears and slowly moves towards Starlab. On the platform, a dazzling architectural phantasm, a dream city of white crystal towers, transparent steel minarets, gleaming arches, and pale metal domes. As John, Buddy, and Jerry stand silently in Starlab control, watching the approach of the shining mirage-like metropolis, Mora tries desperately to contact Commissioner White at the ISA Command Center on Earth.
I'm sorry, Dr. Cassidy, but it's a top security conference. Commissioner White left strict orders that he wasn't to be disturbed.
Listen, we've got an emergency situation up here.
I'm only following orders.
Yeah, right. That's what they all say.
Now, Mora, if you don't change your tune, I'm going to be forced to stick a tranquilizer syringe in your backside.
ISA, please have him contact me as soon as possible.
I will, Dr. Cassidy. ISA out.
If I could only see.
Mora, we haven't even examined you yet. And already you're acting like a poor little orphan child who's got herself lost in the woods.
I am?
Yes, you am. Don't start feeling sorry for yourself now. We have too much to do.
Attention all Starlab personnel. The emergency alert is terminated. Stand down from general quarters and return to your stations. Dr. Cassidy, please contact Captain Graydon and Starlab Control.
John, it's Mara. What's happening?
The troll ship has broken off its attack and left the area.
What did you do to get him to back off?
It wasn't anything we did. It was something else.
What?
A city.
A what?
A floating city.
Are you serious?
Mora, he's serious. It's holding a position 2 kilometers off Starlab. A huge space platform with a fantastic white city built on it. It looks like something out of a futuristic Arabian Nights.
I'll be right there. Come on, Diana, take me back up to the bridge. John, is it still out there?
Hasn't moved an inch.
Oh, Mora, it's so beautiful.
Are you here, Jerry?
I'm right here.
Please, open a close proximity frequency.
Go ahead, Mora.
This is Dr. Mara Cassidy. Would you please identify yourself?
Dr. Mara Cassidy. Which of those three names do you have the greatest affection for?
Mara.
We are the Diatons, Mara, and we inhabit the star city of Imbria. I am Phaedra, Sky Priestess of the Before Time. We know your machine has experienced an encounter with the Trell. Did Stygos harm you?
Yes. Yes, he did. I'm blind.
Can you feel the light on your eyes?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Then it will be my pleasure to restore your sight.
It will?
Of course. We have no vehicles of our own, so transport yourself here to Imbria. A projection of light will guide you. I'll be waiting.
Oh, yes. Jerry, call the short-range vehicle hangar and tell them to get a shuttle ready. John, Buddy, Diana, let's go to Imbria.
Imbria, a fantasy of gleaming crystal and bright transparent metal, a construct of light and serenity and magic. A floating star city, casting its radiance over all who grope their way along the blind corridors of alien worlds. Alien Worlds continues. Inside the white crystal city of Imbria, which floats 2 kilometers beyond Starlab, Phaedra kneels in her meditation chamber, listening to a sky mantra, the Diaton healing music she will use to restore Mara's sight. On Starlab, Mara, John, Buddy, and Dr. Diana Rossiter enter the short-range vehicle hangar and move toward the shuttle that will take them to Imbria.
How's it going, Bobby?
You might as well get aboard, John. We'll have her fueled in another 10 minutes.
Aboard the Black Trail insect ship, Stygos, alone in his quarters, receives a message from his tracking systems officer.
Stygos, what do you want? As our ship withdrew from Starlab, we monitored a transmission. It was the voice of the female. Who received the transmission? A laboratory on Earth. Alter course. That laboratory is our new destination.
Meanwhile, at the ISA laboratory, Commissioner White and Julian Benedict, head of the World Council's Experimental Weapons Section, are debating over which of their 2 organizations should have possession of the Black Crystal statue, Narl.
Matthew, if we can take the energy that statue puts out and incorporate it into some of our experimental thought weapon hardware, we'll be years ahead of everyone else in that area. Don't you see the advantage of that?
No, Julian, I don't. This is a science complex and not an arsenal.
Matthew, weapons development is as much a part of science as molecular biology or celestial mechanics.
Is it? When was the last time you heard of someone being killed by a microscope or a mathematical equation?
The bomb started out as a mathematical equation, didn't it?
Yes, and so did triple-yield agriculture and antibiotics and spaceflight. The bomb was created within the reality of a global war, Julian. That reality no longer exists, and I see no reason to encourage its return. The last thing we need is a repetition of the arms race of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Didn't the Petroleum War teach you anything?
That had nothing to do with us.
It had everything to do with us, Julian, and you know it.
I want that statue.
Julian, do you believe in the evolution of human consciousness?
Of course I do.
And what about immortality? Do you believe in that?
Yes, I suppose so.
Then would you mind telling me of what use weapons are to evolution and of what use war is to immortality?
I didn't come here to discuss abstract philosophy.
The statue stays here, Julian.
Do you know what this is, Matthew?
I haven't the slightest idea.
It's a World Council directive signed by the Secretary, ordering you to release the statue to my section.
Julian, we both know your section is being phased out. Why are you going through all this?
It won't be phased out for another year. And if I can help it, it won't be phased out at all. After all, what if the statue should fall into the wrong hands? What would be our defense against it?
Can I see that directive? Thanks. You'll have to excuse me now, Julian. I have things to do. And stay away from my people. I've already given them orders not to cooperate with you. As far as you're concerned, I'm the ISA, and this is between us.
What is this, Matthew? Some kind of conspiracy?
Yes, it is, Julian. A conspiracy of my values against yours.
Everyone strapped in?
Wait a minute, buddy. Mora, shouldn't that strap go over instead of under?
What strap?
The one you're sitting on.
Oh, I was wondering what that was. Yes, thanks, Diana.
Okay, buddy, let's run it down. Navigation and thrust vector systems? Check. Attitude gyros? Locked. Service propulsion and reaction control systems? Positive.
Commissioner White on B channel.
Thanks, Jerry. Punch him in, buddy.
I just got your message. What's going on up there?
More than I ever thought possible. How soon can you get here?
Well, it all depends. Does it have anything to do with the statue?
It has everything to do with the statue.
All right, I'll leave right away.
Now, where were we? Ignition, Skipper? Don't mind if I do.
John, Buddy, Mora, and Dr. Rossiter jet toward the Diaton Star City, Imbria. Commissioner White enters the short-range vehicle dome near the ISA laboratory and boards a priority shuttle. 5 minutes later, the shuttle is towed from the dome to launch pad 6. Then, as the setting sun slowly erases the day, the shuttle lifts off and disappears into the darkening sky, racing towards Starlab on twin streams of fire. Meanwhile, 550 kilometers above and 400 kilometers south of the ISA laboratory, the Black Trail insect ship enters the Earth's ionosphere.
Approaching the laboratory, Stagos. Have precautions been taken? Our impulse deflectors will confuse the echo patterns of any detection beam that touches us. We will appear to them only as a flaw mirage. Leave me now. I sense that you are restless now, but be patient. The disciples are near. The deliverance is at hand.
Part 2 of the ISA Conspiracy, The Diatons, was written by Ron Thompson. Our cast included Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Russi Taylor, Michael Rye, Francis Bay, Robert W. Morgan, and Ernie Anderson. Associate producer Jeff Allen, music director Tom Rounds, engineer Stu Jacobs, assistant to the producer Roger Brossi. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so until next, inviting you to join us for The Light Storm, the conclusion of the ISA conspiracy on Alien Worlds. of the windy blue skies of Earth, slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Last week's episode continued with an attack on Starlab by an alien ship commanded by Stygos, High Priest of the Trell, a race of bloodless shadow beings searching for their lost symbol of redemption, an ancient black crystal gargoyle.
Narl is his rightful name. We have traced him to your moon. We know his presence has graced the machine you live in. Where is he?
I don't know.
Suffer the darkness until you do.
Suddenly, a burst of color erupts from the screen displaying the alien ship. Filaments of sub-zero lightning lash out and curl around Mora, freezing her in a painful web of cold, crawling electricity. When the lashing ribbons of lightning finally release her, Mora staggers back and falls.
I'm blind.
Your blindness is just a warning, Mora. How long it lasts depends upon how soon you tell me where Narl is.
But before Stygos can press his attack, a new image appears on a second scanner screen.
What is it? Magnify it, Jerry. My God. It's a city. A floating city.
This is Dr. Mara Cassidy. Would you please identify yourself?
We are the Diathons, Mora, and we inhabit the star city of Imbria. I am Phaedra, Sky Priestess of the Before Time. We know your machine has experienced an encounter with the Trell. Did Stygos harm you?
Yes, he did. I'm blind.
Then it will be my pleasure to restore your sight. We have no vehicles of our own, so transport yourself here to Imbria. A projection of light will guide you.
Meanwhile, at the International Space Authority Laboratory on Earth, ISA Commissioner White and Julian Benedict, head of the World Council's Experimental Weapons Section, are at odds over which of their two organizations should have possession of the Trell statue.
You know what this is, Matthew? It's a World Council directive signed by the Secretary, ordering you to release the statue to my section.
Can I see that directive? Thanks. You'll have to excuse me now, Julian. I have things to do. And stay away from my people. I've already given them orders not to cooperate with you. As far as you're concerned, I'm the ISA, and this is between us.
What is this, Matthew? Some kind of conspiracy?
Yes, it is, Julian. A conspiracy of my values against yours. Half an hour later, Commissioner White boards an ISA priority shuttle and blasts off for Starlab. Meanwhile, the Trell ship, guided by an earlier radio transmission from the giant space station, enters Earth's atmosphere and moves toward the ISA laboratory.
I sense that you are restless, Narl, but be patient. Your deliverance is at hand.
And now, Lightstorm, the conclusion of the ISA conspiracy on Alien Worlds.
Where are we now, buddy? How close?
We're 1,700 meters away, Mora. There's the beam, bright and beautiful.
Who is with you, Mora?
3 friends, John, Buddy, and Diana.
Who is your pilot?
I am Phaedra. John.
Just a moment. John, our scan tracings indicate that your propellant emits a lethal mist. Will you please terminate your engines? Our atmosphere is delicate.
If I shut down the thrusters, we won't be able to maneuver.
The light will control your vehicle and guide it safely down.
All right. Shut them down, buddy.
World Council Communications to ISA.
This is the ISA. Go ahead.
Is Mr. Julian Benedict still there? Secretary Stone is returning his call.
Yes, he is. He's in the laboratory complex. Stand by, please. Mr. Benedict, I have Secretary Stone on the line.
I'd like to speak to him privately, if that's possible.
Conference room 6 is empty.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, Commissioner White ignored your directive, tore it up as a matter of fact.
Well, if I had his sense of ethics, I probably would have done the same.
What do you mean?
I've had some serious second thoughts about this whole thing, Julian. I think we'll let the matter of the statue rest until the President and Vice President get back from Draconia.
But, Mr. Secretary...
Was there anything else, Julian?
No, sir. Thank you. You can let it rest if you want to, but I can't.
Julian Benedict, a man slowly becoming obsolete in a universe that will soon have no use for his services. A weapons maker on the verge of taking his first desperate step into an alien world. Alien Worlds continues. Julian Benedict sits alone in Conference Room 6 at the ISA Earth Laboratory, silent, sad, filled with resentment. The experimental weapons section he heads up is being phased out by the World Council. An attempt to gain control of the Trell statue and use its energy in a final desperate attempt to prove his usefulness has failed.
Damn!
It seems your political system has little use for you, Julian Benedict.
Who's there?
I am Stygos, High Priest of the Trell.
What are you doing on this channel? It's a top priority frequency.
We have access to whatever frequencies we choose.
Where are you?
Hiding in the darkness above.
How did your ship get past our defense scanners?
That's of no importance now.
What is then? What do you want?
What you want. The icon of Gnarl.
Is it yours?
10,000 millennia past. Our planet was visited by a nameless race of darkling beings with magnificent wings and eyes of fire. We were without intellect then, nothing more than restless shadows, hiding in the sea, crawling out at night to feed off the night mists. The darkling priest gave us the gift of Gnarl, and through him flowed the powers of redemption that transformed us. Then, a nomadic stealer ship came down from the air and took Gnarl away, thinking he was a construct of a precious gem called Nightstone. We know now that the stealer ship malfunctioned, causing it to impact on your moon. The violators built a dome as protection from the lunar cold. But they made the mistake of taking Gnarl into the shelter with them.
How did you know he'd been found?
Our parsec scanners have been probing the universe for centuries. Do you have access to Gnarl?
Why don't you just take him?
That was our intention. But now we know the chamber that imprisons him is small. If we destroy it, Gnarl may be harmed.
Suppose I do have access to Gnarl. So what?
Free him, and I'll give you the secret of his power.
It'll take time.
I understand.
ISA Communications.
Please put me through to the Security Bureau in my section.
Right away, Mr. Benedict. Security.
This is Julian Benedict. Find Major Ripley and tell him to meet me in my office in 15 minutes.
Starlab Control, this is ISA Priority Shuttle 1 requesting docking coordinates.
Roger, Shuttle 1. What's your ETA?
10 minutes, 30 seconds.
10 plus 30. Roger. Your coordinates are 960 at subvector 448, docking bay 9.
Roger.
Well, Jerry, this is Commissioner White. Is Mara there?
Mara? No. Didn't she talk to you?
Well, it was a short conversation.
An alien ship attacked us about an hour ago. Mara was blinded.
Blinded? Well, how is she?
I don't know. She's not here.
Where is she?
On Imbria, the Diaton city that's floating just about 2 kilometers off Starlab.
Welcome to Imbria, Mora.
Phaedra, you don't know how glad I am to be here.
I'm Diana, Phaedra. This is John.
Phaedra?
And this is Buddy.
Wow.
Are you ready, Mora?
Yes, I am. You can't imagine what it's like being blind.
Yes, I can, Mora. I'm blind.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All Diatons are blind. It's our legacy.
But how can you see us? How did you manage to build this city?
I sense you. As clearly as if I had sight, Diana. And as for Imbria, it was dreamed into existence.
Dreamed? No. When?
During the final century of the before time, an age of radiance unified the minds of all Diatons and transformed us into Shiva, the dreamer who never awakes.
When did this age of radiance end?
It ended with the coming of the Trell. They burned our fields and forests with terrible fire weapons. They suffocated our cities and canals with poison mist. 2,000 legions of Trell warriors. And before they went away, they blinded all of us.
Oh, Phaedra. Why did they do that?
The icon of their god had been stolen. They were angry.
Damn statue again. Did they think you'd taken it?
No. We were made to suffer their rage because we represented everything Nal had taught them to hate.
Why didn't they destroy this city?
It was orbiting behind one of our moons. Those of us who survived the Trell invasion came here when we realized we'd never be able to rebuild our planet.
Not even by dreaming?
A dream can't always change what is, Mora, but it can create what isn't.
ISA Control to Starlab.
Starlab, go ahead.
Has Commissioner White arrived yet? It's urgent.
I'm right here. What's the problem?
A security police unit from the experimental weapons section is in the laboratory. They say they have orders to take the statue.
Damn it, Julian. Who's the officer in charge?
Major Ripley.
Call the lab. Tell Ripley if he doesn't want to spend the next 10 years in Jastro prison, he'd better talk to me.
Where are we, Phaedra?
The Synergy Chamber.
Who else is here?
Hold out your hand.
Oh, who are you?
This is Aleph, the avatar of Imbria.
Welcome to our dream, Mora.
Hello.
There's a recliner in front of you, Mora. Turn and lie down on it. I am going to place 3 small synergy prisms on your forehead now.
Oh, they're so warm.
In a moment, you'll hear the sound of a sky mantra, the music we use to heal those outside the dream. When the music begins, think only of your eyes and how they looked out upon the various dimensions of your life.
When we heard you scream, we didn't know what to think.
No, I wasn't afraid, but everything, it was so beautiful. It was just so beautiful. God, I thought I died.
Alien Worlds will continue. If you would like to make direct contact with Alien Worlds, get a pencil and paper ready, and I'll have our star system coordinates for you at the end of the program. Alien Worlds continues. Deep within the star city of Imbria, Mora lies sleeping, exhausted by the Diaton Sky Mantra ritual, which has not only restored her sight, but for one fantastic moment has opened her mind to eternity. Meanwhile, Aleph has led John and Buddy back to the Starlab shuttle, which sits on an illuminated white crystal platform in the center of Imbria. Inside the shuttle, John contacts Commissioner White on Starlab and learns what is taking place at the ISA laboratory on Earth.
How did you find out about Stygos and Benedict, Commissioner?
An ISA communications technician was filing the lab's hourly intercom recordings and came across their conversation.
Well, where's Benedict now?
An ISA security unit arrested him 15 minutes ago. Ripley, too.
What's the present situation?
Well, Stygos will probably move against the laboratory when he doesn't hear from Benedict again.
John. Stand by, Commissioner. Yes, what is it, Aleph?
The vault where Gnarl is. Do you know its precise latitude and longitude?
Commissioner White does. Why?
We're going to take possession of Gnarl before Stygos does.
Hi, Mora. How you feeling?
I feel wonderful. What's going on? Why are you two wearing your pressure suits?
Well, we just talked to Commissioner White. Stygos is about that far away from attacking the ISA lab. We're going down for the statue.
You'll never make it in time. Earth's an hour away by shuttle.
We're not going by shuttle. We're going by light. Teleportation.
John, Buddy, secure your helmets.
This isn't gonna hurt, is it?
I think you'll find it a rather pleasant experience, Buddy. Phaedra, lower the cylinders.
The dematerialization thresholds have integrated, Aleph.
Purge the cylinders.
It really happened, Skipper. We're here. God, this thing is heavy. Come on, let's get a harness around it so we can pick it up. Okay, let's pick it up. Here we go.
Raise the cylinders, Phaedra.
Where is it?
What happened? Where's the statue?
Oh, no. We lost it.
Phaedra.
Null was too powerful. He rejected the translocation process just beyond the Earth's atmosphere.
Stygos. Gnarl is free. A Diaton translocation beam tried to take him, but he escaped. No. Take him aboard and bring him to me. Then set a course for Imbria.
The Trell ship is at 90 power spans and closing, Edith. The scan tracers acknowledge that Null is aboard.
What can we do, Edith?
Begin the light storm cycle, Phaedra.
What's going on?
Imbria is now being enclosed by an aurora sphere of ionized winds, invisible to the Trell sensors. As their ship penetrates this enclosure, their force field will be temporarily neutralized. At that moment, Phaedra will flood the aurora sphere with liquid light. The ensuing photon storm will destroy them.
The Trell ship is now 10 power spans and closing. 5 power spans and closing. Barrier penetration.
Gnarl is free! Gnarl is free!
Phaedra, the liquid light injectors.
A blinding glance of light, a final scream, and the huge Trell insect ship convulses and disintegrates. Its luminous fragments growing cold and dark as they pass like demon whispers into the deafening silence of the void.
Phaedra, are you going to guide us away from the city with another light projection?
Yeah, I'm really into riding light beams.
You may use your engines, John. We'll neutralize the exhaust vapors when we decontaminate the residue of the Trell ship.
Thank you, Phaedra.
Thank you for everything you're doing.
Goodbye.
Goodbye,
Phaedra. Goodbye, Alice.
Goodbye.
Phaedra.
You didn't tell them, did you?
I saw no reason. If they knew that we alone survived the Trell invasion, and that our blindness makes the generation of life impossible, it would only make them sad. But we'll heal ourselves in time, and then perhaps, when we see them again, there will be more to the dream than just you and me.
As the Starlab shuttle rockets away from Imbria, the radiant dream city slowly drifts away into a universe of stars and suns and secrets. Inside the city, a man and a woman in search of the miraculous, moving through the invisible dimensions of time and space toward other, more distant celebrations. Lightstorm, the conclusion of the ISA conspiracy, was written by Ron Thompson. Our cast included Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guests Ernie Anderson, Robert W. Morgan, Olin Soule, Michael Rye, Russi Taylor, Francis Bay, and Peter Leeds. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Roger Brossi. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. If you would like to make contact with the cast and crew of Alien Worlds, here's the address. Post Office Box 8170, Universal City, California, 91608. That's Post Office Box 8170, Universal City, California, 91608. Let us hear from you. And so, until again we meet, this is Roger Dressler, inviting you to join us soon for further adventures into alien worlds. And now, Peter Paul Mounds, Almond Joy, and Cadbury Chocolate Bars presents Alien Worlds. Slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Dr. Maura Cassidy and scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority, ISA, watch over the countless stars and planets that fill the silent distances beyond the giant space station. It is November 3rd, 2028, as this week's episode, The Kilohertz War, reminds us how suddenly and mysteriously one man's science fiction can become another man's science fact on the threshold of alien worlds.
Commanding the Royal British Museum freighter Nile Delta. Registry number 98078.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Nile Delta.
I know we're not expected, but we'd like permission to dock.
What's the problem, Captain?
The bloody technicians union at Gatwick called a strike while we were still on the pad. Our line crew walked up before they finished refueling us. We'd like to top off our liquid oxygen tanks.
Another strike at Gatwick. Third time this year, isn't it?
It's the fair. How about it, mate? Can you spare a drop or two of the old LOX?
What's your destination, Captain?
We're transporting the King Tut exhibit to Thanatos, part of a cultural exchange program.
Stand by. All right, Nile Delta, I have you on the screen. What's your Starlab ETA?
6 minutes, 18 seconds.
6 plus 18. Roger. Nile Delta, your docking orbit insertion coordinates are 9er6 at 207 degrees, docking bay 16. A refueling crew will be standing by.
We'll try to keep them from going on strike before we get there, okay?
Don't worry, Captain. Starlab is a non-union shop.
Well, thank God for that. Nile Delta, out.
Bay 16, there's a British freighter coming in for refueling. ETA 6 minutes.
Roger.
Hi, Maura.
Hi, Jerry. Have you heard from Major Corbin yet?
Yeah, about a half an hour ago. He was just leaving Jupiter space. What's going on out there, Maura?
Some unidentifieds have been shadowing the freighters taking Zelium ore off Callisto. The ISA thinks they're mineral pirates. Commissioner White sent Corbin's space exploration team to check it out.
You want to hear his transmission? I have the recording right here.
All right, let's give it a listen.
Zodiac 1 to Starlab Control.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Zodiac 1.
This is Major Ben Corbin commanding a flight of 3 SET Mirage-class interceptors. Pirate suspects identified as Levinthian renegades. Engaged 2 of them. 1 destroyed, 1 damaged. No casualties our side. Half of the squadron remaining on patrol in the vicinity of Callisto, other half now departing Jupiter space. ETA at Stargate and Security Station 2130 hours. This is Major Corbin, Zodiac 1 out.
Well, he certainly comes right to the point, doesn't he?
You know him?
But I've heard John and Buddy mention him a couple of times. I can't remember why. But I do remember they weren't smiling. Here, let me have the cassette, Jerry. I'll be talking to Commissioner White in a few minutes. I may as well play it for him.
There you go.
Thanks, Jerry. See you later.
So long, Maura.
is Major Corbin, Zodiac 1 out.
That's it, Commissioner.
Well, thanks for getting it to me so fast, Mara. Is there anything else we should talk about?
The tape you sent up concerning the Tyrillian military exercises on Mars. I thought Tyrillia was anti-military.
She is, Mara, but two planets in their system have declared war on each other. And Tyrillia's sitting right in the middle. They're working up a tactical space force to protect themselves. They hate to do it, but they have no choice.
Why are they testing on Mars?
Well, its atmosphere is Tyrillian compatible for one thing, and it's uninhabited for another. You see, Tyrillia is very densely populated. They didn't want to take the chance of hurting any of their people if an experimental weapon malfunctioned or one of their prototype ships crashed.
Sounds like they've got a lot of soul as well as a lot of sense.
Yes. Well, I'd better sign off now, Maura, and try to get home. A lot of wind and snow blowing around outside, and you know what New Chicago's like during a blizzard.
All right, Commissioner, bundle up. And beware of little boys chucking snowballs. Starlight Communications, out.
Major Corbin. It's coming through on the Earth disaster frequency now, and it just tripped the override on the fail-safe attack circuit.
Punch it up in here.
The vanguard of an invading army from the planet Mars.
An emergency. San Diego burned into the explosive
military operation.
Mars 2000 feet. After unleashing their deadly assault.
This is Captain Lansing of the evacuation. Blackout communication.
I told the ISA not to allow those aliens to run loose on Mars. Have you been able to raise Starlab yet?
No, sir, and we've been trying for over an hour now.
The Tyrillians probably took out Starlab on their way to Earth. All right, Captain. Flash the pre-combat alert to the other ships. We're going to Mars.
Alien Worlds will continue.
This woman's sorry for keeping you guessing. You never know what I'll do. That's why I'm here confessing. It's because sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Almond Joy's got nuts, Mounds don't. Almond Joy's got chocolate eating, coconut and munchy nuts too. Mounds got chocolate eating and chewy coconut. Ooh. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Almond Joy's got nuts, Mounds don't.
Because
sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't.
Alien Worlds continues. Given permission by the ISA to experiment with defensive spacecraft in the Martian atmosphere, Tyrillia sends 200 prototype gunships to the Red Planet for testing. 10 days later, 3 Mirage-class SET interceptors receive a powerful radio transmission as they leave Jupiter space. The transmission overrides their Earth disaster frequency and fail-safe attack circuits, and is filled with the confusion of voices describing an attack on Earth from Mars.
Check the planet. On the planet Mars, between the hours of calorie flight, destruction of cities and
5 minutes after the transmission is received, Major Ben Corbin, who commands the interceptors, orders his executive officer to contact Starlab for confirmation of the attack.
Have you been able to raise Starlab yet?
No, sir, and we've been trying for over an hour now.
The Tyrillians probably took out Starlab on their way to Earth. All right, Captain, flash the pre-combat alert to the other ships. We're going to Mars. Open a close proximity channel. I want to talk to the other ships.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Major.
This is Major Corbin. You all know what the situation is, and what our choices are. You also know that it's the responsibility of a commanding officer to decide which choice is best. But these are extraordinary circumstances. So I believe the decision to either continue on to Mars or to return to base should be shared by all of us. So when I finish this transmission, take a vote. Flight crews and officers alike. It's up to you. Zodiac 1 out. You're looking unusually tense, Captain. What's the problem?
I'll go see how our crew feels about your pep talk, Major.
Pep talk? Is that what it was?
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Captain O'Neill, Major. We're ready whenever you are.
Thanks, Bill.
This is Captain Danziger. We're with you all the way, Major.
I knew I could count on you, Ray. Well, what's the verdict, Captain?
Pearson thinks we should return to base and wait for orders.
Mm-hmm. What about the others?
They're willing to go for it.
Fine. What about you?
I'm inclined to agree with Pearson.
Why?
Well, on a strictly legal level, any kind of military action without direct orders is a violation of the ISA Charter.
Mm-hmm. With the exception of self-defense. What else?
I don't think we have enough evidence to prove that the Earth is actually under attack. Let's hold off until we can authenticate the transmission.
That transmission's been coming through for 2 hours now. And during those 2 hours, we haven't been able to contact Starlab or get a single response from the ISA on Earth. That is authenticity enough for me.
All right. Suppose the Earth is under attack. 70 to 1 odds isn't retaliation. It's suicide.
Come on now, Captain. You can be critical without being insubordinate.
I don't know. Maybe I can't. Where's the line?
It would help if you try to be a little more objective, Captain. This is a military issue. It's not an emotional one.
Well, I guess that's the difference between us, Major, isn't it? You're objective, so you put your faith in action. I'm not. So I put mine in reaction.
What sort of reaction are you having?
There's something wrong about this whole incident.
You're right, Captain. There is something wrong. There's a war on between Terrelia and Earth. Objective, subjective, or otherwise. That is a fact.
Flying in a tight triangular formation, the tips of their delta-shaped wings nearly touching, the 3 sleek white interceptors of Major Corbin's Zodiac flight execute a 360-degree roll and rocket away toward Mars. Meanwhile, on the surface of the desolate red planet, the freezing winds of Martian winter blow a stinging mist of iron oxide dust across Cecropia, a vast plain located at the 0 meridian coordinates of 70 degrees latitude, 310 degrees longitude. In the middle of the windswept plain lies the Terrellian Command Center. 7 transparent green domes whose faceted emerald surfaces fracture the pink light of the late afternoon sun. Standing near the domes, on legs that seem too fragile to support them, are 60 Terrellian gunships in the shape of huge chromium dragonflies. Outside the central Terrellian dome, Commander Ark Sathos stands looking up at the bleak Martian sky, his long, yellow-pleated cloak swirling around him, his delicate lungs protected from the iron oxide storm by the black filter mask covering his face.
Purification elements in our masks are nearly saturated. It's time we return to the dome.
The 2nd and 3rd air garrisons, where are they, Senparva? They should have returned by now.
The planet is larger than we thought, and the targets we selected are in a night region. Our ships have never flown in darkness before.
Have you seen to the one that fell onto the ice cap?
3 surface crawlers have been dispatched to bring it here.
How many of our flyers were killed?
We won't know until the crawlers reach the impact site.
Simpava. Terrelia was never meant to be.
What's Ethos?
Take me into the dome. My mask. The elements have terminated.
As Sinparva rushes his commander into the protection of the central dome, Major Corbin's SET Zodiac flight enters the Martian atmosphere. Descending to 300 meters above the red planet's surface, the 3 interceptors jet toward the Terrellian Command Center, 2,000 kilometers away.
Zodiac 1 to Zodiac flight. Mid-range scanners confirm target interlock. Target description: 7 low-density, low-profile structures and 60 high-density spacecraft. Activate laser turrets and shielding generators on my mark. Mark.
This is Zodiac 6. We have target interlock confirmed. Laser and generator functions positive. This is Zodiac 3. Okay on target interlock. Okay on laser turrets and shielding generators.
Maintain present course and speed. We'll be over the target in 44 minutes. Zodiac 1, clear. How you feeling, Captain? Any better?
You know how I feel.
Don't worry, you'll get over it.
Solaris to Starlab Control. Solaris to Starlab Control. Oh, come on, Jerry, it's us. Your old pals through thick and thin. SET captains Buddy Griff and John Grayton. Jerry?
Go ahead, Solaris.
Yeah, Jerry, where you been?
Down in engineering. All our communications were knocked out about 3 hours ago. We just got back on the air.
What happened?
According to Professor Crane, a pulsar somewhere went supernova and flashed back all the radio signals that had collected in its gravitational field. You should have been here. It was really a buzz.
Speaking of buzzes, is Maura there? We've got a present for her.
She and Professor Crane are up in data processing, resynchronizing the sidereal time terminals on the computer.
Hey, have you got a docking bay open? Our ETA is 9 minutes.
Docking bay 23, buddy. Docking orbit insertion coordinates 671 at 208 degrees.
Thanks, Jerry. Solaris out.
Hello, Maura.
Hiya, Maura.
Hi, buddy.
Professor Crane.
John, buddy, good to see you.
How's it going? Jerry told us what happened.
We just finished. What's in the box?
It's a present from Phil Maxwell. Here. Be careful. Don't spill it.
Oh, it's beautiful. What is it?
It's a fish, Maura.
Yes, I can see that. But what kind?
It's a flarn, a Serenian glowfish. Phil picked up a couple on Cronus. He thought you'd like to have one for your aquarium.
That was really nice of him. Does it have a name?
Yeah, Winston.
A flower named Winston?
That's right.
Well, does Winston need any special food or anything like that?
Yeah, my wife has one in her aquarium, Maura. Just put him in the water and forget about him. Glowfish live on light.
Dr. Cassidy, this is communications.
What is it, Molly?
We're monitoring the intership transmission from Major Corbin's Zodiac flight. They've just attacked the Terrellian Command Center on Mars.
Mars? I'll be right out. Here, Professor. Hold my fish.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Pardon me. Isn't that a Cadbury chocolate bar? I've never tried one.
Oh, that's too bad.
Do you mind if I have a teensy piece?
Hey, you took my bar.
I'll just take a little bit.
It was for my wife and me.
Oh, she'll love it. See, this is great. You know you can get carried away with this stuff?
Yes, I've noticed.
Oh, come on, it's a big bar.
It's getting smaller.
When people get a taste of a big, thick Cadbury chocolate bar, they get very carried away. Because only a Cadbury bar is so rich, so creamy, so Cadbury. And with the big-size Cadbury chocolate bar, you get a big choice. Cadbury Fruit and Nut, Cadbury Almond, Cadbury Caramello, and of course the big favorite, Cadbury Milk Chocolate. So remember, when you get your Cadbury, be careful. Because with Cadbury, people can get very carried away.
Can I have my Cadbury back now?
Your Cadbury? Oh, well, I guess I got carried away.
You'll get carried away with Cadbury. Alien Worlds continues. A powerful radio transmission has tripped the fail-safe attack systems of 3 SET interceptors. A transmission filled with distorted human voices describing an attack on the Earth from Mars.
After unleashing their deadly assault, Captain Lansing of the evacuation flashed out communication due to the related with difficulty with transmission.
When Starlab and ISA headquarters on Earth failed to acknowledge his calls for confirmation of the attack, Major Ben Corbin reaches a tragic conclusion. The alien assault is real.
Where did they come from? They were flying too fast for our senses. We had no warning.
Have you tried to contact them?
They don't respond.
Then we have no other choice but to defend ourselves. Open the barrage domes. Inform our gunners that this is a lethal engagement.
Zodiac leader to Zodiac flight. Regroup at 179. Switch over to target grid yellow. And we'll go around again.
Starlab to Zodiac 1.
Starlab. I knew we should have waited. I knew it.
Starlab, this is Zodiac 1. Go ahead.
What are you doing, Major? Get out of there now.
Captain, check the source of this transmission.
Major Corbin, this is Commissioner White. Get your flight back to Stargazer and turn yourself over to security. You've got one hell of a lot of explaining to do.
But the attack on Earth, there was a radio transmission. It tripped our fail-safe system. We heard it on the other...
We picked up the same transmission here at ISA headquarters, and so did Starlab.
Zodiac 6 to Zodiac leader. Pull up, Major. The Trellians have opened up a good read dome, and they're tracking you.
Major, how much convincing do you need? If you don't give the order to break off this attack, I will.
Zodiac leader to Zodiac flight. Return to base. Repeat, return to...
Direct hit on the starboard thrusters. We've lost the automatic guidance circuits.
Switch to manual.
Attitude gyros are gone. Tow pilot to crew, get to your crash positions. We're going in.
Survived, Dr. Cassidy. They were hit at a relatively low altitude and went down about 2 kilometers away from the domes.
All right. Your orders are to come directly to Starlab. Commissioner White's on his way up.
That's Roger, Starlab. Zodiac 6 out.
I've finished analyzing the tape Jerry made during the Pulsar flash, Mara. The frequency of the predominant voices and the frequency of the fail-safe override are exactly the same. 880 kilohertz.
But that's an exclusive ISA frequency.
It wasn't in 1938.
1938?
That's right. The voices were originally transmitted from the Earth in 1938.
What was there about the voices that caused Major Corbin to do what he did?
Come on. I'll play the tape for you.
Whatever possessed you to do this thing, Major Corbin? 3 men killed in the crash of your ship. 9 others seriously harmed. Captain Vogel critically injured. 20 Turelian flyers lost.
The transmission. We thought you were attacking the Earth. I did what I thought was right.
Did you contact Starlab for confirmation? Did you contact Commissioner White?
We couldn't reach them.
Then why didn't you contact us?
It never occurred to me.
Military uniforms are unfortunate things, Major. So very little does occur to the ambitious patriots who wear them.
Clark's office.
Yes, Sincarva?
A transmission from Commissioner White has come through. He wants to talk to you.
Sincarva, your eyes. Is there something else?
There was nothing our physicians could do. Captain Vogel just died.
Oh, my God. My God.
Between the hours of Counterattack flight, destruction of cities and towns in the evacuation. Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations coast to coast has brought you The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air. Next week, we present a dramatization of 3 famous short stories. This is the...
The Kilohertz War was written by Ron Thompson and starred Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, Corey Burton, and the Watermark Players. With special guest stars Casey Kasem, Jeffrey Lewis, Joe Baker, Olin Soule, Richard Paul, and Pete Renaday. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Assistant to the producer, Roger Brossi. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for another journey into the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury Chocolate Bars hope you have enjoyed Alien Worlds. And now, Peter Paul Mounds, Almond Joy, and Cadbury Chocolate Bars presents Alien Worlds. Slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Dr. Maura Cassidy and scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority, ISA, watch over the countless stars and planets that fill the silent distances beyond the giant space station. This week, the men and women of Starlab become entangled in the adventure of the Egyptian necklace, an intergalactic detective story in the Sherlock Holmes tradition on Alien Worlds. British Museum freighter Nile Delta, commanded by Captain Jack Lemus, is returning to Earth from the planet Thanatos. Aboard the freighter, the priceless King Tut exhibit, sent to Thanatos 2 weeks earlier as part of an interplanetary cultural exchange program.
Nile Delta to Starlab Control.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Nile Delta.
Is that you, Jerry?
Affirmative, Captain. Are you planning to dock at Starlab on your way home?
No, not this time. An ISA tanker came up from Cannabis 12 and refueled us on the other side of Saturn. No, I just wanted to say hello and invite you around for a visit if you're ever in London. My wife's got quite a lovely sister she's trying to marry off. And I've got some 40-year-old brandy that'll lift you right out of your boots.
Thanks for the invitation, Captain. I'll take you up on it the first chance I get.
I'll be looking for you. Nile Delta, clear.
Starlab, out.
That alien ship's back again, Captain. 3,500 meters off the port bow.
Have you tried to contact her?
We tried, but she still doesn't respond.
All right, let's have another look at her. Full magnification this time. Hey, she's a beauty, isn't she? All white and slim like that. Do you recognize any of the markings, Tony?
Wait a minute. What's that on the tail fin?
The sun symbol?
No, just below it. The blue and gold bird with its wings spread out. Isn't that the same?
Hold on. She's dropping down a bit. Tony, she's been damaged. Top of the hull, amidships. There go the SOS flares. Let's get up alongside her and see if we can help.
As the Nile Delta's navigator maneuvers the red and gray freighter into a side-by-side position with the damaged alien ship, Captain Lemus and First Mate Tony Cargill put on bright blue pressure suits and enter the freighter's airlock. A moment later, an enclosed metal flex walkway slowly telescopes from the Nile Delta's airlock to an access hatch which is irised open in the hull of the fluorescent white alien spacecraft.
You're very generous to give us your time and kindness.
Well, hello. Who are you?
My name is Piratep. I'm glad you didn't abandon us. Yours is the only vessel we've seen since the accident.
When did it happen?
3 days ago. And some of our mariners have been injured. Is there a healer aboard your vessel?
Yes, there is. And we have a complete medical facility as well.
Then if you'll please follow me, we can begin transferring our injured to your ship. If you wish to remove your helmets, you'll be in no danger. We're oxygen breathers, too.
Whew, well, that's better, isn't it?
Hi, it was getting a bit stuffy in there.
This is Amontef.
Which of you is Captain Lemus?
Well, I am. How do you know my name?
We know the names of everyone aboard the Nile Delta. We also know it carries the afterlife treasures and mummified body of Tutankhamun.
Your ship isn't damaged at all, is it?
No, it isn't.
Don't look now, Captain, but I think we've been set up for a little of the old smash and grab.
What the bloody hell do you want with the King Tut treasure? It only has value on Earth. It's worthless out here.
We don't want the entire treasure, Captain. Only the beaded floral necklace.
It's not mine to give you. And even if it were, I wouldn't. I have a rule against being overly charitable to anyone who makes a fool of me or my friends. Come on, Tony, let's get back to the ship.
Please, Captain, don't force me to use this weapon.
A weapon? A tiny little thing? Let's get out of here, Captain.
Amontef?
Stop them, Piratep.
Tony!
Alien Worlds will continue.
Get the sensation, the cool combination, chocolatey and mint.
Your peppermint patty.
What a sensation, a perfect relation, chocolatey and mint.
From Peter Paul.
Cool as the snow falling light on the trees. Just take a bite for a cool minty breeze. Yeah, New York, peppermint patty. And get the sensation. Get the sensation, a cool combination, chocolatey and mint.
Your peppermint patty.
What a sensation, a perfect relation, chocolatey and mint.
From Peter Paul.
Sends a shiver of cool right down to your knees. After one taste, you just gotta say, please, I want a York peppermint patty to get the sensation. Get the sensation.
Your peppermint patty.
Get the sensation.
Alien Worlds continues. The Royal British Museum freighter Nile Delta is returning to Earth from the planet Thanatos. Aboard the freighter, the treasure of the Egyptian boy king Tutankhamun. Midway between Earth and Saturn, a damaged alien spacecraft appears and fires SOS flares. Nile Delta Captain Jack Lemus and First Mate Tony Cargill board the alien ship to offer assistance. But inside, they discover they've fallen into a trap set by the aliens who want a beaded floral necklace from the King Tut treasure. An hour later on Starlab, Dr. Maura Cassidy and SET Captain John Graydon, not yet aware of the Nile Delta incident, enter the vestibule of Starlab's Visual Media Theater.
John, how long has Buddy been in there?
About 6 hours.
6 hours? What's he watching? The outtakes from Gravity's Rainbow?
Oh, no, that was yesterday. Sunday, he sat through 5 old Stanley Kubrick films. And Monday, it was a Daffy Duck Festival. What he's watching today is anybody's guess. Maybe he fell asleep.
Well, I wish he'd sleep a little faster. We're going to be late.
Hi, Maura. Hi, John. Buddy.
Buddy, didn't your mother ever tell you that if you watched too many movies, your face would break out and you'd go blind?
Very funny. I think you've got that mixed up with something else, Maura.
I do? What?
I'll tell you later. Well, buddy, what'd you see today? The Guiding Light, All My Children, and Search for Tomorrow. They're television soap operas from the 60s and 70s.
Soap operas? Why do they call them that? Were they musicals about people getting clean?
Not exactly, Maura. They were mostly about people getting dirty.
Dr. Cassidy, please contact the control bridge.
Oh, we'll never make the lecture at this rate. Have they repaired the intercom terminal in the theater, Buddy?
Well, it was working this morning.
Be back in a minute.
What did you think of those music tapes Ingrid brought back from Calibria? I was listening to one when I turned in last night. You know, the one with all the voices? The Hymns of the Vanished Canal? Yeah, that's it. And I fell asleep while it was still running. And I dreamed about kaleidoscope faces and stained glass animals all night. Incredible.
Let's get up to the bridge. Something's happened to the Nile Delta.
When we woke up, we were back aboard the Nile Delta. The rest of my chaps were still knocked out, and the necklace and the aliens were gone.
Is the necklace the only thing missing?
We don't know yet. We're still checking the manifest.
Have you notified the museum yet?
I'm going to do that just as soon as... Stand by, Starlab. Dr. Cassidy, our medical officer, Dr. Lomax, he's just come up from the cargo bay. He said the aliens opened the coffin, unwrapped the mummy down to the neck, and took a tissue sample from its face.
A tissue sample? Is Dr. Lomax absolutely certain about that?
He's positive, Dr. Cassidy, and he's holding up a little gold surgical instrument they dropped.
We'll put it in a safe place and we'll analyze it when you get here. See you around midnight, Captain. Starlab out.
Nile Delta, clear.
Buddy, John, what do you think?
Well, we've got about 9 hours before the Nile Delta gets here. Let's go down to the library and pull the King Tut tapes out of the Egyptology section. Maybe we can turn up something.
Why not?
Meanwhile, at the Royal British Museum in London, Sir Dorian Bradford Gray, the museum's director, receives word of the Nile Delta incident. 15 minutes later, Sir Dorian reports the incident to British Prime Minister Lord Henry Gladstone Baggs. Within the hour, Lord Henry enters Buckingham Palace and conveys the news to Her Majesty, Queen Victoria III.
And what about the aliens who perpetrated this awful crime, Lord Henry? Does the Ministry have any idea who they are?
I'm afraid we're still in the dark about that, Your Majesty.
Hand us the royal pen and ink, Lord Henry. And some royal stationery, too. This incident requires the services of England's most famous consulting detective. Agreed?
Oh, yes, by all means, Your Majesty, by all means.
Now, let's see. From Victoria Regina the Third.
Yes, Your Majesty.
To Sonar T. Foom.
Oh, without any shadow of a doubt,
My
Your Majesty.
dear Mr. Foom, a matter of some urgency has arisen, which requires your immediate and undivided attention.
Oh, Britannia.
Meanwhile, in the heart of London's West End, Sonar T. Foom and his associate Dr. MacGuffin Drone are spending a quiet afternoon in their rooms at 221B Pennybaker Street.
Did you say something, Drone?
I really must protest, Foom. That instrument of yours had my London Gazette vibrating so rapidly, I could scarcely read today's news.
Please forgive me, Drone, but you know how restless I am when there's nothing afoot to test my keen powers of observation and deduction. And music does, after all, soothe the savage beast.
Well, if it's savage beasts you're interested in soothing, perhaps you should consider taking up residence at the zoo.
Careful, Drone. I think you're skating on rather thin ice with that one. Just a moment. Do my ears deceive me, or is that Mrs. Hudson's cat-like tread upon the stair? Yes, that's Mrs. Hudson, all right. No question about it. Come in, Mrs. Hudson.
Why, Mr. Foom, how on earth did you know it was me?
Elementary, my dear Mrs. Hudson. There are just the three of us in the entire house. The doors and windows are latched from the inside. Dr. Drone and myself are, as you can plainly see, here in this room, which left only you, Mrs. Hudson, unaccounted for.
Oh, Mr. Foom, you never cease to amaze me.
I also perceive an envelope between the thumb and forefinger of your right hand, Mrs. Hudson. White, 6 inches square, addressed to me in violet ink.
Oh, my, yes, I nearly forgot. It just arrived.
May I have the envelope, please? Thank you. A message from none other than Her Royal Majesty.
You don't say. Her Royal Majesty?
How did you know that, Foom?
The return address, my dear Drone. I recognize the royal zip code.
Your powers of observation are absolutely uncanny, Foom.
Yes. And now... Egad, Drone. The Nile Delta's been set upon by alien beings, and King Tutankhamun's floral necklace has been purloined. Her Majesty requests that we go to Starlab at once and assist in the investigation of this beastly crime. Mrs. Hudson, call the airfield and tell Smattering to prepare the Bellerophon.
Right away, Mr. Foam.
Let's get our equipment sorted out, Drone. The game is afoot, and a new adventure is at hand.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Ooh, baby, I'm confessing, this man's got a fickle way. Now, maybe you won't like it much, but to explain, I gotta say, sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'm enjoyed by nuts, mounds don't. I'm enjoyed by chocolate, coconut and munchy nuts too. Mounds got chocolate, and chewy coconut. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'm enjoyed by nuts, mounds don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't, yeah. Sometimes I feel like a nut.
Alien Worlds continues. The Royal British Museum freighter Nile Delta is returning to Earth from Thanatos. Aboard the freighter, the treasures of Tutankhamun, sent to Thanatos 2 weeks earlier for exhibition. Midway between Earth and Saturn, the freighter is boarded by aliens who steal the King Tut floral necklace and take a tissue sample from the face of the boy king's mummy. When news of the Nile Delta incident reaches Queen Victoria III, she quickly notifies consulting detective Sonar T. Foom.
Let's get our equipment sorted out, Drone. Her Majesty respectfully requests that we go to Starlab at once and assist in the investigation of this beastly crime.
At the Pennybaker Street tube station, Foom and Drone board an urban link train that carries them to a small spaceport near Croydon. Crossing the field to Launch Pad 6, they board Foom's powerful multi-atmosphere cruiser, the Bellerophon, England's most sophisticated privately owned spacecraft. 30 seconds later, the Bellerophon jets out over the gray waters of the English Channel, banks up into a glacier-like mass of white clouds, and rockets away towards Starlab.
When Erica finishes replacing the AE-35 module, huh?
Will do, Dr. Casterly. See you later.
Let's see. 9 o'clock. Well, time to feed my fish. Hi, Winston. Hi, Emmett. Hi, Orpheus.
Dr. Cassidy?
Hi, Dorothy. Yes, Dorothy, what is it?
I have a transmission coming through from ISA headquarters. It's Commissioner White.
I'll take it here. Patch him through.
Mara, I just received a transmission from the British Prime Minister. Sonar T. Foom is on his way up to help with the Nile Delta investigation.
Good. I've always wanted to meet that man. When did he leave?
Oh, about an hour ago. He should be docking in a few minutes. He and his partner officially represent the British government in this case, Mara, so give them all the help you can.
All right, Commissioner, I'll keep you posted. Starlab out.
Good evening, Starlab. This is the Bellerophon. Sonar T. Foom at the controls.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Bellerophon.
What is Starlab's rotational profile?
18 per minute on a variable axis of 0.3 degrees, non-correctable.
Thank you so much. At our our present rate of speed and your present rate of rotation, I calculate our docking orbit insertion coordinates will be 208 degrees at subvector 671.
Hold on a minute. That's right. Did you calculate that in your head?
Of course.
That's amazing.
Nothing to it, really. Now, what do you have in the way of empty docking bays?
Number 14.
Thank you so much. And will you please inform Dr. Cassidy that we'll be there in 1 minute, 13 seconds.
Will do. Starlab out.
All right, Jerry. Have Polly bring them to my quarters as soon as they dock, huh?
Okay, Mara.
Well, you two look more red-eyed than usual. Where have you been?
We went back to the library after dinner and ran the King Tut tapes again.
Did you come up with anything?
Yeah, you know that blue and gold bird symbol Captain Lemus described? The one on the tail fin of the alien ship?
Mm-hmm.
We found one just like it on King Tut's ecclesiastical chair.
Oh, what does the bird represent?
Well, it's actually a sacred vulture, and it represents the goddess Nekebet, a guardian of Upper Egypt and protectress of childbirth. When Captain Lemus gets here, we should run his visual scanner tapes of the alien ship against the library tapes to see if the symbols match.
And if they do?
If they do, we've concocted a pretty bizarre theory to explain why.
I'm listening.
Well, if the symbols match, and this is strictly hypothetical now, if they match, then maybe the aliens aren't aliens after all. Maybe they're Egyptians.
Oh, come on, you two. Modern Egypt isn't capable of the kind of technology Captain Lemus described.
That's the bizarre part of the theory, Laura. We're not talking about modern Egypt. We're talking about ancient Egypt.
Good evening, Dr. Cassidy.
Mr. Foom. Dr. Drone, welcome to Starlab.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy.
Mara, please.
And who are these gentlemen, Mara?
Space Exploration Team Captains John Grayton and Buddy Griff.
Oh, how do you do?
Nice to meet you.
I believe you were discussing the possibility that the aliens who boarded the Nile Delta might in fact be ancient Egyptians.
Something like that, Doctor. It's a theory Buddy and John dreamed up.
I think we're going to get on very well indeed, gentlemen. Dr. Drone and myself were discussing a similar hypothesis not more than 15 minutes ago.
You were?
Congratulations, Captain Grayton. Thank you, Captain Griff.
Mr. Foom, with all due respect to you and Dr. Drone, I find it hard to believe that we're dealing with 3,300-year-old Egyptians.
Not 3,300-year-old Egyptians, Mora, but rather the descendants of the high priests and priestesses who departed the earth following Tutankhamun's death.
Departed the earth? How?
The King Tut library tapes were full of references to skyships, Mora.
Tell me, gentlemen, did your theory arise from Captain Lemus' description of the Nekebet symbol on the tail fin of the alien ship?
That and the way the aliens were dressed.
Yes, Captain Lemus conveyed those very same descriptions to the museum. Fascinating, isn't it?
All right, suppose these aliens are what you think they are. That still doesn't explain the theft of the necklace or why they took a tissue sample from the mummy.
The necklace is a puzzlement, Mora, but the tissue specimen isn't. It has long been our contention that the Egyptian kings were preserved for only one reason, so that in future their tissue could be rejuvenated for the purpose of monocellular replication. Cloning.
You mean you actually believe these aliens intend to duplicate Tutankhamun?
The ancient Egyptian religion was completely devoted to the concept of life after death, Mara. Most scholars and historians still maintain that the Egyptian afterlife was simply an abstract journey through an equally abstract underworld.
Dr. Drone and myself think otherwise. We believe the Egyptian underworld was a metaphor to describe the very real fact of physical immortality.
Thou art standing before Ra, who cometh from the east. His duration of life is infinite. His limit of life is everlastingness. Become one with Ra, and be received into the land of eternal triumph. A verse from the Papyrus of Ani, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, telling of a journey into the regions of life everlasting, immortality, the most beautiful and mysterious of all, alien worlds. Part 1 of The Adventure of the Egyptian Necklace was written by Ron Thompson and starred Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Philip Clark, John Abbott, Joe Baker, John Galt, Carol Bilger, and Nora Denny. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistants to the producer Roger Brossi and Jim Cook. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for the conclusion of the adventure of the Egyptian Necklace from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury chocolate bars hope you have enjoyed Alien Worlds. And now, Peter Paul Mounds, Almond Joy, and Cadbury chocolate bars presents Alien Worlds. Slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy and scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority watch over the countless stars and planets that fill the silent distances beyond the giant space station. Last week's episode began when Captain Jack Lemus, commanding the Royal British Museum freighter Nile Delta, notified Starlab that he was returning to Earth from the planet Thanatos. Aboard the freighter, the treasures of Tutankhamun, sent to Thanatos 2 weeks earlier as part of a cultural exchange program. Midway between Earth and Saturn, the freighter is boarded by aliens who steal the King Tut floral necklace and take a tissue sample from the face of the boy king's mummy.
A tissue sample? Is Dr. Lomax absolutely certain about that?
He's positive, Dr. Cassidy, and he's holding up a little gold surgical instrument they dropped.
When news of the Nile Delta incident reaches Queen Victoria III, she notifies England's most famous consulting detective, Sonar T. Foom.
Her Majesty requests that we go to Starlab at once and assist in the investigation of this beastly crime.
Meanwhile, on Starlab, SET captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff research the Egyptology section of Starlab's library.
Did you come up with anything?
Yeah, you know that blue and gold bird symbol Captain Lemus described? The one on the tail fin of the alien ship?
Mm-hmm.
We found one just like it on King Tut's ecclesiastical chair.
When Captain Lemus gets here, we should run his visual scanner tapes of the alien ship against the library tapes to see if the symbols match.
And if they do?
If they match, then maybe the aliens aren't aliens after all. Maybe they're Egyptians.
A few minutes later, Sonar T. Foom and his associate Dr. MacGuffin Drone arrive at Starlab, and when Maura tells them about John and Buddy's theory...
I think we're going to get on very well indeed, gentlemen. Dr. Drone and myself were discussing a similar hypothesis not more than 15 minutes ago.
All right, suppose these aliens are what you think they are. That still doesn't explain the theft of the necklace or why they took a tissue sample from the mummy.
The necklace is a puzzlement, Mora, but the tissue specimen isn't. It has long been our contention that the Egyptian kings were preserved for only one reason, so that in future their tissue could be rejuvenated for the purpose of monocellular replication. Cloning.
And now, the conclusion of the adventure of the Egyptian necklace. An interplanetary detective story in the Sherlock Holmes tradition on Alien Worlds.
We ran the Egyptology tapes all the way back to the First Dynasty, but we couldn't find a connection with any other civilization. A lot of theories, but nothing definite.
What sort of theories?
Well, some historians think dynastic Egypt may have evolved from ancient Sumeria because of the similarity of their religious deities and astrological calendar.
And a few renegade scholars even hypothesize that the Egyptians were the survivors of Atlantis.
Look, before we get carried away by all these theories, I'd like to know one thing. Aside from religious deities and sky ships, did these civilizations share a common philosophy about where they came from?
Yes, Mora, they did. They all believed they were the children of highly evolved beings who originally came down from the stars.
The Limehouse Express to Starlight Control.
The Limehouse Express? Where do people come up with these names?
Who knows? This is Starlab. Go ahead, Limehouse Express.
Good evening. It's Jerry, isn't it?
That's right. Who are you? What's your position?
My position is that I never state my position.
What's the problem, Limehouse Express?
No problem, Dr. Cassidy. Now, if you don't mind, I wish to speak to Mr. Foom.
Does he know you?
Oh, my, yes. He knows me very well indeed. I'm Professor Moriarty.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Pardon me. Isn't that a Cadbury chocolate bar? I've never tried one.
Oh, that's too bad.
Do you mind if I have a teensy piece?
Hey, you took my bar.
I'll just take a little bit.
It was for my wife and me.
Oh, she'll love it. See, this is great. You know you can get carried away with this stuff?
Yes, I've noticed.
Oh, come on, it's a big bar.
It's getting smaller.
When people get a taste of a big, thick Cadbury chocolate bar, they get very carried away. Because only a Cadbury bar is so rich, so creamy, so Cadbury. And with the big-size Cadbury chocolate bar, you get a big choice. Cadbury Fruit and Nut, Cadbury Almond, Cadbury Caramello, and of course the big favorite, Cadbury Milk Chocolate. So remember, when you get your Cadbury, be careful. Because with Cadbury, people can get very carried away.
Can I have my Cadbury back now?
Your Cadbury? Oh, well, I guess I got carried away.
You'll get carried away with Cadbury. Alien Worlds continues. England's most famous consulting detective, Sonar T. Foom, and his associate, Dr. MacGuffin Drone, arrive at Starlab to investigate the theft of the King Tut floral necklace from the Royal British Museum freighter Nile Delta. Half an hour later, Starlab Control receives a transmission from the Limehouse Express, a mysterious spacecraft that refuses to give its position.
Have you tried to locate him with a tracer beacon?
He's neutralizing our tracer beacon with a scrambler beam that he's transmitting along with his radio signal. He's too far away for the scanners to pick him up.
Very clever, Moriarty. Very clever indeed.
Nearly as clever as you, eh, Foom?
Well, I wouldn't go quite that far, Drone.
No, I suppose not.
Open B channel, Jerry.
Go ahead, Mr. Foom.
So, Professor Moriarty, we meet again.
Ah, my dear Foom, it's so good to hear your voice. Interplanetary crime is so boring without an adversary of your caliber.
What exactly is on your criminal mind?
I'm in the mood for a bit of cat and mouse with you, Foom. So I thought it might interest you to know that the Tutankhamun necklace is in my possession. And the aliens who took it are being held aboard my ship.
You mean the Egyptians who took it, don't you, Moriarty?
Very good, Foom, very good indeed. Well, I see by the old atomic clock on the wall that we've run out of time. I do, however, want to leave you with these inspiring words. Catch me, if you can. Limehouse Express, out.
Limehouse Express, indeed.
Why? Does that name mean something?
Moriarty's great-great-grandfather was the most cunning criminal genius of his time. His headquarters were somewhere in the Limehouse section of London. And like his great-great-grandson's spacecraft, the location of the old professor's headquarters was a constant source of mystery.
If the Egyptians are working for Moriarty, why is he holding them prisoner? It just doesn't make sense.
I think it's safe to assume that they were cooperating with Moriarty rather than working for him. It's obvious now that he was using them to get the necklace for himself.
Well, and we're right back at the beginning, aren't we?
The beginning? Of course. Mora, you're positively inspirational.
I am?
Indeed you are. Drone, I think it's time we contacted the museum and had a chat with Sir Dorian. Something tells me he knows more about the origins of this case than he thinks he does.
Meanwhile, near Mars, the Limehouse Express, a huge metallic gray flying wing, moves into a parking orbit between the Martian moons of Deimos and Phobos. Imprisoned in a storage compartment near the flying wing's hangar bay are Piratep and Amenhotep, the two extraterrestrial Egyptians responsible for the theft of the necklace.
It was foolish and undignified, Amenhotep. The two of us sitting in Sir Dorian's office, wearing those absurd Earth costumes, trying to deceive him the way the professor eventually deceived us.
Perhaps we can still redeem ourselves. It is apparent from the way the professor talks about this man Foom that they are deadly enemies. If we could reach Starlab and explain to Foom why we need the necklace, he might be sympathetic.
But we'll never reach the hangar bay without a weapon.
We have a weapon, Piratep. A photon pistol. I hid it in my boot as our ship was being taken aboard.
Then you knew the professor was manipulating us. He's coming, Amenhotep. Hide the pistol.
Well, how are the children of the sun this evening?
Why have you brought the necklace here?
I'll be taking it to Anshar in a few hours, and I thought perhaps you'd like to have one last look at it. Be very careful with it, won't you, my dear?
Amenhotep, there's only one guard in the corridor.
All right.
What is it? Who are you?
Take the necklace into the ship. I'll open the launch doors. The guards are coming. Take the necklace to stop it.
Meanwhile, on Starlab, Sonar T-Foom and Dr. MacGuffin Drone sit in a conference room on G-level, analyzing a video image Sir Dorian has transmitted from the museum's employee index terminal.
Drone, there's something rather curious about this picture of Wilhelmina Hammersmith. Look closely at the eyes. What's your professional opinion?
Well, the left eye is artificial.
Now, look at the ring finger on the left hand. Oh, here, let me magnify it. What do you see?
A deep circular impression, as if a ring had been removed.
A platinum serpent's ring, perhaps?
Great Scott.
Great Scott indeed, my dear Drone. This is not a 70-year-old Egyptologist named Wilhelmina Hammersmith. This is none other than Professor Moriarty himself.
What an extraordinary masquerade.
Yes. Wearing this disguise, Moriarty appears at the museum and presents false credentials. Impressed with these documents, Sir Dorian gives Moriarty a post in the Egyptian Antiquities section. And it is here that he learns the highly confidential facts of the Nile Delta's Thanatos schedule.
Didn't Sir Dorian say that this Hammersmith woman was in his office when the Egyptian couple was there trying to buy the necklace?
Yes, and 2 days later, Wilhelmina Hammersmith Moriarty resigns, and the Egyptian couple are never seen again. Now, let me see. The 2 Egyptians who boarded the Nile Delta are obviously the same 2 who were in Sir Dorian's office. When they leave the museum, Moriarty follows them.
Alien Worlds will continue.
This woman's sorry for keeping you guessing. You never know what I'll do. That's why I'm here confessing. It's because sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Almond Joy's got nuts, mounds don't. Almond Joy's got chocolate, coconut and munchy nuts too. Mounds got chocolate and chewy coconut. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Almond Joy's got nuts, mounds don't. Because sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't.
Alien Worlds continues. Escaping from a prison compartment aboard Professor Moriarty's Limehouse Express, the necklace safely in their possession, Piratep and Amantef dashed to their ship in the hangar bay of Moriarty's huge, metallic gray flying wing.
Take the necklace into the ship. I'll open the launch doors.
But as the thick metal doors slide open, they trigger a series of security alarms. And before Piratep can reach the ship, a squad of Moriarty's guards enter the hangar bay and open fire with laser rifles.
Piratep.
As Piratep falls, blood streaming from her face, Amantef closes the hatch of the ship and blasts off for Starland. 9 hours later...
Drone, wake up.
Oh. Fool. Is it time for breakfast already?
I've just been having a chat with a very interesting and charming Egyptian gentleman. I thought you might like to meet him.
What on earth are you talking about?
The Egyptian ship, my dear Drone. It docked 20 minutes ago.
You're pulling my leg.
No, my dear drone, I'm not pulling your leg. The white beads of the necklace are data storage terminals. Here, look through the lens.
Good heavens. Microcircuits.
The beads are emanation scanners, Doctor, that sensed and recorded the spiritual aura of the kings who wore the necklace. The necklace was brought to Earth by our ancestors and passed from dynasty to dynasty in the hope that it would one day be worn by a spiritually perfect king. A king who would then be replicated and given immortality. Tutankhamun is that king.
Look, you said you didn't know King Tut's tomb had been discovered until just a few weeks ago. How did your people lose track of its location in the first place?
The last Egyptian dynasty ended with the death of King Nechnebf. When he died, the necklace was sealed in his sarcophagus. 1 year later, on the first day of the new solar equinox, our ancestors returned from Nachesh Shem in a ceremonial funeral ship. As the ship orbited Earth, an inner circle high priestess went down in a small lander. She recovered the necklace, analyzed the white beads, and saw that of all the recorded spiritual auras, Tutankhamun's had been the most perfect and powerful. Placing the necklace in Tutankhamun's tomb, she returned to the lander, contacted the ship, and reported that it was Tutankhamun who would be given immortality. But before she could give the location of the tomb, her transmission was interrupted. She was never seen or heard from again.
Limehouse Express to Starland.
I'll talk to him, Mora. Well, if it isn't the notorious Wilhelmina Hammersmith.
Don't be tiresome, Holmes. I know Amenhotep is there. We tracked his ship. Now, as you said earlier, let's get down to cases. Counterattack is alive and sealed in an airlock. If you don't return the necklace, I'll decompress that airlock and kill her.
I see. How do you want us to proceed?
Dr. Cassidy and Amenhotep will deliver the necklace in an unarmed ship. Amenhotep knows my location. And Thum, don't try any of your tricks. Decompression is a singularly horrible way to die.
What are you going to do, Thum?
Elementary, my dear drone. I'm going to beat Moriarty at his own game. Amenhotep, come with me. I'd like to have a word with you in private.
2 hours later, Amenhotep leaves Thum's quarters and returns to Starlab Control. From there, he and Mora descend to Launch Bay 15, board the Deep Space Laboratory ship Octavia, and blast off for the Limehouse Express. 9 hours later, the Octavia enters Martian space and moves into a side-by-side position with Moriarty's huge flying wing. As the two ships float in the airless void between Deimos and Phobos, an enclosed metal flex walkway telescopes from the Octavia to the personnel hatch of the Limehouse Express. After pressurizing the walkway interior, Mora stabilizes its atmosphere. A moment later, the two ships open their airlocks.
Piratep, your forehead.
Don't concern yourself, Amenhotep. The wound is superficial.
Thank Ra for that. Go into the ship now and rest.
You're very pleased with yourself, aren't you, Professor?
And why shouldn't I be? I not only have the necklace, But I've outsmarted Sona Tifoom as well.
You're no match for Mr. Foom. Your cruelty defeated him, not your intelligence. You're an ugly little man, Professor. Ugly and arrogant and stupid.
Sticks and stones, Dr. Cassidy. Sticks and stones.
It's time, Professor.
All right. Tell your men to return to their stations.
May I hold the necklace one last time?
Of course, Amontef. I'm as sentimental as the next man, in spite of my overweening ugliness.
Would you like to hold it, Mora?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Professor?
Yes?
Amontef.
Into the ship, Mora. I'll bring the professor.
Professor! Guards! Guards!
Hold his wrists a little closer together, Amontef. Good. There. Watching you walk into Jastro prison is going to be a pleasure, Professor. Amontef, how did the descendant of an ancient Egyptian high priest manage to become a master of Oriental martial arts?
In much the same way that I became a master of disguise, Mora. Practice. Here, hold my nose.
Mr. Foom!
Shh! You'll wake Piratep.
Why didn't you tell me?
If you had known it was me disguised as Amontef, you might have behaved differently aboard Moriarty's ship. Here, help me peel off this beard. My fingernails are all sort of... Mora?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Foom.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sure I'll be as good as new when they remove the bandages.
What did Amontef say when you told him what you intended to do?
He smiled his most seraphic smile and gave me his blessing. He's quite an extraordinary man, you know. While we were talking, I asked him why the Egyptian civilization was brought to Earth in the first place. And he said, "To create a sense of wonder, Mr. Foom. A sense of wonder so compelling as to cause those generations still unborn to look at history with new insight and see the universe with new eyes. Eyes that will one day look back at ancient Egypt and understand what we tried to do there. And on that day, realize that they are looking back into the future."
The Adventure of the Egyptian Necklace was written by Ron Thompson and starred Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Philip Clark, John Abbott, Lester Fletcher, Carol Bilger, and Joe Baker. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Jim Cook. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. The Adventure of the Egyptian Necklace is dedicated to the memories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, creator of England's most famous consulting detective. And so, until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for our next adventure, Time Clash, from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury Chocolate Bars hope you have enjoyed Alien Worlds. And now, Peter Paul Mounds, Almond Joy, and Cadbury Chocolate Bars presents Alien Worlds. slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy, along with scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority, watch over the countless suns, planets, and star systems that fill the universe. This week, Space Exploration Team Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff experience the dislocating shock of time clash and discover how suddenly the here and now can be transformed into the now and then on Alien Worlds.
Starlab Control, this is Pandora. We seem to be having a receiver malfunction. Would you repeat that?
Correct your approach vector, Captain. You're 19 degrees off course.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Don't just see what you can do, Captain. Make a decision. You're running out of time.
What's going on, Jerry?
We've got a problem, Maura. If that petroleum tanker on screen 6 doesn't correct its approach vector, it won't clear the docking bay.
How's that, Starlab? Any better?
Pandora, you're still 14 degrees off course. Abort your approach. Return to your original position and stand by for new docking coordinates.
Roger.
Why are you guiding him in, Jerry? Is something wrong with your navigational computer?
It blew a decoder module 5 minutes into the approach. And that guy is the worst pilot I've ever...
There's no way we can abort our approach, Starlab. We've got a retro malfunction.
Hit the collision alert, Maura. Attention, Docking Bay 7. This is an emergency alert. All personnel, please clear the area. Repeat, clear the area. Docking Officer Clark, contact the bridge.
Jerry, it's Bill Clark.
Any chance he might make it?
Not unless you believe in miracles.
Okay, Bill, get out of there.
Computer and retro system hadn't been serviced in over 2 years. And the crew couldn't get out because the explosive bolts on the emergency hatch malfunctioned. If our EFC crew hadn't put out the fire so fast, everyone aboard the Pandora would have burned alive.
Commissioner, when is the Xeon Corporation going to forget about petroleum and wake up to the fact that this is the 21st century?
They can't afford to wake up, Maura. Their 20th century petroleum investments still account for 60% of their assets.
The only way they can make a profit on that petroleum is by selling it on Stella Vista.
But Xeon owns Stella Vista. What are they doing, selling it to themselves?
No, they're selling it to the independent mining companies out there.
Xeon has it all figured out, Maura. If a company wants to lease mineral rights on Stella Vista, they can do it. But only if they agree to use obsolete fossil fuel equipment. This way, Xeon not only makes money on their mineral leases, but they have a captive market for their petroleum.
Well, if that isn't extortion, I don't know what is.
Ethically, it is extortion, Maura. Legally, it's known as taking care of business.
The good news is that Xeon will have to keep its tanker fleet grounded until we finish our investigation of what happened today. Don't worry. Xeon won't be putting up any more tankers like the Pandora.
Do you know about the original Pandora, Commissioner?
The one in Greek mythology?
Well, my Greek mythology is a little rusty. But I believe Pandora was sent to Earth to punish mankind. I don't remember why. but I do remember she had some kind of magic box.
The Fire of Heaven, Commissioner. She was sent to punish mankind for accepting the fire of heaven from Prometheus. And when she opened that box, she released an eternity of human suffering. You know, I thought about that today when the Pandora split open in the docking bay. What happened was so ugly and terrifying. For a split second, I saw everything mankind had suffered during the last century. All because the oil of the earth, like the fire of heaven, had been used to make people small instead of great.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Get the sensation, a cool combination, chocolatey and mint.
Your peppermint patty.
For the sensation, a perfect relation, chocolatey and mint.
From Peter Paul. Cool as the snow falling light on the trees. Just take a bite for a cool minty breeze. Get a York peppermint patty and get the sensation. Get the sensation, a cool combination, chocolatey and mint. Your peppermint patty.
For the sensation, a perfect relation, chocolatey and mint.
From Peter Paul. Sends a shiver of cool right down to your knees. After one taste, you just gotta say, please, I want a York peppermint patty to get the sensation. Get the sensation. York peppermint patty.
Get the sensation.
Alien Worlds continues. 18 hours after the oil tanker Pandora has split open and exploded in Docking Bay 7, an ISA disaster investigation team and a Xeon Corporation space tug arrive at Starlab from Earth. 10 hours later, the crew of the Pandora is taken to the nearby Stargazer security station for interrogation. And as the Xeon Corporation tug prepares to tow the burned-out hull of the Pandora back to Earth, Starlab scientists, technicians, and space exploration team officers begin a new day.
Skipper, when we get to Valaria this afternoon, let's ask their science master, what's his name again?
Galen Virago.
Yeah. Let's ask Galen Virago if we can go for a spin in that time machine of his.
Oh, I don't think so, buddy. Where would you go if you could take a ride in it?
I'd like to go back to 1939 and have Lamont Cranston teach me how to cloud men's minds.
Lamont Cranston?
Yeah, the Shadow. He knew what evil lurked in the hearts of men.
And how did he know that?
When he clouded their minds, they told him the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I see. And what exactly would you do if you had the power to cloud men's minds?
I'd use it to cloud women's minds.
Sexist pig.
Coin.
Morning, Captain Graydon. Captain Grid?
Yeah. Good morning, Cindy.
Cindy, have you had your mind clouded lately?
No. Not since I read 6 Characters in Search of an Author.
What's that, Cindy? A novel?
It's a play. Luigi Pirandello, 1921. The characters in the play are rehearsing the play when 6 other people show up, claiming to be characters the author left out of the play when he wrote it.
Were any of the people who showed up named Lamont Cranston by any chance?
No, Captain, not even by any chance. Now, how about breakfast? You ready to order?
Can you give us a few more minutes, Cindy? We're waiting for Dr. Cassidy and Commissioner White.
Okay.
Gee, I wonder what's keeping Mora.
I don't know. Maybe Commissioner White's shuttle was late.
Yeah, that tanker accident is really... Oh, here she comes now.
Morning, John. Buddy.
Hello, Mora.
Hi. Where's Commissioner White?
He spent most of the night with the ISA Legal Bureau, drafting the order to ground Xeon's tanker fleet. He's going to deliver it this afternoon, so we suggested we go on to Valaria without him.
Well, does that mean he's going to miss the time machine demonstration?
Just the parallel dimension drone pod playback, which I'm sure Galen will be happy to repeat.
The commissioner said he'd be here tomorrow morning around 10, so when he arrives, you two can warp back here in the Solaris, pick him up, and warp back to Valaria again, okay?
Yeah, fine.
Okay. Let me see that menu, buddy. I'm starving.
Here you go.
Thank you. Ooh, those Neo cheese crepes look delicious, don't they?
Cheese. You know, that reminds me of a story.
Oh, dear.
There was this guy who had a mouse in his house. So he went out and bought a mousetrap. But when he got it home, he noticed he was out of cheese. You know what he used for bait? A picture of some cheese. And you know what he found in the trap the next morning?
Do tell.
A picture of a mouse.
Buddy.
Meanwhile, on Valaria, science master Galen Virago and his apprentice Marika Zarnos enter the chronology pavilion of Valaria's Magnitude 5 research complex. Standing in the center of the pavilion, illuminated by the cool white light of 200 free-floating microlamps, is the experimental time machine. A large 20-sided chamber made of semi-opaque metal. Suspended above the chamber is the penetrator capsule, a teardrop-shaped pod made of bright, seamless metal, which Galen and Marika have used to record fragments of the Earth's past.
Marika, I want to conduct one last test before Dr. Cassidy arrives. Lower the pod into the chamber. Are the chamber seals secure?
Yes, Galen. The REM scale indicators read 0 point blue.
Rotate the chamber until its decoders interlock with the pod's Yerushalayim data.
Yerushalayim interlock. Confirmed.
Interface the decoder lenses with day 12, month 4, AD 33, Earth.
Decoder lenses stable at subcycle 9 point yellow.
Focus them on the subspan 303 and isolate the dimension.
Dimensional isolation confirmed. I have the execution site on the screen.
Is the deciphering terminal translating into Anglophonic?
Yes.
Cross-link the audio sensors.
Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. It is finished.
You, Mara.
Fine, buddy. Fine, buddy. Fine, John. Fine, John.
What's the problem, Mara?
I still have double vision from the warp-through.
Oh, so do we, Mara.
Terrific.
So, here we are. 6 characters in search of Valaria. Oh, speaking of Valaria, there it is. Screen 9, Skip.
Solaris to Valaria Comm Center.
We're tracking you, Solaris. Reduce speed to 1,200 kilometers per hour and maintain present course for 3 minutes, 16 seconds. At 0 plus 316, terminate your engines and lock your controls. One of our pilot drones will guide you down.
Roger. Take it down to 1,200 kph, buddy.
Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Turn it off, Marika, please. If I'd seen that when we first got here, I really don't think I could have made it through the day. They all just stood there and watched him die.
Someday you must tell me about that holy man. and why he was submitted to such torture and pain?
We will, Galen.
May I be permitted to say something about the three of you?
Of course.
The way you've reacted to the tragic events of your planet's past leads me to believe that if the Earth had always been inhabited by spirits like yours, much of what we've seen here today would never have happened.
Hours later, as Volaria's twin suns tint the morning sky a pale, crystalline yellow, the Volarian Comm Center receives a transmission from Starlab.
Please inform Dr. Cassidy that Commissioner White has arrived, and that you'll meet Captain Graydon and Captain Griff in docking bay 31.
Half an hour later, Buddy and John board the Solaris, and as Mora and Galen watch from the Valeria Tracking Center, the sleek white SET interceptor blasts off for Starlab.
We're ready to warp through, Mora. Can you still see us?
Affirmative, John. The resolution on this screen is so good I can practically see into the cockpit.
How many fingers am I holding up, Mora?
13?
Okay, Skipper, she really can see into the cockpit. All right, here we go. Warp through in 5 seconds. Mora, it's all turning inside out. Mora!
John! Buddy! Galen, what's happening?
Just a moment. The Parsec device. The Parsec device aboard the Solaris has experienced a primary decoder malfunction. The ship is passing through the time-space continuum in reverse.
Galen, the ship's back on the screen. John, Buddy, do you read me?
Yes, Mara. I read you.
John?
Mara, help us. We become children.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Pardon me. Isn't that a Cadbury chocolate bar? I've never tried one.
Oh, that's too bad.
Do you mind if I have a teensy piece?
Hey, you took my bar.
I'll just take a little bit.
It was for my wife and me.
Oh, she'll love it. See, this is great. You know you can get carried away with this stuff?
Yes, I've noticed.
Oh, come on, it's a big bar.
It's getting smaller.
When people get a taste of a big, thick Cadbury chocolate bar, they get very carried away. Because only a Cadbury bar is so rich, so creamy, so Cadbury. And with the big-size Cadbury chocolate bar, you get a big choice. Cadbury Fruit and Nut, Cadbury Almond, Cadbury Caramello, and of course the big favorite, Cadbury Milk Chocolate. So remember, when you get your Cadbury, be careful. Because with Cadbury, people can get very carried away.
Can I have my Cadbury back now?
Your Cadbury? Oh, well, I guess I got carried away.
You'll get carried away with Cadbury.
If you would like to make direct contact with Alien Worlds, get a pencil and paper ready, and I'll give you our star coordinates at the end of the program. Alien Worlds continues. During a routine time-space continuum warp-through, John and Buddy are sent 30 years into the past, when the Starsmith Parsec accelerator aboard the Solaris malfunctions.
Mora, it's all turning inside out.
And when the Solaris finally emerges from its dimensional inversion,
Mara, help us. We become children.
Science Master Galen Virago immediately orders the launch of a pilot drone, which locks onto the Solaris and returns it to Valeria. 2 hours later, Buddy and John are once again standing before the Valarian time chamber.
Well, Buddy, Looks like you're gonna get that right after all.
Yeah. You will be joining me, of course.
Naturally. It isn't every day that we get a chance to ride the whirlwind.
The whirlwind?
It's part of a verse by an 18th century English writer named Joseph Addison. My mother used to read his poems to me.
How does the rest of the verse go?
Let me see. And please the Almighty's orders to perform. Rides in the whirlwind and directs the storm. Kind of sums up our situation, doesn't it?
It sure does.
Galen, are you absolutely certain there's no danger?
They won't be harmed, Mora. Marika has transported me into Valaria's past many times.
You didn't indicate that in the communique you sent to Commissioner White.
I didn't indicate it in the communiques I transmitted to the other planets either.
Why not?
Marika?
This is our third machine, Mora, and during its construction we decided that the secrets of time travel would be shared only with those who understand that all life is sacred and that all living things, no matter how small, have an infinity of their own that must be respected.
Those who do not understand that are the ones who will use time travel to dangerously manipulate not only their own destinies, but the destinies of others.
If, during yesterday's drone pod demonstration, you and Buddy and John had reacted indifferently to the tragic events of your planet's past, we would have sent you away this morning.
And if, as you went away, this accident had transformed all three of you, we would have simply closed our eyes and put you out of our minds.
Then you were testing us.
Time is a fragile thing, Mora, and its control can be permitted to exist only where fragile things are loved.
Well, Mara, it looks like we've passed the test of time after all.
Do you both still feel the same? I mean, you're not frightened or anything like that.
Nothing's changed, Mara. It's like Galen said earlier. The physical organism changes during time reversal, but consciousness doesn't. It feels good to be alive inside a child's body. We're not young, we're not old, and we're not afraid.
The chamber is ready, Galen. I've interfaced their time, date, and place of birth information with the alternate reality decoders, and the dimensional inversion lenses are stable at subcycle 6.violet.
Buddy, John, go into the chamber now. Cross-link the audio sensors, Marika.
John, Buddy, can you hear me?
Yes. Do you want us to lie down on these recliners, Marika?
Yes.
Now, close your eyes and relax. During the reversal, you will both be transported back to the separate moments of your birth, and then return to the here and now. You will be unconscious when you return, and you will have no memory of what happened to you aboard the Solaris.
Okay, Galen. See you later, Mara. Goodbye. See you soon.
Begin the cycle, Marika.
It's all turning inside out.
Mara, it's all turning inside out.
Shapes. Forms. Shadow. Color. Don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
Time is a fragile thing. Its control can be permitted to exist only where fragile things are loved.
Time is an illusion. We're not passing through it. It's passing through us.
I am physical. I am dying. I am divine. Shall we return to the sea without you?
I've never missed you as much as I do now. Mara, it's all changed.
Hi, buddy.
Maura, what happened? It's nearly 4 in the afternoon. Have I been asleep all this time?
More or less.
Well, where's John? What about Commissioner White?
John just woke up, too. And Commissioner White decided to take his own ship. He'll be here in about half an hour. How do you feel?
Like Rip Van Winkle must have felt when he woke up. Spaced out and hungry enough to eat a kangaroo. Oh, that's funny.
What?
What's the date today, Maura?
November 14th. Why?
Well, the calendar on my watch. I just noticed it. It says May 23rd. My birthday.
Time Clash was written by Ron Thompson and starred Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Mel Wells, Eric Taslitz, Susan Silo, and Eric Green. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Jim Cook. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And now, if you'd like to make direct contact with the cast and crew of Alien Worlds, here's our address. Post Office Box 8170, Universal City, California, 91608. That's Post Office Box 8170, Universal City, California, 91608. Let us hear from you. And so until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for our next adventure, Death Song, from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury Chocolate Bars hope you have enjoyed Alien Worlds. And now, Peter Paul Mounds, Almond Joy, and Cadbury Chocolate Bars presents Alien Worlds. Slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy, along with the scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority, watch over the countless stars and planets that fill the silent distances beyond the giant space station. This week, the men and women of Starlab encounter the terrifying dissonance of Death Song on Alien Worlds. After spending 5 days at the Sealab 7 underwater research station in the South Pacific, ISA Commissioner White arrives at Starlab aboard Earth Shuttle 1. Hello, Maura. Jerry.
Hi, Commissioner.
Hello, Commissioner. How are John and Buddy doing with their aquanaut training?
They'll be in Sealab 7 until Friday. Then they move to the Baltic for 10 days in the Soviet Aqualab complex at Chilenka. They like being underwater so much you'll probably have to keep them in your aquarium when they get back.
Figures.
This is Starlab. Please identify yourself.
We are Zeta and Lizzie, two Optimon physicians from the planet Aragon. Please give us sanctuary.
What's your situation?
We are being pursued by a hostile renegade spacecraft, which has already damaged our ship. If you don't give us sanctuary, the renegade will destroy us.
Get a visual scan on them, Jerry.
Right. There it is.
My God, it's enormous.
Starlab, this is Whitney again. Did you understand our last transmission?
Be careful, Jerry. That ship doesn't look damaged to me.
Withy, we have your spacecraft on visual as a large corrugated black disk with red, yellow, and green markings. And we see no sign of damage.
That's not us, Starlab. That's the renegade. Our ship is bell-shaped and silver.
There it is. Lower left-hand corner of the screen.
It's so small. No wonder we didn't see it.
Magnify it, Jerry.
Jeez, look at that. The hull's full of cracks all the way down to the tail fins.
Open the emergency docking bay, Jerry.
Right. Withy, guide your ship toward the docking bay that's surrounded with flashing red lights, and we'll take you aboard.
Thank you, Starlab. Thank you.
Starlab, you will soon regret having given them sanctuary.
Who are you? Identify yourself.
I am Helon, Withy and Zena's pursuer.
Is it true that you intend to kill them?
Of course it's true.
But why? What have they done?
It isn't a question of what they've done, Starlab. It's what they haven't done.
Alien Worlds will continue.
This woman's sorry for keeping you guessing. You never know what I'll do. That's why I'm here confessing. It's because sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I've enjoyed that nut, mounds don't. I've enjoyed that chocolate, coconut and munchy nuts too. Mounds got chocolate and chewy coconut. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I've enjoyed that nut, mounds don't. Cause sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't.
Alien Worlds continues. The routine of Starlab control is suddenly interrupted by an emergency transmission from an incoming alien starship. Aboard the ship, Withy and Zena, two Octagon physicians from the planet Aragon.
We are being pursued by a hostile renegade spacecraft, which has already damaged our ship. If you don't give us sanctuary, the renegade will destroy us.
As the bell-shaped Aragonian starship moves into visual scanner range, Mora, Jerry, and Commissioner White see another spacecraft. Huge, black, and disc-shaped.
I am Helon, Withy and Zena's pursuer.
Open a close proximity channel, Jerry.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Helon, this is Commissioner White of the International Space Authority. I represent the scientific and military forces in this solar system. Do you understand that?
I understand.
Any hostile action against this space station will be construed as an act of war against the Earth. and will be dealt with accordingly. Do you understand that?
I understand.
What's your planet of origin?
Aragon.
I see. Well, are you a legal officer of some kind? Have the two Octagon physicians committed a crime?
To my way of thinking, they have.
Dr. Cassidy, this is Simon down in the emergency docking bay. The alien ship is secure.
All right, Simon, thank you. Commissioner, I think we've heard enough from Helon to know where he's at. Let's put him on a hold and see what the two physicians have to say about, whatever this is about.
Helon, stay on this frequency and I'll get back to you. I need some time to think about what you've said.
Of course you do, Commissioner. And then you'll need time to conspire with Willie and Zena against me. And then there will be no more time, Commissioner. The last thing you'll hear is the sound of your own screaming. Surrender the two physicians within the hour, or I'll unleash a symphony of such terrible power that your star lab will shatter like delicate crystal.
Dr. Cassidy, Simon again. The two aliens have come out of their ship.
Bring them to my quarters right away, Simon. Let's go, Commissioner.
I don't know, Mora. Except for Stygos and the Trell, we've never had to deal with this kind of hostile alien power before.
Dr. Cassidy?
Hello, Simon. Where are the two aliens?
Well, they're kind of shy.
Have them come in, Simon. We won't bite.
Willie? Zena? It's all right. You can go in.
Oh, my gosh, they're elves. Little blue elves.
It's obvious what a surprise we are, all because of the size we are. But just because you're tall and pink and we are short and blue, the fact is you are as strange to us as the two of us are to you. The two of us are to you.
2 kilometers beyond Starlab, Helon enters the audiogenic spectrum chamber of his slowly orbiting ship. He touches a bright red jewel near the entryway. The gleaming black metal floor slides open. Then something begins to rise up out of the opening. Something massive and angular and dark. A nightmare construct of polyphonic drone generators and ultrasonic inverters, thick spiraling amplifier coils, and blood-red keyboards. Helon's death song synthesizer, the Cathedron.
My beautiful Cathedron, my phantom self, my soul. Soon we will hear their voices dying amid the music of an unexpected destiny.
Elon, it's time.
Time for what, Cataract?
My infusion. It's time for my infusion.
I just gave you a death song infusion, Cataract, a few moments ago, up in the communications chamber.
No, you didn't, Elon. That wasn't my infusion. That was the premonition adagio you transmitted to Starlab.
It was? Yes, of course it was. Forgive me, Cataract.
Perhaps we should share an infusion. Memory distortion is one of the primal symptoms of death song withdrawal.
Yes, of course, an infusion. Here, Cataract, help me with the anthem injectus.
With pleasure.
Are tuned to specific vibrational frequencies, Mora. And as long as these frequencies are maintained, the mind and body remain in perfect harmony. Illness occurs when certain vibrational frequencies shift out of phase. When that happens, we use these octagons to reharmonize the retrograde frequencies. This restores the mind and body to their proper balance. We don't treat the disease that has no body. We treat the body that has the disease.
I wish Dr. Rossiter were back from Kronos. She'd love this.
Zaina, you said that Helon was once an octagon physician. What changed him?
There was a thermal accident at one of our laboratory outposts. Helon was sent to treat the injured. His sky machine malfunctioned and crashed in an ice forest on the edge of Aragon's polar frontier. He succumbed to the lethal temperature and fell into a pre-death trance. Before the trance paralyzed him, he set the infusion level on his octagon at maximum. As a result of being subjected to maximum infusion for 2 days, the frequencies of Helon's mind and body became terribly distorted. When the rescue expedition reached him, he was in a state of total vibrational mutation. We attempted to reharmonize him at the Octagon Laboratory, but we were too late. He was completely addicted to his hyper-vibrational condition. One night, he forced his way into the Octagon vault and took back the two of the instruments. Then he went to one of our spacecraft installations, abducted a technician named Counterattack, stole a deep space laboratory ship, and disappeared.
Helon, when Withy and Zaina are dead and their octagons are interfaced with the cathedral, where will we go? What will we do?
We will wander from galaxy to galaxy, exploding the stars with death song. I see crescendos of light and sound that sweep to the far corners of the universe. Death song. Bright comets will swirl and dance against the fiery coronas of eclipsing suns. Death song. Planets will vanish in screaming disintegration. Death song. Raging through the silence, transforming into deafening articulations of infinite majesty. Death song. Death song. Death song.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Pardon me. Isn't that a Cadbury chocolate bar? I've never tried one.
Oh, that's too bad.
Do you mind if I have a teensy piece?
Hey, you took my bar.
I'll just take a little bit.
It was for my wife and me.
Oh, she'll love it. See, this is great. You know you can get carried away with this stuff?
Yes, I've noticed.
Oh, come on, it's a big bar.
It's getting smaller.
When people get a taste of a big, thick Cadbury chocolate bar, they get very carried away. Because only a Cadbury bar is so rich, so creamy, so Cadbury. And with the big-size Cadbury chocolate bar, you get a big choice. Cadbury Fruit and Nut, Cadbury Almond, Cadbury Caramello, and of course the big favorite, Cadbury Milk Chocolate. So remember, when you get your Cadbury, be careful. Because with Cadbury, people can get very carried away.
Can I have my Cadbury back now?
Your Cadbury? Oh, well, I guess I got carried away.
You'll get carried away with Cadbury.
continues. 2 kilometers beyond Starlab, Helon's huge, black, ovaloid spacecraft continues its slow, concentric parking orbit. In the ship's autogenic spectrum chamber, Helon sits before the blood-red multiple keyboards of the Death Song Cathedron.
Counterattack, go into the communications chamber, contact Commissioner White, and say this. My ship will orbit 6 more times. If at the beginning of the 7th orbit, Withy and Zena have not surrendered, Death Song will take the lives of every multi-vibrational organism aboard Starlab.
Yes, Helon.
Never been more than 12 octagons in existence at one time. There have never been more than 12 octagon physicians.
12 physicians for an entire planet?
12 are enough, Laura. Injuries are rare on Aragon, and illness is relatively non-existent.
What was Aragon like before the octagons were created?
We treated the diseases of the mind and body with narcotic chemicals. As a result, the people of Aragon were in a constant state of neurotic irresponsibility.
Mara, are you there?
What is it, Jerry?
I have a transmission coming through from Helon's ship.
We'll be right there.
Of every multi-vibrational organism aboard Starlab.
6 orbits. How much time does that give us, Jerry?
Less than 8 minutes.
Zena, suppose you and Withy give Helon your octagons. What then?
He will interface them with the 10 he already has. And his cathedron will become a weapon of irresistible power.
So here we are with a 250-megawatt solar reactor and no way to use it against Helon. No weapon system, no communications, no shielding generators.
But Laura, didn't you say Helon's Death Sunburst had terminated Starlab's primary power matrix?
No, our reactor wasn't affected at all.
If we can interface our 2 octagons with your reactor, we can defeat him.
All right. Let's get down to the reactor control room and get set up. How much time do we have, Jerry?
1 minute, 30 seconds. Helon just started his 5th orbit.
Withy, what effect will this have on Helon?
He will die.
Die? But you said you wanted to help him.
Taking his life is the only way that we can recall him to life, Laura. Our octagons will terminate him and then infuse him with the frequencies of his earlier life.
How will you know if you've been successful?
His voice, Commissioner. You will hear it in his voice. Harmonize the octagon, Zena, and tune for maximum pulse inflection. Harmony achieved. Engage the primary and ancillary subarticulations. Multiphonic articulations are in cadence. Cross-link reactor output subterminals, Jerry.
Subterminals are in phase.
Maximum quantum injection now.
Exploding the stars with death. static rivers and eclipsing suns.
Call the short-range vehicle hangar, Jerry. Tell them to get a shuttle ready.
Elon.
Cataract, my friend, forgive me. Please forgive me. Lily, Zena, Cataract is dying.
Attend to him, Zena. Don't try to stand, Elon. Lie still. Rest. Cataract will live with you. But we must reharmonize him quickly.
Is there anything we can do, Zena?
Go to the shuttle and get our octagons.
Come on, Mora. I'll give you a hand.
Lady, Zena, thank you for calling me from the darkness.
We are your brothers, Elon. We are your friends. We are the spectrum travelers, enemies of darkness, seeking ourselves in the many-colored mist that lies between the twilight and the wind. We are the rainbow riders, lost to light, finding ourselves in the water-prison spaces that hide between the storm clouds and the sun. We are chromatic dreamers asleep in the future, losing ourselves in the mythical freedom that lies between the candle and the sun.
That song was based on a story by Ken Ross and written by Ron Thompson and starred Linda Gary, Roger Dressler, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Larry Moss, Joe Baker, Michelle Goodman, Lindsay V. Jones, and Tony Walters. Music director Tom Rounds, with special music effects composed and performed by Rick Kellis. Associate producer and song lyrics by Ron Thompson. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Jim Cook. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for our next adventure, The Infinity Factor, on the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury Chocolate Bars hope you've enjoyed Alien Worlds. And now, Peter Paul Mounds, Almond Joy, and Cadbury Chocolate Bars presents Alien Worlds. Slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy, along with scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority, watch over the countless suns, planets, and star systems that fill the universe. This week, Space Exploration Team Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff are hurled from the outer boundaries of space into the subatomic light and shadow of a world within a world, as the Infinity Factor Part 1 embraces the threshold of the unknown on Alien Worlds. Astrophysicist Tom Liu Ping has been performing experimental tests in supralight travel, moving at velocities beyond the speed of light. The final step in a series of tests is now at hand. A specially modified ISA Delta Series craft, the Hyperion, will be piloted by John Graydon and Buddy Griff at speeds traveled before only by an infinity of light.
Control, this is Tom routing for the Hyperion.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Hyperion.
I just arrested Timmy and Tree a little behind schedule. Jerry, I've got a revised ETA.
Any problem, Tom?
No problems, just a delay in getting raunchy credits.
What's your new ETA, Tom?
15 minutes, 29 seconds.
Roger. I copy 15 plus 29er. Your docking orbit insertion coordinates are 614 at subvector Alpha, docking bay 3. Starlab, clear.
Roger, Starlab. Hyperion clear.
When did Tom Liu Ping arrive, Maura?
He got in at 0300, John. He was late leaving Timmy and 3. That's why we rescheduled the briefing. Here's his room. He should be ready by now. Oh, Tom, excuse us. I really didn't realize that you...
It's okay. Come on in, Maura. I was just finishing my Tai Chi exercises.
Oh.
Captain Graydon. So good to meet you in person after all the visual communication.
Yes, hello, Tom. Nice to see you. Tai Chi, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Sort of looks like slow-motion karate.
Yes, actually, it's more meditation than martial art.
Well, keeping in shape out here is a good idea. I do a little hatha yoga myself.
Oh, very good, Maura. Very good. Well, what's our program? I understand the briefing was rescheduled?
Yes, we're meeting at 1300 hours in room 2 on Level A Conference Center.
All right. I'll meet you there in a few minutes. Diagram on screen 6 shows the final modifications we've made on the Hyperion's drive system.
Well, it looks like you've practically rebuilt the entire Delta Series propulsion system.
Yes, that's right, buddy. But the key to super-right velocity
is the ion drive we've installed just behind the Starsmith Project accelerator.
What effect will superlight warp-through have on our communication systems?
In my preliminary tests, I experienced plasma sheath buildup that caused a temporary communications blackout.
Is there any way we can avoid the blackout?
No. But even though our telemetry signals will be delayed, when we reach superlight speed, we'll be able to monitor our shadow image on the screen. But remember, the scanning brief will show where we were, not where we are. At warp speed, we'll actually surpass the frequency right. Any final questions?
No, let's go.
Okay, Buddy, John, let's get our gear and prepare to launch.
Starlight Control to Hyperion.
This is the Hyperion. Go ahead, Mora.
Micron confirms your calculation for reaching superlight critical at sector 098.
098. Roger. Thanks, Mora.
Good luck with the test, and try not to lose touch.
Don't worry, we won't, Mora. Okay, buddy, let's do it. Interface all computer functions. We have a positive decoder interlock on all data terminals. Manual launch functions are canceled. Real-time launch status 15 seconds and counting.
Okay, Hyperion, you're cleared for launch.
Roger, Starlight. Okay, let's see what this baby can do.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Ooh, baby, I'm confessing, this man's got a fickle way. Now, maybe you won't like it much, but to explain, I gotta say, sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'm enjoy got nuts, now it's don't. I'm enjoy's got chocolatey, coconut and munchy nuts too. Now got chocolatey, and chewy coconut. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'm enjoy's got nuts, now it's don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't, yeah. Sometimes I feel like a nut.
Alien Worlds continues. After months of planning and experimenting on Tinian-3, astrophysicist Tom Liu Ping arrives at Starlab in preparation for the final phase of tests into supra-light speed travel. Assisting in the tests and piloting the modified Delta Series spacecraft Hyperion are Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff. As the experimental vessel jets away from Starlab, Research Director Maura Cassidy prepares the monitoring procedure that will track the Hyperion telemetry and progress during the multiple light speed flight.
Oh, hi, Maura.
Hi, Jerry. How's it going?
Well, they've made a couple of orbits at light speed 1 to check the systems. We're monitoring them on screen 4.
Dr. Cassidy, this is Barbara, Spectral Analysis. Our monitoring is beginning to show telemetry distortion coming back from the Hyperion.
What's their position, Barbara?
We're tracking them in final orbit prior to the superlight entry at South Vector 096.
Okay, thanks, Barbara. Jerry, open a channel to the Hyperion.
This is Starlab to Hyperion. Over.
This is the Hyperion Starlab. Jerry, I can barely reach you.
Roger. Hold on a minute, John. How's the signal now, John? Any better?
No, you're still breaking up, Jerry.
Tom, how's the ion drive functioning?
Pretty good. We'll recheck the monitors before we go super-light.
Jerry, can't you do anything about the transmission?
I don't know where all the hash is coming from, but there's some kind of interference. But the best we can do is keep the shadow blip on the screen.
All right. And that won't help us much communications-wise.
Dr. Cassidy, Barbara again. The mass proximity indicator registers a radical shift in the molecular density level of the Hyperion's hull.
Start an MPI printout recording, Barbara.
Mara, the Hyperion shadow blip has just disappeared from the screen. And they've vanished from all our tracking instruments.
Geez, what kind of light show was that?
Scanners indicate we've walked through some kind of photon barrier.
Damage report, buddy.
Well, the surge buffers between the ion drive and the parsec accelerator have shifted 110 degrees out of phase. And we've got heavy vibration and thermal overload on engine number 2.
Reduce power, buddy. Correct to a pitch of 312. And fire yaw thruster with a 0.5 vertical correction. Let's see if we can stabilize.
Right, Skip. She's coming around, Skip.
Where the devil are we?
Let me check the translocator beacon.
That's pretty strange. What is it, buddy?
Well, the beacon draws a blank. And celestial guidance doesn't respond either. It's as if we were in completely uncharted space.
Try a long-range scan.
I don't think that would be necessary. You'll find an Earth atmosphere planet at vector 659 Mach 5.
Where did you come up with those coordinates?
I can't tell you more than that. Trust me. Program the coordinates and you'll see.
Listen, Tom. If you know something we don't, you'd better come up with it right now.
It wasn't supposed to happen like this.
Tom, out with it.
Yeah, come on, man.
All right. About 6 months ago, I made a breakthrough in my experiments.
What kind of a breakthrough?
I discovered a parallel universe during my first super-right walkthrough test in Delta 5.
Oh, terrific. Is that where we are now?
Yes.
What about the planet you just mentioned?
It's a water world called Asakusha. The people of the planet live on 2 islands. I made contact with one of the islands called Adusa. What I found was a world out of balance.
Out of balance? What do you mean?
The Asakushans had an ion generator that kept the people of the planet in balance, physically and emotionally. They regarded this generator as some kind of holy shrine. It's a 2-piece interlocking cylinder called the Altar of Light and Dark.
So what caused the imbalance?
The people from the other island, Kudor, broke into the shrine 2 years ago and stole half of the altar. As a result, the ion level of the atmosphere has shifted. This shift caused the people of Adusa to become weak and passive, while those of Kudor become strong and aggressive.
How did you get involved? Why did you get involved?
It was my intention to return to the planet after we had completed these tests and leave my ion generator with the people of Adusa so they could restore their physical and emotional balance. But now the generator seems to have malfunctioned. I don't know what to do.
Jerry, start cross-checking the Hyperion's last known coordinates from the MPI graph.
Okay, Mara.
Starlab, this is Echo Leader.
Roger, Echo Leader. Go ahead.
We've completed our Phase 2 search and reconnaissance. There's not a trace of Hyperion anywhere.
No debris? No sign of wreckage?
No, apparently she didn't break up. There's nothing here.
All right, Echo Leader, thanks. Return to base.
Roger, Starlab, Echo Leader on the return.
Starlab, clear.
What could have happened to them? Even at light speed, spacecraft don't just disappear.
Buddy, how's number 2 engine holding up?
Thermal overload is critical, Skip.
Okay, shut it down. We're gonna have to put her in the water.
Okay, Skip. We're on descent. 1,000 meters to impact. 500 meters.
Okay, hold on. Here we go.
Oh, my head.
Are you okay, buddy?
Yeah, I'll be okay. Just give me a couple of minutes.
I wonder if the ship sustained any serious damage.
I think we're okay. The flotation counter inflated on impact. I don't see any structural damage. Open the hatch, Tom. Let's see where we are. See him?
Yes. A small boat approaching. It's Lady Kami and Lord Gonsho.
Friendlies, I hope.
Yes, they're the ones from Medusa I told you about. Lady Kami!
Lupin, you did come back.
Thank God you found us, and not the raiders of Kudo. You brought others. Yes, Lord Gonsho. This here is John Graydon. Hello. And Buddy Griff.
Pleased to meet you.
You come with us. We take you to Medusa.
Why did the people from Kodor steal the beacon device from the sacred altar?
Warlord Hiko sought to gain control over the two islands. To him, possession of the altar represented ultimate power, but he did not realize the far-reaching effect this would have. With each new tide, his people grew more hostile and aggressive. That is why the two halves of the shrine must be restored. If not, all the people on Sakusha will eventually die because of this imbalance.
Will you help us with this task?
Buddy, what do you think?
Well, we're here. We might as well see what we can do.
All right, then. Looks like we're going to Kodor. Where is Kodor?
It is 26 miles across the sea.
The Four Prets of 1958.
What does he mean?
Never mind. It's just Buddy's way of breaking the tension.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Get the sensation, the cool combination, chocolatey and mint.
Your peppermint patty.
Oh, the sensation, a perfect relation, chocolatey and mint.
From Peter Paul.
Cool as the snow falling light on the trees. Just take a bite for a cool minty breeze. Let it go, peppermint patty, and get the sensation. Get the sensation, the cool combination, chocolatey and mint.
Your peppermint patty.
Oh, the sensation, a perfect relation, chocolatey and mint.
From Peter Paul.
Sends a shiver of cool right down to your knees. After one taste, you just gotta say, please, I want a York peppermint patty to get the sensation. Get the sensation.
Your peppermint patty.
Get the sensation.
Orbiting above the emerald green water world of Sakusha, the Hyperion develops an engine malfunction, forcing John Graydon to ditch the ship in the sea. 10 minutes later, John, Buddy, and Tommy Lou King are rescued and taken to the nearby island of Adusa. Here, Lady Kami and Lord Gunshow convince them to help Adusa recover a sacred altar from the nearby enemy island of Kodor. Meanwhile, on Kodor, Fleet Officer Sora enters the Imperial throne room with a message for Heiko, Kodor's ruling warlord.
Heiko. Alien skyship. Fallen waters near Atusa.
Oh, skyship? Oh, come now, Sora. You know that such things exist only in legend. Oh, perhaps you have had a vision.
Then it is vision I not see alone. Every watchtower on windward side of Kodor see also.
Shared visions are not uncommon, Sora. Have you consulted the Oracle for an explanation of this phenomenon?
I need not consult Oracle, my lord. I need only consult telescope. Skyships still float in waters near Atusa.
Not possible.
Step to window, my lord. You see. Here, take telescope.
How they do it, Sora?
My lord?
Gansho and already Kami. How is it that they have the power to call the sky gods into their service?
How I should know, Lord Heiko.
What do you mean, how I should know? You better find out. I want you to contact our spies on Atusa. I want to know who those intruders are. And I want to know before night tide. Lord Heiko.
Mara must be going crazy wondering what's happened to us.
Yeah. Dear Mora, we're somewhere in a parallel universe. The weather is overcast, and so are we. Your pals, Buddy and John. P.S. Help. Where's the post office, Gunshaw? I want to get this off right away.
What is your friend talking about, Tom? He's expressing dissatisfaction with our circumstances.
Can you blame him?
No, I suppose not.
Look, Tom, we know that you should have told us about all this before the Hyperion took off. So we're not going to get too upset right now. But when we get back to Starlab, if we ever do, you'd better be prepared to run for your life. All right?
All right. And thanks.
Our ship is ready, my lord Gansho.
Wait a minute. I don't mind sailing into the Valley of the Shadow of Death, but not in broad daylight.
The sun sets quickly on twilight afternoons like these, Buddy. It will be dark long before we sail.
Cross your heart?
My heart?
That's just Buddy's way of asking for reassurance, Cammy.
Oh. Yes, Buddy. Cross my heart.
Tom, where's the equipment you brought ashore from the Hyperion?
Over here, John.
Let's see. 2 laser rifles, 2 hard beam photon pistols, 5 night vision helmets, a tool pack, and a hospital kit. Okay, pass out the helmets, buddy.
Right, Skip.
What use are these helmets, John?
The lens on top projects a type of light that can be seen only if you look through the helmet's faceplate.
Then, when we get to Kodor, we will be able to see in the dark without those in the dark seeing us. Yes?
That's right.
Another miracle of rare device. You have so many. Are they endless?
I hope not, Gunshow. We're going to need every miracle we can get our hands on before this is over.
The night tide cycle is beginning, my lord Gansho.
Yes, it is time we sailed. Have you told Kiyatsu where we are going?
Yes, he's been aboard the ship all afternoon charting our course.
Who is Kiyatsu? He is our helmsman and navigator, Tom. He knows these waters better than anyone on Adusa.
Okay, let's get going.
Sora, do you still have the message the carrier brought this afternoon?
Hey, Lord Eiko?
Read it to me again.
But Lord Eiko, I already read to you 12 times.
Please, Sora. If you wish to remain in the good graces of your inferior warlord, you will indulge him, not question him.
Excellent point, Lord Hako. My Lord Hako, Gonshu, Kami, and 3 sky gods depart for Kodar on night tide. Course I have charted will take ship within 100 leagues of Pagoda Tower, between islands. Your faithful servant, Gyatso.
Good old Gyatso. He certainly does epitomize the word spy, doesn't he?
He does indeed, my lord.
And what arrangements have been made to welcome our visitors from Medusa?
But, Lord Hako...
Hear me again, Sora. I love the image it conjures up.
15 Claudian siege galleys positioned in semicircle round Pagoda Tower. When Gyatso sail past tower, circle will close, and Gonshu, Kami, and Sky Gods will be taken prisoner.
You certainly have a way with the words, Sora.
Thank you, Lord Hako. By the way, what you plan to do with them after their capture?
We'll try to persuade the Sky Gods to give us the secrets of their power.
And if they not easily persuaded?
Then we will simply feed them to the carnivore eels. And when no trace of them remains, we will tell ourselves they never existed. After all, Sora, life must go on.
Part 1 of The Infinity Factor was written by Larry Oakner, Jim Cook, Lee Hansen, and Ron Thompson, and starred Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guests Helen Funai, Herb Ellis, Larry Moss, Joe Young, and Clark Warren. Associate producer Ron Thompson, music director Tom Rounds, engineer Stu Jacobs, assistant to the producer, Jim Cook. Technical consultant, Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so until next week, this is Roger Dressler, inviting you to join us for the conclusion of The Infinity Factor from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury chocolate bars hope you have enjoyed Alien Worlds. And now, Peter Paul Mounds, Almond Joy, and Cadbury chocolate bars presents Alien Worlds. Slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy, along with scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority, watch over the countless suns, planets, and star systems that fill the universe. In last week's episode, astrophysicist Tom Liu Ping arrived at Starlab for a final phase of tests in the development of supralight travel. Piloting the modified Delta Series spacecraft Hyperion and assisting in the tests are space exploration team captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff. As As the experimental vessel jets away from Starlab, Mora monitors the progress of the multiple light-speed flight.
Dr. Cassidy, the mass proximity indicator registers a radical shift in the molecular density level of the Hyperion's hull.
Start an MPI printout recording, Barbara.
Mora, the Hyperion shadow blip has just disappeared from the screen. And they've vanished from all our tracking instruments.
Multicolored light sweeps past the Hyperion as it passes from one dimension into another and enters a parallel universe known only to Tom Liu Ping.
Where the devil are we? You will find an Earth atmosphere planet at vector 659 Mark 5. It's a water world called Sakusha. The people on the planet live on 2 islands. I made contact with one of the islands called Adusa. What I found was a world out of balance.
Out of balance? What do you mean?
The Sakushans had an ion generator which kept the people on the planet in physical and emotional balance. It's a 2-piece interlocking cylinder they call the Altar of Light and Dark.
So what caused the imbalance?
The people from the other island, Kudor, stole half of the device. As a result, the ion level in the atmosphere shifted. The people on Adusa have become weak and passive, while those on Kudor have become strong and aggressive.
Orbiting above the emerald green water world of Sakusha, the Hyperion suddenly develops an engine malfunction and is forced to ditch in the sea. Minutes later, John, Buddy, and Liu Ping are rescued by Tom's friends, Lady Cammy and Lord Gunshow. The 3 are taken to the nearby island of Adusa, where they're asked to go to Kodor and help recover the cylinder stolen from the Altar of Light and Dark.
Will you help us with this task?
Buddy, what do you think?
Well, we're here. We might as well see what we can do.
Meanwhile, on Kodor, Fleet Officer Sora and ruling warlord Heiko, now aware of the plot to regain the cylinder, discuss a counterplan.
15 Kodorian siege galleys positioned in semicircle round Pagoda Tower. When Gyatso sail past tower, circle will close, and Gonshu, Kami, and Sky Guards will be taken prisoner.
And now, the conclusion of the Infinity Factor on Alien Worlds.
Jerry, let me see the last telemetry printout on the Hyperion.
There you go, Mora.
Thanks. Jerry, has all this data been cross-checked?
As far as I know. Why?
Well, according to this, the Hyperion is still right where it was when it disappeared.
What? And then why aren't the scanners picking it up?
They can't, Jerry. The MPI data indicates the Hyperion has been reduced to the size of a subatomic particle.
Gunshow! Kodorian siege galleys! They're all around us!
I see no Kodorian vessels, my lord. Perhaps that helmet causes her to see things that are not there.
No, Gyatso. The helmets allow her to see through darkness.
Lord Gunshow!
Let me light this lantern so I might see.
Gyatso, what are you doing?
Skipper, he's signaling those ships. Stop it.
I can see many boats closing in on us.
What are we going to do?
We're going to take them out, that's what. Skip, right, buddy. Fire!
Pulsar, good work. They break formation.
Look! There's Cawdor! I can see the island!
Tom, take the helm. I know a cove just beyond those cliffs.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Get the sensation, a cool combination, chocolate in it.
Your peppermint patty.
Full of sensation, a perfect relation, chocolate in it.
From Peter Paul.
Cool as the snow falling light on the trees. Just take a bite for a cool minty breeze. Get a York peppermint patty
And get the sensation. Get the sensation, a cool combination, chocolate in it.
Your peppermint patty.
Full of sensation, a perfect relation, chocolate in it.
From Peter Paul.
sends a shiver of cool right down to your knees. After one taste, you just gotta say please. I want a York peppermint patty to get the sensation. Get the sensation.
York peppermint patty.
Get the sensation.
Alien Worlds continues. As the ship carrying John, Buddy, Tom, Lord Gunshow, and Lady Cammy approaches the pagoda tower between Adusa and Kodor, Kiatsu, the ship's helmsman, signals to the fleet of Kodorian siege galleys waiting in the darkness.
Stop, Kiatsu!
Skipper, he's signaling those ships. Stop it!
Suddenly realizing that Kiatsu is a Kodorian spy, John and Buddy knock the traitorous helmsman unconscious and engage the enemy warships with laser rifles. Half an hour later, Fleet Officer Sora reports the outcome of the battle to Warlord Heiko.
10 ships, my Lord Heiko. The Sky Gods projected lightning bolts that destroy 10 of our ships. I nearly drowned.
Where are the Adusans and the Sky Gods now, Sora? You have captured them, yes?
No.
No! What do you mean, no?
I mean, no. We did not capture them. They escaped to the other side of the island.
Escape? You had better find them, Sora, or I'll drown you myself.
Oh, Lord Heiko, you don't want to do that, do you?
Kiatsu! Lord Heiko. Kiatsu, what happened? When I tried to signal our ships, Sky Gods knocked me out. Where are they now, Kiatsu? In a cove on other side of island. When they went ashore, I escaped. They're after the cylinder for the Order of Right.
So, my trusty Kiatsu, you did not fear me after all.
No, Lord Heiko, I not fear.
Kiatsu, tell me about the Sky Gods lightning. How did they do it?
Kiatsu? How I should know, my lord? I out cold during battle.
You missed the whole thing! That will be all, Kiatsu.
Yes, Lord Heiko.
Sora, you were there. Oh, you tell me about the lightning. Was it wonderful? Oh, Lord Heiko, it was so terrible. And yet, it was beautiful too. Everywhere there was lightning. Red, orange, and purple. There was fire and smoke and the clack of wooden masts splitting, falling and burning. It was as if the night itself had turned to fire.
Oh, Sora, such a way with the words you have.
on the ridge.
Do you know where he could keep the cylinder?
Yes, in his throne room.
Do you remember how to get into the palace, Lord Gunshaw?
Yes, lady. I remember.
How long's it been?
He was brought here 200 moontides ago and nearly tortured to death by Hakel's warriors as a demonstration of Kodor power.
I used to come here often. Kodor was once the trade center for the two islands.
Of course, that was before Lord Hakel became so obsessed.
Yes. But we do have one advantage. Hakel must certainly know by now that we are in the company of sky gods.
Everyone on Sakusha uses sky god legends, even Hakel.
Oh, I'm sure we can make that work for us.
What do you mean, buddy?
We'll use our lasers to make them dance a little. I mean, we don't want to hurt them.
It is good you do not wish to harm anyone. We also believe this to be right. To hear you speak makes me feel, for the first time since the theft of the cylinder, that all is not lost.
Don't worry, Gunshaw. We'll get your cylinder back.
And I will do my best to understand the manner in which to restore the altar. But I will need your help, Lord Gunshaw.
Yes, Tom.
Can you tell me if there are any insignias, markings, colors, or anything like that which connect the two halves of the altar?
Yes. The markings on the two halves of each disc fit together to form the law of the word symbol.
Stop a moment, Just a moment. Please show me the symbol. Here, draw it for me on the ground.
Oh, yes. A circle. Of course. The infinity factor. My Lord Hakel, Sky Gods Gunshaw and Lady Kami enter palace. What shall we do?
What shall we do? We should call the gods, you idiot! Gods!
Lord Hakel!
Gods, where are they?
But Lord Hakel!
Where are my gods?
I already called guards, my lord. They ran away, frightened by Sky Gods' lightning shorters.
Run? My gods ran away? Sora, quickly. The cylinder. Take it.
Lord Hakel! Lord Hakel, stop! Or you will be killed.
Oh, where? Oh, Lord the Gunshaw and Lady Kami. Oh, welcome. Welcome back to Kodor.
We have come to take back the cylinder for the altar.
Take it back?
That's right. Hand it over, Hakel.
If I refuse?
You've seen the power of our lightning shooters on your vessels.
How about we make a trade? You, Sky Gods, give me a secret of your power, and I return the cylinder. Huh?
Lord Hakel, see that vase over there?
Oh, that's very beautiful, yes? It is my favorite. Oh, destroy my Kodorian pagoda! Sora, attack!
Laws of me, Lord Hakel. Solar not want to end up like a vase.
All right, Hakel, that's it. Tell us where the cylinder is, now.
Oh, Solar. Sky Gods have us in tight spot. Give it to them. Please. All right. The cylinder is over there. Behind curtain.
Yes, it is here. Surrender, Lord Gunshaw.
Oh, Lord Gunshaw.
All right, everyone, come on. It's nearly daylight. Let's head back to the boat and set sail for the shrine.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Pardon me. Isn't that a Cadbury chocolate bar? I've never tried one.
Oh, that's too bad.
Do you mind if I have a teensy piece?
Hey, you took my bar.
I'll just take a little bit.
It was for my wife and me.
Oh, she'll love it. See, this is great. You know you can get carried away with this stuff?
Yes, I've noticed.
Oh, come on, it's a big bar.
It's getting smaller.
When people get a taste of a big, thick Cadbury chocolate bar, they get very carried away. Because only a Cadbury bar is so rich, so creamy, so Cadbury. And with the big-size Cadbury chocolate bar, you get a big choice. Cadbury Fruit and Nut, Cadbury Almond, Cadbury Caramello, and of course the big favorite, Cadbury Milk Chocolate. So remember, when you get your Cadbury, be careful. Because with Cadbury, people can get very carried away.
Can I have my Cadbury back now?
Your Cadbury? Oh, well, I guess I got carried away.
You'll get carried away with Cadbury.
Alien Worlds continues. Confronted at last by what Heiko believes to be sky gods, John, Buddy, and Tom Liu Ping convince him to surrender the cylinder, which will restore Sakusha's ion generator. Meanwhile, Commissioner White arrives on Starlab to confer with Mora about the mysterious disappearance of the Hyperion.
There's a strong possibility that whatever happened to them isn't alien to Tom Liu Ping at all.
What do you mean?
As soon as we heard about the Hyperion's disappearance, we pulled all of Tom's research tapes and retraced his experiments. We discovered through the fuel inventories that he'd taken some earlier test flights that no one knew about.
Well, how does this tie in with his research?
Well, from what we could decipher, he discovered some kind of parallel universe. There's also an emotional involvement. We found his diary.
Personal motivation?
Yes. He intended to return to this sphere of existence all along.
I can't get over it. The shrine, it's so beautiful. The hieroglyphics. These paintings. And these. They look like formulas.
The markings represent the entire story of Sakusha's great plan. It tells of how our world was to become one of perfect balance and wisdom. The altar was placed here to ensure that future.
Lady Kami, Tom has restored the altar. It is working.
All right.
Well done, Tom.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't as difficult as you expected.
It was actually quite simple. Once Lord Gunshu gave me the description of the pattern the two cylinders formed. It's a very primitive ion generator by our standards, but quite effective.
How soon will the effects become noticeable, Tom?
I measure the output of the ion generator as soon as it began working. I would estimate that its effect on the Sakushans will be seen shortly.
Look, a ship is approaching. It's Heiko's Imperial warship.
We've just enough time to reach our ship before the generator is up to full power.
Okay, let's go. But remember, buddy, we don't really know what effect this generator will have on these people, or on us.
As John, Buddy, Tom, Cammy, and Lord Gunshow carefully make their way back to the ship, Sakusha's ancient altar of light and dark fills the air with an ionized aura, re-establishing the planet's balance. Meanwhile, aboard Lord Heiko's Imperial flagship.
Ah, Sora, isn't it a wonderful day for a sailboat ride? Water smooth and the wind just right.
Hey, my lord. Sailboat, very relaxing. Lord Heiko, huh? Didn't we have something we were going to do today?
Ah, yes, Sora. I believe you're right. Did it have anything to do with Lord Gunshow? There's his vessel off the window at the side.
Hi, it must be we were to sail with him. Shall we go alongside?
By all means, Sora. By all means, let us greet our old friend, the good and the kindly Lord Medusa. Lord Gunshow! Lady Kami! How are you?
Excellent, Lord Heiko.
Who are your three friends?
They are friendly visitors from another world.
Another world? Hear that, Zora? Hey? Visitors from another world. What other world wrote the Gancho? Earth? Earth? What a funny name for a world. You must bring your friends to Koda for a visit.
Thank you, Lord Heiko. Glad to see that you're feeling better.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We will look forward to that. Be seeing you.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lord Heiko.
Sora, what did a visitor from other world mean? Now that I'm feeling better. Have I been ill?
Perhaps he was just wondering about your health.
Where I never felt better. So good to be feeling so good. Eh, Sora? Hey?
I could not believe how quickly Eiko changed.
Yeah, he really went from a tiger to a pussycat, didn't he?
A tiger to a pussycat?
Buddy means he went from ferocious to gentle, Lady Cammy.
I am glad Lord Heiko became pussycat.
Well, it's good to see the altar fulfill its purpose in restoring the Kudorian psychological balance.
Now, Lord Heiko will be able to govern his island wisely, gracefully, and with great kindness.
What about your skyship? Will it be able to return you to your world?
What I learned about your ion generator showed me how to repair our spacecraft. We will be able to return safely, I'm sure.
Will you ever return to Sakusha?
There is enough in common in our hearts to make us all part of a great oneness. We too often forget one another. The emptiness is illuminated by the light of the heart. I must accept full responsibility for what I have done in our world first. Then perhaps I may return and go forth with what I have helped you create and give you greater understanding of what you have yet to create.
We will always remember your presence and what you have brought to us.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Lady Cammy. Lord Gunshow.
Goodbye, buddy.
John. So long. Remember to keep clear of the ship when we lift off.
All right. You have a safe journey.
As Lady Cammy and Lord Gunshow watch the Hyperion rocket away from the emerald green water world of Sakusha, John, Buddy, and Tommy Ping make ready for the critical warp back through time and space into their own universe.
Buddy, let's program our coordinates for FTL reentry.
Right, Skip.
Tom, that circle Gunshow drew on the ground, what was that all about?
This circle, John, was the missing key to all my research. I knew that by understanding what had happened on Sakusha, I would be able to understand what I had discovered. We were reduced in time and space to an infinity where balance is restored through the cohesiveness of philosophy and science together. And the moon circle on the cylinders united the two.
The moon circle?
Yes, you see, the circle had been broken, separated. And the way the two cylinders fit together restored the circle and the balance of Sakusha.
We're programmed for FTL reentry at Vector 558, Mark 1, Skip.
Okay. Keep your fingers crossed.
Mora, Commissioner White, look. The Hyperion's back on the screen. At least I think it's the Hyperion.
Well, looks like your theory may have been well-founded, Commissioner.
Yes, it looks that way, doesn't it?
Hyperion to Starlab, over.
All right.
It is them.
We read you, Hyperion. Welcome back.
Thanks, Jerry. What's going on, a party?
You might say that, yes. Are you all okay?
Oh, we're fine, Mark.
Where have you been? Do you know what happened?
Yes, we know what happened. We're still not sure how we got there, but it was an incredible experience. Well, tell you all about it soon. Jerry, give us a docking orbit insertion. And break up the Beaujolais. We're on our way home.
The Infinity Factor, Part 2, was based on a story concept by Larry Oakner and written by Lee Hansen, Jim Cook, and Ron Thompson. Our stars included Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Clark Warren, Larry Moss, Herb Ellis, Joe Young, and Helen Funai. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Jim Cook. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for our next adventure, Earthlight, on Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury chocolate bars hope you have enjoyed Alien Worlds. And now, Peter Paul Mounds, Almond Joy, and Cadbury chocolate bars presents Alien Worlds.
This is Lee Hansen. The next 2 episodes of Alien Worlds will not involve Starlab or our friends in the ISA. This week, Alien Worlds pursues a new horizon. We're going to take you on a mystical journey through a science fiction fantasy adventure that explores the intergalactic origins of spiritual evil, and how the inhabitants of the ancient planet of Alithia set out to neutralize that evil over 2,000 years ago. Here then are Olin Soule, Lorene Tuttle, Russi Taylor, and Roger Dressler in Part 1 of our special presentation, Earthlight.
Something silent fractures the Elysian midnight clouds, and they slowly puzzle apart, releasing the ghostly radiances of 3 white moons. Brilliant lunar light shimmers down onto Elysia's night side. Darkness dissolves as far north as the ion refineries at Lahilia, as far south as the Aviara Sun Tower complex, as far east as the Lusa Canal intersect, as far west as the domed wingship port at Darmus. Huge cloud fragments break away and drift past the moons. There is a sudden eclipse of light. Then the cloud fragments narrow to smoky splinters, curl up into the fluorescent winds of the aurora sphere, and vanish. The moonlight returns, intensifies, expands. It sweeps across the Starflight complex at Kalava, illuminates the celestial laboratories at Somari, seeps down to the Penumbrian shadow forest, and brightens the Pyramid of Deus, which rests at the forest's perimeter. A canal of dark water flows between the pyramid and the forest. Iridescent nova blossoms on the canal bottom sense the moonlight and rise to the surface, their translucent petals shimmering with color. Docked at the edge of the canal is a slender Elysian wingship, its triangular sails folded, its 30-foot-long transparent metal hull low in the water. The huge main chamber inside the pyramid is illuminated by the pale yellow flames of 100 thick white candles. Moonlight streams in through the stained glass sky windows at the chamber's peak. Delicately woven tapestries and intricate mosaics decorate the angled walls. Beneath the sky windows sits Deus, the Father, Ilithia's most highly evolved divine scientist. On the carved wooden table in front of him is an ancient voice book, its pages embossed with complex hieroglyphs. As he moves his fingertips over the hieroglyphs, the book voice tells him the future, reaffirming his dream about another expedition to the planet of Terra Lu.
A beautiful woman is blinded by visions of immortality and falls to sleep in a flower field. A star machine floats down into the scented voids of summer. A child is born. A healer of spirits walks across the deep currents of the faraway sea. The suffering are comforted. The dying are healed. The dead are reborn. The healer of spirits ascends to the stars. Terra Lu sinks below the fiery horizons of an alien sun. Faces look up. The sky stands still.
Terra Lu. So many expeditions. So little progress. So many of our sons and daughters lost. 1,000 years, and it's just beginning.
Deus?
Ah, come in and sit with me, Sibella.
Have you seen the sky, Deus? The clouds are gone and the moons are out. It's a perfect night for star flying.
Mm-hmm. The book said it would be.
Has the book reaffirmed that we're returning to the Veda sector of Terra Lu?
Yes, and it told me about the woman. Her name is Aram. She's young and strong and beautiful, and she's never known the Darkbringer virus.
Elishaba had never known the virus either. Do they share the same blood?
Yes. And because they do, the embryon child implanted in Elishaba during the last expedition and the embryon child of this expedition will share the times to come. The times to come. How are things progressing at Kalava?
The ship was moved to Dome 3 at sunset for fueling and ancillary pre-flight maintenance.
Has Aram's embryon child been taken aboard?
Yes. Lyria took him into the ship's nucleus chamber at moonrise. She's holding him in the secondary Genesis tank while Karmas finishes refocusing the convection lenses on the primary.
And what about Zuriel? Has he installed the new Paratron refractor?
He's still working on it. He would have finished by now, but there was a technical setback.
Oh?
When Zuriel examined the new refractor, he found that 2 of the waveform links were flawed. There wasn't time to send it back to Soma Ray, so he's correcting the flaw with a series of Nimbus filters.
Nimbus filters? I wasn't aware that such things existed.
They didn't until now. Zuriel synthesized them in the Spectrum Laboratory in Dome 6.
Is this the beginning of a new era in Elithian technology?
Well, Zuriel seems to think so. You know how he is when he does something especially inventive.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Deus. When Aram's embryon child evolves to his final form and begins his work, will he be alone?
He will at first. But eventually there will be a multitude.
How will it end?
Tears, blood, a heart pierced with metal.
And what will become of us? Will we return to Elithia?
The book didn't know, Sibella. Where the journey back should have been, there was only silence.
Alien World's special presentation of Earthlight will continue.
This woman's sorry for keeping you guessing. here confessing. It's because sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'll enjoy that nut, mounds don't. I'll enjoy that chocolate, coconut and munchy next to. Mounds got chocolate and chewy coconut. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'll enjoy that nut, mounds don't.
Because
sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't.
Alien World's special presentation of Earthlight continues.
Deus, was the book able to calculate the time lapse between our departure from Elythia tonight and our penetration of Terra Lu's gravity veil?
Yes, 11 solar days, 9 phenomeners.
When will we make contact with Aram?
3 phenomeners past sunrise on the morning of the 12th day. She'll be alone in a field near her village, gathering red and white flowers.
Red and white. Blood and purity.
Yes. The 2 elements that will haunt Aram to the end of her days. Well, it's getting late, Sibella. We'd better start for Calaba.
As Deus and Sibella walk down the luminescent gemstone path leading to the canal, a swarm of fluorescent blue spider moths stream out of the shadow forest, circle the canal's reflection of Elythia's 3 moons, and streak away into the flower-scented night. Sibella and Deus board Sibella's windship, move to the deep circular cockpit just behind the bow, and settle into thickly cushioned contour seats. Between the 2 seats is a narrow, transparent black systems console, its surface glittering with multiple rows of brightly colored control prisms. Sibella touches 3 of them, interfacing the windship's guidance system with the central canal link encoder at Darmus, the huge domed windship port which lies 75 demivectors south of the pyramid.
Your request for automatic guidance parameters has been received, Sibella. Your vessel will proceed from the Avatar Pyramid tributary through the Lusaw Canal intersect to the Taniel Imbria tributary arch. Automatic guidance will be terminated and manual control returned as you pass beneath the arch and approach the Calava subcanal.
Tiny levers fold open the windship's thin metal masts, releasing a quiet, magnetically generated wind which swells the translucent yellow sails. The small, graceful ship drifts out into the center of the canal, turns 45 degrees, and moves forward through the clean, clear water, nova blossom particles flaring in its wake.
Deus, what is calorescent spectrosite? I overheard Zuriel mention it to Karmath.
Spectrosite was the liquid-like fuel that powered our first starships. We terminated its use long before you were born.
Why? Wasn't it efficient?
Yes, it was the perfect experimental fuel, Sibella. Efficient, highly unstable, and extremely dangerous. During the 3rd expedition, we killed 9,000 inhabitants of Terra Lu with it.
9,000? Deus, what happened?
An accident. A circuit malfunction caused a fuel bay hatch to open, and an armed spectrosite fuel pod was ejected. The pod exploded on impact between 2 wilderness cities that stood near the shore of a dying inland sea. When Karmas and Lyria went down in a lander to look for survivors, all they found was a young female in the nearby hills.
Was she alive?
No. Spectrosite radiation had transformed her into a pillar of white ionic stone. She stood like a statue, looking back at where the two cities had been.
The perimeter of the shadow forest slowly fades into the night as the wingship leaves the Avatar Pyramid tributary and sails out into the Lunar Canal intersect, the vast artificial lagoon where all of Ilithia's equatorial waterways converge. Deus settles back in his seat, looks up at the three moons through half-closed eyes, and slowly wills himself into a memory trance. A chill surges through his body. The nuclei of his secondary blood cells divide, releasing the organically stored experiences of another time. Then a bright rushing sound only he can hear takes his mind 1,000 years into the past. Sunlight and warm winds touch his face. He glides over the sea of echoes in a small windship. In the bright, pale green distance is Reliva Island. On it stands the great white dome of Ilithia's Exobionic Observatory. The observatory has been receiving and analyzing scan tracings from 2 drone flyers, which are exploring the void of the 9 worlds in the far galaxy of Sirius. Both flyers have discovered something unexpected and ominous. Diabas, the observatory matriarch, is concerned.
Have you confirmed it, Diabas?
Yes. Sit here beside me, Deus. I'll transfer the visual data to the wall screen.
An abstract 3-dimensional scan pattern fluoresces onto the large triangular wall monitor and slowly becomes a geological image of multi-layered earth and volcanic rock. Embedded in one of the layers are the mummified bodies of 3 nude humanoid women. Next to them are 5 black skeletons, whose grotesque skulls resemble the heads of ebony gargoyles. Each skeleton lies against a secondary pattern of thin black bones, the bones of what were once large, bat-like wings.
Another world contaminated by Darkbringers. Is it a planet in this star system?
No. It's in the Sirius galaxy. Terralu, the only inhabited planet in the void of the 9 worlds. Drone flyer Septus began transmitting these substrata images 7 days ago.
Was it a full-scale invasion?
No, it was confined to a relatively small area near Terralu's equatorial meridian.
When did it happen?
19 light eons ago, just as Terralu was entering its 3rd neuroevolution. They lived in caves then, Deus, and ate the flesh of things that crawled and flew.
How large was the attack force?
1 Darkbringer Legion, probably an inquest unit. They invaded the cave settlement, killed the males and children, and then attacked the females. The same assault methods they used here, and on Anianus and Telluria.
Why didn't the assault extend beyond that one area?
The region was destroyed during the attack by a first-magnitude stratoconvulsion and volcanic eruptions. An enormous chasm breached open, and the entire settlement collapsed into it. The Darkbringer Armada was probably in an observation orbit during the assault, but when they saw the instantaneous destruction of an entire legion, I think they became frightened and moved out into deep space.
Yes, you're probably right. They always did become blind with confusion in the presence of unexpected planetary convulsions. Have the reproductive organs of the dead females been analyzed?
Drone flyer Erebus transmitted its scanner analysis last night. The bodies of all 3 females contain traces of calcified Darkbringer insemination fluid.
Have you received a retrospective survival projection?
Yes. According to the residual biotime scan from drone Erebus, there were over 800 female survivors. All of them inseminated during the assault. None of their newborns had any physical Darkbringer characteristics, but they all emerged from their parent mothers, saturated with the Darkbringer anti-light virus.
Has the virus evolved with them?
This morning, from an orbital distance of 300 nemavectors, Drone Septus hemoscanned the entire population of Terra Lu. It saw the virus in the blood and bone marrow of every male and female, regardless of tribe or age.
And has the virus affected them in the same way it affected us?
There are variations, even some resistance at first. But in time, the virus flourishes, and the inner light grows dark.
Without any evolutionary interference from us, how much longer will the virus control Terra Lu?
A minimum of 500 centuries.
But by the end of that time, the entire Sirius galaxy would be contaminated.
There's only one choice, isn't there?
Yes, an expedition. We know the inner light can be resurrected through induced evolution meditations. We proved that here. We proved it on Anianus and Telluria. Diavus, do you see any reason why our spirit magicians couldn't teach the meditations on Terra Lu?
I see two reasons. The anti-light disease wasn't as advanced on those planets. And where Anianus and Telluria were both entering an age of radiance when the invasions came, Terra Lu is still hyper-primitive and superstitious. It would be impossible to land ships there without terrifying. Our teachers will have to come to Terra Lu from within, not from without.
Embryons?
Yes. Created from your blood and implanted in their female. It would take time. It would be difficult. It would be dangerous. But in the end, the virus would be neutralized. The light would be resurrected. And Terra Lu would no longer be divided against itself.
Terra Lu.
Terra Lu.
So many expeditions.
It will take time.
So little progress.
It will be difficult.
So many of our sons and daughters lost.
It will be dangerous.
1,000 years.
But in the end, the virus will be neutralized. The light will be resurrected. And Terra Lu would no longer be divided against itself.
Isabella. I was just remembering an old friend, and 100 other nights like this, and 100 other expeditions. So much time has passed. So many of Alithia's sons and daughters have been lost. 1,000 years, and it's just beginning.
Alien World's special presentation of Earthlight will continue.
Pardon me. Isn't that a Cadbury chocolate bar? I've never tried one.
Oh, that's too bad.
Do you mind if I have a teensy piece?
Hey, you took my bar.
I'll just take a little bit.
It was for my wife and me.
Oh, she'll love it. See, this is great. You know you can get carried away with this stuff?
Yes, I've noticed.
Oh, come on, it's a big bar.
It's getting smaller.
When people get a taste of a big, thick Cadbury chocolate bar, they get very carried away. Because only a Cadbury bar is so rich, so creamy, so Cadbury. And with the big-size Cadbury chocolate bar, you get a big choice. Cadbury Fruit and Nut, Cadbury Almond, Cadbury Caramello, and of course the big favorite, Cadbury Milk Chocolate. So remember, when you get your Cadbury, be careful. Because with Cadbury, people can get very carried away.
Can I have my Cadbury back now?
Your Cadbury? Oh, well, I guess I got carried away.
You'll get carried away with Cadbury. Alien World's special presentation of Earthlight continues.
What did you do after the Darkbringers killed your parent mother and father?
I escaped into the wilderness of Bas with a group of scientists and technical magicians from the city of Tialin. We thought we'd be safe there, but 3 days after the initial attack, Darkbringer annihilation squads began saturating the atmosphere and waterways with the virus. Eventually, we all became infected to some degree.
The effects of the anti-light disease have never been described to me, Deus. What actually happens?
It begins with an underlying discontent with the ceremonies and celebrations of life. Intelligence is corrupted. Emotion displaces logic. Imagination ceases to evolve. The ability to separate the symbols of existence from existence itself disappears. And so does the belief that all life is sacred. The effects are irresistible and inescapable, even in the unconscious sanctuaries of sleep.
How long were you in the wilderness?
25 years. Do you know the story of Vershila?
Oh, some, but not all of it.
Vershila was a mantric high priest who came to us in the wilderness during our 25th year of exile. He told us he had cured himself of the anti-light disease through a series of induced evolution meditations. He had discovered the meditations in the Persana ut Valiat Jewel, the ancient Elythian poem of creation. He taught us the meditations, and we healed ourselves. Then we went out from the wilderness and secretly taught the meditations throughout Elythia.
And the revolution against the Darkbringers began 50 years after that?
Yes. Our technical magicians built secret subterranean laboratories where they created ships armed with powerful liquid light injectors. 1 year after our ships rose up against them, the Darkbringers abandoned Elythia, and the Age of Radiance began.
As the winged ship approaches the Tamir Imbria tributary arch, it passes a sun tower complex construction site on the lagoon's northern shore. Polished metal, saucer-shaped hover drones lower huge white sun tower obelisks onto thick pads of fluorescent synergite. Giant constructor tripods stand in front of the huge synergite blocks, their long, flexible arms coiled around the 400-foot-tall sun towers, guiding them into place. The complex is surrounded by multifaceted solar energy domes and power dispersion pyramids made of thick, white crystal.
Did you see Shiva today?
Yes, we walked in the forest this morning.
How does she feel about the new sun tower complex? It looks as though it's nearly finished.
She's delighted with its progress. The iron refineries at Lahilia and the floral hatcheries at Vianatet are already drawing power from it. She estimates it'll be fully operational in another 6 days.
We'll be halfway to Terra Lu in 6 days.
Sibella, are you concerned that the book didn't know if we'd be coming back?
What will become of us, Deus? If the ship should fall into a star?
The prospect of death doesn't disturb you, does it?
No.
No, I thought not. Then, what does?
Rebirth. Have you ever imagined what it would be like to be reborn on some other planet? One that wouldn't care about our secrets, or understand our ecstasies, or forgive our failures?
There's no such planet, Sibella. Not in this universe.
Part 1 of Earthlight was written by Ron Thompson and starred Olin Soleil as Deus, Lucy Taylor as Sibella, and Lorene Tuttle as Diabas. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Music director Tom Rhines. Assistant to the producer Jim Cook. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and was distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for the conclusion of Earthlight from the Elsewhere and Elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury Chocolate Bars hope you have enjoyed Alien Worlds. And now, Peter Paul Mounds, Almond Joy, and Cadbury Chocolate Bars presents Alien Worlds.
This is Lee Hansen. Again this week, we continue on our mystical journey through a science fiction fantasy adventure that explores the intergalactic origins of spiritual evil, and how the inhabitants of the ancient planet of Alithia set out to neutralize that evil over 2,000 years ago. Here then are Olin Soule, Lorene Tuttle, Russi Taylor, Mel Wells, Byron Kane, Susan Silo, and Roger Dressler in Part 2 of our special presentation, Earthlight.
Inside his pyramid on the ancient planet of Alithia, Deus, Alithia's patriarch, listens as the voice of a sacred dream book reaffirms his sleep visions of another expedition to the planet of Terralu.
A beautiful woman is blinded by visions of immortality and falls to sleep in a flower field. A star machine floats down into the scented voids of summer. A child is born. A healer of spirits walks across the deep currents of a faraway sea. The suffering are comforted. The dying are healed. The dead are reborn. The healer of spirits ascends to the stars. Terralu sinks below the fiery horizons of an alien sun. Faces look up. The sky stands still.
Terralu. So many expeditions. So little progress. So many of our sons and daughters lost. 1,000 years, and it's just beginning.
Deus?
Ah, come in and sit with me, Isabella.
Has the book reaffirmed that we're returning to the Veda sector of Terralu?
Yes, and it told me about the woman. Her name is Aram. She's young and strong and beautiful, and she's never known the Darkbringer virus.
Elishaba had never known the virus either. Do they share the same blood?
Yes. And because they do, the embryon child implanted in Elishaba during the last expedition and the embryon child of this expedition will share the times to come. How are things progressing at Kalava?
The ship was moved to Dome 3 at sunset for fueling and ancillary pre-flight maintenance.
Has Aram's embryon child been taken aboard?
Yes. Lyria took him into the ship's nucleus chamber at moonrise. How will it end?
Tears, blood, a heart pierced with metal.
And what will become of us? Will we return to Alithia?
The book didn't know, Isabella. Where the journey back should have been, there was only silence. Well, it's getting late, Isabella. We'd better start for Kalava.
At the edge of the wide canal that flows past the pyramid, Deus and Sibella board a slender, transparent metal wind ship and settle into the deep cockpit behind the bow. Touching 3 small fluorescent prisms on the control console, Sibella interfaces the windship's guidance system with Alithia's central canal link encoder.
Your request for automatic guidance parameters has been received, Sibella. Your vessel will proceed from the Avatar Pyramid tributary through the Lunar Canal intersect to the Taniel Embryo tributary arch. Automatic guidance will be terminated and manual control returned as you pass beneath the arch and approach the Kalava subcontrol.
Half an hour later, the wind ship sails out into the Lunar Canal intersect, the vast artificial lagoon where all of Ilithia's equatorial waterways converge. Deus settles back in his seat, looks up at Ilithia's 3 moons, and slowly wills himself into a memory trance that takes his mind 1,000 years into the past. 2 Ilithian drone flyers have been orbiting Terralu, the only inhabited planet in the void of the 9 worlds. During their 13th orbit, the 2 laboratory drones have discovered something unexpected and ominous. Deus is called to Ilithia's exobionic observatory, where scanner data from the 2 flyers is being decoded and analyzed.
Have you confirmed it, Diavas?
Yes. Sit here beside me, Deus. I'll transfer the visual data to the wall screen.
A geological image of multi-layered earth and volcanic rock fluoresces onto the large triangular wall monitor. Embedded in one of the layers are the mummified bodies of 3 nude humanoid women and the remains of 5 long black skeletons. Each skeleton lies against a secondary pattern of thin black bones, the bones of what were once large bat-like wings. The skulls resembled the heads of ebony gargoyles.
Another world contaminated by Darkbringers. When did it happen?
19 light eons ago, just as Terralu was entering its 3rd neuroevolution. They lived in caves then, Deus, and ate the flesh of things that crawled and flew.
How large was the attack force?
1 Darkbringer legion, probably an inquest unit. They invaded the cave settlement, killed the males and children, and then attacked the females.
Why didn't the assault extend beyond that one area?
The region was destroyed during the attack by a first-magnitude stratoconvulsion and volcanic eruptions.
Have the reproductive organs of the dead females been analyzed?
Drone flyer Erebus transmitted its scanner analysis last night. The bodies of all 3 females contain traces of calcified Darkbringer insemination fluid.
Have you received a retrospective survival projection?
There were over 800 female survivors. All of them inseminated during the assault. None of their newborns had any physical Darkbringer characteristics, but they all emerged from their parent mothers, saturated with the Darkbringer anti-light virus.
Has the virus evolved with them?
This morning, from an orbital distance of 300 nemavectors, Drone Septus hemoscanned the entire population of Terralu. It saw the virus in the blood and bone marrow of every male and female, regardless of tribe or age.
And has the virus affected them in the same way it affected us?
There are variations, even some resistance at first. But in time, the virus flourishes, and the inner light grows dark. There's only one choice, isn't there?
Yes, an expedition. We know the inner light can be resurrected through induced evolution meditations. We proved that here. We proved it on Anianus and Telluria. Diavas, do you see any reason why our spirit magicians couldn't teach the meditations on Terralu?
I see 2 reasons. The anti-light disease wasn't as advanced on those planets. And where Anianus and Telluria were both entering an age of radiance when the invasions came, Terralu is still hyper-primitive and superstitious. It would be impossible to land ships there without terrifying. Our teachers will have to come to Terralu from within, not from without.
Embryons?
Yes. Created from your blood and implanted in their females. It would take time. It would be difficult. It would be dangerous. But in the end, the virus would be neutralized. The light would be resurrected. And Terralu would no longer be divided against itself.
Diavas.
Deus? Deus?
Sabella. I was just remembering an old friend, and 100 other nights like this, and 100 other expeditions. 1,000 years. And it's just beginning.
Alien World special presentation of Earthlight will continue.
Pardon me. Isn't that a Cadbury chocolate bar? I've never tried one.
Oh, that's too bad.
Do you mind if I have a teensy piece?
Hey, you took my bar.
I'll just take a little bit.
It was for my wife and me.
Oh, she'll love it. See, this is great. You know you can get carried away with this stuff?
Yes, I've noticed.
Oh, come on, it's a big bar.
It's getting smaller.
When people get a taste of a big, thick Cadbury chocolate bar, they get very carried away. Because only a Cadbury bar is so rich, so creamy, so Cadbury. And with a big-sized Cadbury chocolate bar, you get a big choice. Cadbury Fruit and Nut, Cadbury Almond, Cadbury Caramello, and of course the big favorite, Cadbury Milk Chocolate. So remember, when you get your Cadbury, be careful. Because with Cadbury, people can get very carried away.
Can I have my Cadbury back now?
Your Cadbury? Oh, well, I guess I got carried away.
You'll get carried away with Cadbury.
Alien World's special presentation of Earthlight continues.
Deus, was the book able to calculate the time lapse between our departure from Elithia tonight and our penetration of Terra Luz gravity veil?
Yes. 11 solar days, 9 phenomeners.
When will we make contact with Aram?
3 phenomeners past sunrise on the morning of the 12th day. She'll be alone in a field near a village, gathering red and white flowers.
Red and white. Blood and purity.
Yes. The 2 elements that will haunt Aram to the end of her days.
Deus, Sabella, you are now approaching the Taniel-Imbria tributary arch. As you pass beneath it, automatic guidance will be terminated, and manual control of your wingship will be returned. May the spirits of the 12 Lords of Light be with you on your journey to Terra Lu.
As the Canal Link override terminates, Sabella touches a control prism, which activates a triple row of bright rectangular lights in the bow. Then she steers the wingship through the wide Taniel-Imbria tributary and enters the narrow Calava subcanal. A few moments later, the slim, transparent vessel glides across a small lagoon and docks at the edge of the Calava Starflight Complex. The complex is a vast, circular plain, flawlessly paved with interlocking triangles of white gemstone and red fire crystal. Hundreds of hexagon-shaped lamps free float around the perimeter, focusing brilliant light on 6 enormous copper-colored domes, a triple row of sun towers, and the primary launch arena. At the Calava dock, Deus and Sabella secure their wingship and board a small hover drone, which takes them across the gemstone and fire crystal plain to Dome 3. Inside the dome's airlock, Deus and Sabella remove their long, dark cloaks and fold them into a small compartment in the wall. Later, they enter the dome's asepsis chamber and close their eyes and stand motionless as antiseptic light and sound sterilize their hair, skin, and outer garments. Then, a large circular hatch irises open in front of them, and they step through into the dazzling light of the dome's interior. In the center of the dome is Alithia's most powerful and complex starship, a huge ovoid spacecraft created from organically grown metals. It rests heavily on 3 massive pneumatic parking spheres and dwarfs the 50 technicians who move over its seamless, polished metal surface. Parked in front of the starship are 3 teardrop-shaped tug crawlers. The transparent canopies slid open. 6 technicians string thin metal cables between the rear of the crawlers and towing rings on the ship.
What do the inhabitants of Terra think happens to them after death?
They believe that if they live lives of kindness and affection, their dream selves transmigrate to the serenities of Empiria.
And if they live negative lives?
Then their dream selves transmigrate to the fires of Stygia.
But those regions were destroyed during the subvoid annihilations.
The Darkbringer archipelago had its genesis in the fires of Stygia long before the annihilations. But as life was evolving on its surface, the archipelago left its orbit and passed through Empiria. And in this passing, Empiria's light began to destroy the Darkbringer primitives. But they survived and continued to evolve under the delusion that physical and spiritual light were their deadliest enemies.
In the center of the starship's nucleus chamber, the primary Genesis tank floats 1 meter above the floor. Inside the transparent egg-shaped tank, suspended in a shimmering mist of chill vapor, is the tiny embryon child. He floats on his side, delicate fingers curled against his face, eyes closed, dreaming of the warmly scented summer voices that lie ahead, and the beautiful woman who will end the chemical winter in which he sleeps.
Just look at him, Sabella. He's beautiful.
He takes after his father, Deus.
Lyria, is 12 solar days still the maximum span he'll be safe in cryosleep?
I was able to extend it to 15 days by altering the inversion factor of the chill vapor crystals. But 15 is the zero-time maximum. Any longer, and the altered crystals will begin to neutralize his cellular divinity.
Zuriel, have you calculated our time to Terra Lu's gravity veil?
11 solar days, 9 phenometers.
Is that an absolute calculation?
Absolutely.
Why are you so amused, Deus?
11 solar days, 9 phenometers is precisely what the book said.
It also said we're returning to the Vita sector for an encounter with a beautiful young woman named Aram.
Zuriel, have you synthesized a copy of the book?
I don't synthesize books, Sabella. I only synthesize nimbus filters.
So I've heard.
Zuriel, how did you know about Aram in the Vita sector?
Aram's neural pulse is the only one in the bioindex terminal free of viral contamination. When I scanned the pulse, I found a first magnitude Vita sector imprint.
It seems you've finally become as wise as the book, Zuriel.
Zuriel, are we coming back from this expedition?
I don't know.
You're right, Lyria. He has become as wise as the book. It didn't know either.
Deus, may I see you for a moment?
Yes, Carlos. Where are you?
I'm in the systems index chamber.
Zuriel, you and Sabella go into the guidance chamber and begin the pre-launch procedures. Lyria, we'll have our usual talk after void entry. Is there a technical problem, Carmen?
No. Problem isn't technical, although technology was involved.
I don't understand.
I know we're returning to the Vita sector of Terra Lu, and I know the woman's name is Aram.
Zuriel?
No, I knew before Zuriel did. I was so curious to know where we were going that I got carried away and synthesized a copy of the book last night.
Carlos.
Yes, Deus.
Is nothing sacred?
special presentation of Earthlight will continue.
Get the sensation, the cool combination, chocolatey and mint.
Dark peppermint patty.
Ooh, the sensation, a perfect relation, chocolatey and mint.
From Peter Paul.
Cool as the snow falling light on the trees. Just take a bite for a cool minty breeze. Get a York peppermint patty
and get the sensation. Get the sensation, the cool combination, chocolatey and mint.
Dark peppermint patty.
Ooh, the sensation, a perfect relation, chocolatey and mint.
From Peter Paul.
Sends a shiver of cool right down to your knees. After one taste, you just gotta say, please, I want a York peppermint patty.
You get the sensation. Get the sensation.
Dark peppermint patty.
Get the sensation.
Alien World's special presentation of Earthlight continues. Inside the dome, the three tug crawlers inch forward, tightening the thin towing cables that connect them to the ship. A huge section of the dome wall slides open. The tug crawlers move through the opening toward the brightly lit launch arena. Behind them, the giant starship rolls forward on its massive parking spheres. In the guidance chamber, Deus, Sibella, and Zuriel sit in cushioned pod chairs, facing a massive instrument console. Its dark metal surface, alive with control prisms, regulator diodes, sequencer jewels, interface crystals, and iridescent decoder keys.
Start the pre-emanation cycle on the artificial gravity radiator, Sibella.
Interior gravity is stable at E.3. Grav factor links are sequenced to convert to E.9 during corridor penetration and E.12.1 at void entry.
Deus, an ion storm is forming in the penetration corridor over Illyria.
Carmos, we need a revised launch velocity.
Just a moment. A launch velocity of KPS .660 will take us through the storm before its primary spectrum collision phase.
KPS .660.
Sibella, engage the exterior hyperlight coils when we launch. Ion storms are too unpredictable not to take precautions.
Yes, Deus.
The ship is in position, Deus, and the towing vehicles have cleared the launch arena.
Engage the ancillary pulse drive reactor, Sibella.
Reactor engagement confirmed. Solar power matrix is stable at multiple sublinks 8, 18, and 80.
All ship register encoders, guidance optics, and inverter grids are hyperlinked and scanning.
Release the parking spheres, Sibella.
A hexagon-shaped hatch irises open in the bottom of the ship, and a huge gleaming tripod slowly telescopes down. Thick, metal-flex shock pads unfold from the tip of each tripod leg and press against the launch arena's white gemstone floor. The ship raises slightly, releasing the parking spheres which slowly roll away into the anchoring depressions at the arena's perimeter.
Podshare emergency ejection hatches are armed. Podshare floater cone nozzles are in phase.
Rim scale time to launch is Tricon 0.3.1.
Retract the tripods, Zuriel.
The bright metal tripod withdraws into the ultraviolet glow of its storage bay, leaving the huge Elythian starship suspended 25 meters above the arena. 9 round ports iris open around the concealed tripod hatch, releasing thin beams of dazzling white light. Lurid exhaust fans blast raw magnetic waste against the arena floor, raising a translucent wave of fine white dust which rolls out over the anchored parking spheres.
Rim scale time terminated. Primary reactor interlock at binary 2.3.1.
Crimson hyperlight blink on around the edge of the ship. Then the huge spacecraft slowly rotates 90 degrees and begins its majestic ascent. At an altitude of 30 demovectors, the ship is a tiny ovaloid shadow and 9 pinpoints of light. At 120 demovectors, the starship backs 18 degrees, angles up, and races toward the penetration corridor over Illyria. Suddenly, a section of the corridor ceiling tears away, and a sucking vacuum of ionized winds lash out, trying desperately to draw the ship up into its crushing vortex. Then, as suddenly as it began, the crisis is over, and the ship accelerates out through Ilithia's shimmering aurora sphere into the starlit serenity of deep space.
Is our embryon child safe, Lyria?
Yes, dears. Safe and sleeping.
Have you decided what his name will be?
His name is the word the ancient thought magicians used to describe the power of the inner self. The word is Jesus, and it means, I am become the healer of worlds.
By Ron Thompson, and starred Olin Soule as Deus, Lucy Taylor as Sibella, Mel Wells as Carmus, Byron Kane as Zuriel, Susan Silo as Lyria, and Lorene Tuttle as Diabas. Associate producer Ron Thompson, engineer Stu Jacobs, music director Tom Rounds, assistant to the producer Jim Cook, technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for our next adventure, The Seeds of Time, from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury Chocolate Bars hope you have enjoyed Alien Worlds. And now, Peter Paul Mounds, Almond Joy, and Cadbury Chocolate Bars presents Alien Worlds. Slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy and scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority watch over the countless stars and planets that fill the silent distances beyond the giant space station. This week, an ancient intruder from another galaxy exposes Starlab to the genetic mysteries of the Seeds of Time on Alien Worlds. Beyond Starlab,
the SET interceptor Solaris reduces speed and moves into a preliminary docking orbit with a huge space station. Aboard the Solaris, Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff.
Solaris to Starlab Control.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Solaris.
We're holding at the outer boundary, Jerry. How soon can you get us aboard?
Traffic's pretty heavy right now, John. I've got a Soviet freighter and 2 Canadian tankers coming in now, and 3 lunar shuttles in a docking orbit 2 kilometers out. Hold your position. I'll get back to you in about 10 minutes.
Roger, Starlab. Solaris out.
Starlab, clear.
Well, since 10 minutes usually means half an hour, why don't we put the ship on autopilot and go down to the cargo bay for a little zero-gravity racquetball?
Do you know where the rackets are?
Oh, they're floating around down there somewhere.
All right, let's go.
What? We better stay, Skip. The high-density scanners are picking up something.
How far away?
4.6 kilometers. And it's holding at 081 degrees starboard.
Get a full magnification visual and bring it up on screen 6.
Right.
What is it? I don't know. I've never seen anything like it.
In the center of the screen, against a background of jet-black space and scattered stars, the mysterious object begins to slowly rotate, reflected sunlight blazing from each of its 10 smooth surfaces.
Solaris to Starlab.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Solaris.
Jerry, we're visually monitoring a UFO. Are you picking it up on your scanners?
No, I don't think so. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, there is something out there, about 4 kilometers from your present position.
Right. Okay, tell Mara what the situation is, and you'd better notify Professor Ballin, too. We're going in for a closer look.
I'll keep an eye on you from here, John. Be careful. Starlab out.
What do you think, buddy?
Well, let's play it safe and sort of sneak up on it. I'll do a tomography profile at 3 kilometers. If the thing's not dangerous, we can get in close and do a Phase 1 scanner series.
And what if it explodes and blows us to Kingdom Come?
You know, maybe we should stick to racquetball.
Whoa. Talk about sensory overload. I wonder how she keeps her balance. Maybe it's trick photography. Couldn't be. No photographer is that tricky.
Construction Orbiter 5 to Starlab Control.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Maggie.
We've got a problem, Jerry. We're still working on this new orbital power satellite at Vector 706, and we've just lost our last bundle of solar panels.
What happened?
An anchoring cable on the superstructure let go, and the panels are drifted off into deep space. Can you help us out? This thing's supposed to be operational by tonight.
How many panels do you need?
10.
What type?
Amplifon SP16.
Oh, hold on. I'll check the computer and see what we got. This is your lucky day, Maggie. We've got 24 SP16s in storage. Will this be a pickup or a delivery?
I won't be able to spare any of our codes for another hour or so. What's available on your end?
Well, we've got a Soviet freighter heading your way in about 15 minutes. I'll have the captain contact you, okay?
I'll stand by for his call. Thanks, Jerry. Construction Orbiter 5 out.
Starlab Control, clear. Docking Bay 12, this is the bridge.
Bay 12. Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, Ernie, call Storage Bay 19 and tell them to deliver 10 Amplitron SP16 solar panels to the Odessa, and then have Captain Vashenko contact Construction Orbiter 5. It's kind of an emergency.
Will do, Jerry.
Yeah. Where was I? Right. Sensory overload. Oh, yeah. Wow. Oops.
Hi, Jerry.
Hi, Mara.
You heard from John and Buddy?
Yeah, about 20 minutes ago. They've maneuvered the Solaris into a side-by-side position with the UFO, and Buddy said he'd contact us as soon as he did the preliminary scan series.
Okay. What's that magazine you're holding behind you?
Magazine?
Come on, Jerry, hand it over.
Oh, Mara.
The Astounding Adventures of Galactic Gladys, the Girl Wonder?
Well, you know.
Which one of these bimbos is Galactic Gladys?
I believe that's her there, locked in mortal combat with the evil swamp gas creature.
Well, she's certainly a wonder, all right. I'll bet she hasn't seen her feet in years. Jerry, where did you get this publication?
I found it in the technician's lounge.
Uh-huh. I wondered why they were all running around down there with their tongues hanging out. Jerry.
Hi, Professor Ballin.
How you doing, Jerry?
David, you're just in time for a little X-rated science fiction. Look at this.
What happened to her clothes?
The evil swamp gas creature ate them.
Well, yum, yum.
I don't know about you, David. 3 days on Starlab and you're already starting to sound like Buddy Grip.
It must be the altitude.
Solaris to Starlab Control.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, John.
We finished the preliminary scans on the UFO. Is Mara there?
I'm right here, John, and so is our new alienologist.
Okay, here's Buddy. The object is 3 meters square and shaped like a dodecahedron. It's made of some kind of copper-colored metal that's about 75% hydrogen. As far as we can tell, there's no inboard or outboard propulsion system.
How fast is it moving, buddy?
How fast do you want it to move?
What does he mean, John?
Well, it was stationary when I brought the ship alongside, but for the past 10 minutes it's been matching our speed, no matter how fast we go.
What kind of a readout did you get on the tomography scan, buddy?
The interior of the thing is filled with some kind of ionized gelatin that converts to nitrogen plasma, and then reconverts to gelatin at 12-second intervals.
Buddy, is it giving off any kind of sound?
Yes, it is. When the gelatin converts to plasma, the object gives off what sounds like accelerated heartbeats. And when the plasma reconverts to gelatin, we hear the heartbeats in reverse.
Alien Worlds will continue.
This woman's sorry for keeping you guessing. You never know what I'll do. That's why I'm here confessing. It's because sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'll enjoy that nuts, mounds don't. I'll enjoy that chocolate, coconut and monkey nuts too. Mounds got chocolate and chewy coconut. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'll enjoy that nuts, mounds don't. Because sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't.
Alien Worlds continues. Returning from a routine patrol aboard the Solaris, SET Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff encounter an unidentified flying object 50 kilometers beyond Starlab.
The object is 3 meters square and shaped like a dodecahedron. It's made of some kind of copper-colored metal that's about 75% hydrogen.
As John maneuvers the Solaris into a side-by-side position with the UFO, Buddy continues to analyze the object with the ship's tomography scanners.
The interior of the thing is filled with some kind of ionized gelatin that converts to nitrogen plasma, and then reconverts to gelatin at 12-second intervals.
What do you think, David?
I think we better see about getting that thing into one of the isolated laboratory pods.
Buddy, shoot a magnetic grappler over and see if you can bring it in.
We already tried that, Mara. The grappler pad won't stick. The object is anti-magnetic.
How about if you go EVA and try to push it into the Solaris' cargo bay?
Hold on just a moment, please. I don't think that'll be necessary. From the way it's been matching our speed, I think it'll follow us in.
All right, give it a try. If it works, get the object as close as you can to the outboard airlock of ISOLAB 9. I'll have a crew standing by to take it inside.
Okay, Mark. Solaris out.
Starlab clear.
Come on, David. Let's get down there.
15 minutes later, the Solaris maneuvers the object into a position 2 meters away from ISOLAB 9's outboard airlock. Then, as John guides the Solaris into a nearby docking bay, the lab's airlock opens, and a crew of technicians in yellow pressure suits and tinted glass helmets take the alien decahedron inside. 10 minutes later, the object rests on a slowly rotating observation pad in the center of the lab's brightly lit quarantine chamber.
It's remarkably beautiful, isn't it?
Frightens me.
Why?
The way it looks. Color and size, texture. All those desperately perfect angles constantly repeating themselves. Its physical aspects are so familiar we can call them by name in a language we all understand. And yet we don't know what it calls itself or what it might be calling us.
You feel whatever's inside is alive?
Don't you?
Yes.
Well, at least our scientific selves are still in sync.
Maura, please. Not now.
Hey, look who's here.
Hi, fellas. Well, I'm glad to see it hasn't blown up yet. Come on, Skip, let's go inside for a close-up.
Yeah, okay. I think you better stay on this side of the glass for a while. The object's still being scanned. If you go in there now, your body impulses will be included in the scanner data.
Maybe we should go in anyway, just to blow their minds up in data processing. I can hear Professor Clark now.
I say, Ramsey, have you seen this printout? Graydon and Griff are trapped inside that alien gizmo.
Really? How do you know it's them?
Elementary, my dear Ramsey. The tall one's thumbing his nose, and the short one thinks it's funny.
Maura? David? Not even a smile? What's with you two?
We've got a lot on our minds, John.
Yeah, I see. Well, okay. Come on, Skip, let's go have dinner. Yeah, right.
We'll see you guys. See you later.
It's time we had a talk, David. Let's go up to my quarters.
Coming to Starlab wasn't my idea, Maura. We go where the ISA wants us to go. You know that.
If I'd known you were married, I would have asked Commissioner White to send someone else.
Why?
When I was told you were going to spend 3 months on Starlab, I thought we were getting a second chance.
Second chance for what, Maura? To pick it up where it fell apart 3 years ago?
Why not?
Because your work has always been more important to you than anything else. And I don't think that'll ever change. Even when things were good, we were never together more than 3 months out of the year. Your whole life was spaceports and laboratories and conferences and trips off the planet.
You make it sound like I didn't care at all.
I don't mean to, Maura. I know you cared. And I know you love me. But you love the rockets more.
I'm sorry, David.
So am I. I'll see you in the morning, Maura.
Okay, Lunar Shuttle 10, I have you on the screen. Your docking orbit insertion coordinates are 509er at subvector 70 Alpha.
509er at 70 Alpha. Roger, Starlab. Lunar Shuttle 10 out.
Starlab control clear. Morning, Maura.
Jerry, have you seen David?
Not since yesterday afternoon.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Have either of you seen David?
Yeah, we saw him after dinner last night when we went down to have another look at the UFO. He was in the ISOLAB with it. Maybe he's still there.
I checked the ISOLAB 20 minutes ago.
Well, maybe you missed him. Let's get on and take another look.
hearing this, Mora. Hit the intercom button, Skip.
David, can you come out for a minute?
There's no need to be frightened, Mora. Professor Ballon has not been harmed.
David, what's the matter with you? You sound so...
Mora, his hands are transparent.
David, what happened to your hands?
It's not David.
I am not Professor Ballon, Mora. I am of him. David is safe inside my vehicle.
Well, then open it. Let him out.
As you wish, Mora.
David!
Good God. Isolab control to sick bay.
Sick bay? Jump thruster?
Diana, this is Buddy. Get down to Isolab 9 as fast as you can. And bring a portable vital sign indicator. David Ballon's inside the UFO, and he's encased in some kind of gelatin.
There is no need to be frightened. Professor Ballon has not been harmed.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Get the sensation, the cool combination, tranquility and mint.
Your peppermint patty.
Cool the sensation, a perfect relation, tranquility and mint.
From Peter Paul.
Cool as the snow falling light on the trees. Just take a bite for a cool minty breeze. Down New York, peppermint patty. And get the sensation. The cool combination, tranquility and mint.
Your peppermint patty.
Cool the sensation, a perfect relation, tranquility and mint.
From Peter Paul.
Send a shiver of cool right down to your knees. After one taste, you just gotta say please. I want a York peppermint patty to get the sensation. Get the sensation.
Your peppermint patty.
Get the sensation.
Alien Worlds continues. Entering the control booth of Isolab 9, Mora, Buddy, and John discover that the substance inside the alien decahedron has transformed itself into a duplicate of Professor David Ballon, leaving the real David Ballon encased in a cocoon of translucent white gelatin.
Diana, hurry! Have you tried to get into the chamber?
The hatch is sealed from the inside.
There's no need to be frightened, Dr. Rossiter. Professor Ballon has not been harmed.
He knows me.
He knows all of us, Diana.
Connect the vital sign indicator to the scanner terminal, John. Oh, he's all right. His vital signs are perfect.
Oh, boy. Well...
If you will be patient, the seed placenta will soon evaporate, and David will be released.
Soon? How long is soon?
Now.
David, are you all right?
I think so, yes. I suggest you leave the chamber now, David. The placenta residue will soon convert to a toxic gas that could mutate your senses. Yes, all right.
Hey, welcome home. Where have you been?
When that thing opened up last night and took me inside, I thought I was a goner. But as soon as the seed placenta started to cover me, I wasn't afraid anymore. It was incredible. I sensed everything that was going on. And when my duplicate emerged, it was like one of those films where the guy dies and you see a spirit leave his body.
Film, huh? I guess art imitates life after all. I think it's the other way around, Skip.
Life and art should be the same.
Yes, they should be. But they rarely are.
Perhaps we should learn the lesson of the Balinese. They say they have no art. They simply do everything as well as they can.
You once said that to me, David.
I know. It's amazing, isn't it, how precisely I've been duplicated.
Well, David number 2. What now?
I want to return to my world, Diana. And I want to take Mara with me.
Now, hold on a minute, you. I'm not in the habit of running off to alien worlds with life forms I hardly know.
You know me, Mara. And I know you.
He's got a point there, Mara.
Well, be that as it may, I just don't think the original me and the duplicate you are ready for... Well, why are your hands transparent anyway?
David was wearing protective gloves that prevented the seed placenta from taking a precise imprint of his hands. And Mara, a duplicate of you is all I want.
Why?
I still love you, Mara.
Oh, David. Why didn't you... Wait a minute. What am I saying?
This is weird.
David?
Yes?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, David. I mean the duplicate David.
Yes, Diana.
I think all of us would like to know a little more about your origins.
Centuries ago, explorers from another galaxy visited my planet. Their bodies contained bacteria, harmless to them, but lethal to us. There was a plague, and before the end came, our scientists created the placenta substance and filled it with the genetic seeds that were the essence of our race. Then they placed these seeds of time in hundreds of vehicles like this one and set us adrift in the universe.
Was your race humanoid?
Yes, buddy, it was. But some of the cells were randomly coded, so we could become whatever organic life form we contacted. I could have been a bird or an insect, or even a flower. Any living thing in which the seeds could take root.
What would have happened if you had become a flower?
I would have simply pollinated other flowers of the same species, and my race would have been reborn as a genus of conscious, intelligent orchids or roses.
Would you eventually have re-evolved to your original humanoid form?
Eventually, yes. But I'm not a flower, am I? I'm an ion-negative duplicate of a human male. And my race can be reborn only if I interact with an ion-positive duplicate of a human female.
All right, I'll do it.
Good,
my girl.
Thank you, Mara.
It's okay. Just remember, I don't fool around on the first date. What do you want me to do?
Saturate yourself with pure oxygen for 2 minutes. That will protect you from the toxic residue. Then come into the chamber and enter the secondary placenta compartment of my vehicle.
Okay. Get me an E4 oxygen unit, buddy. I'm about to become a double feature.
Okay.
How do you feel, Mara? I'll be all right, Diana.
I'll be all right, Diana.
Listen to that. I'm in stereo.
Thank you, Mara. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes?
When you and David, this David, are, when you're... will I feel anything?
We don't know, Mara. It's possible.
You'd better leave the chamber now, Mara. The placenta residue is starting to become toxic.
All right. Bye.
Goodbye, Mara.
Did you arrange for a ship, John?
There's a long-range shuttle waiting for them just outside the airlock.
Mara, you'll be able to fly the shuttle, won't you?
Yes. I love the rockets as much as you do now.
Goodbye.
Well, so long, you two. Good luck. looks like we're getting that second chance after all, Mara.
You're right, David. You're absolutely right.
Seeds of Time was written by Ron Thompson and starred Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Pete Renaday and Francis Bay. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Assistant to the producer Jim Cook. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next week, this is Roger Dressler, inviting you to join us for our next adventure, The Madonnas of Zanzibar Alpha, from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury Chocolate Bars hope you've enjoyed Alien Worlds. Peter Paul Cadbury wants to send you a collection of commemorative scenes from Alien Worlds, so have a paper and pencil ready and I'll tell you about it in a few minutes. Slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy and scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority watch over the countless stars and planets that fill the silent distances beyond the giant space station. This week, Captain Buddy Griff and Starlab librarian Ingrid Tassel discover the ultimate sideshow attraction in the circus of their minds when they encounter the Madonnas of Zanzibar Alpha on Alien Worlds.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Lunar Base 14.
Jerry, it's Frank Patterson. Is our shuttle still there?
Yes, it is.
When is it due to launch?
In about 20 minutes. It's still being loaded.
Okay, can you pass me through to the pilot? We need some hydroponic nutrient tubing, and I forgot to put it on his supply list.
No problem, Frank. I'll switch you over.
Good, thanks, Jerry.
Serendipity 1, the Starlab control.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Serendipity 1.
This is the amazing Daphne, full-time top-tube lady and part-time shuttle pilot for Otto Starshine's interplanetary carnival of thrilling wonders. Currently presenting 6 shows a day on the circus planet of Barnum 5. Admission $6 platinum, life on for the 12 free.
Sounds like a barrel of fun, Daphne. What can I do for you?
I have a package for SCT Captain Buddy Griff. Personal, from Otto himself.
What's your Starlab ETA?
7 minutes and 22 seconds.
7 plus 22, roger. Okay, Serendipity 1, I have you on the screen. That's some paint job you've got there, Daphne. I've never seen a day-glow rainbow shuttle before.
Part of the image, kid. Part of the image.
And a thrilling wonder it is, too. Your docking orbit insertion coordinates are 503 at 20 Alpha, docking bay 7.
Thanks, pal. Oh, remind me to give you a couple of free tickets. Serendipity 1, out.
Starlab, clear.
Well, it seems to me that in order to project the astral body, the person first has to visualize being outside himself. He has to actually see his etheric body while he's still in his physical body.
Oh, I don't know, John. What is there about the real or imagined presence of the, what's that German word for etheric double, Maura?
Doppelganger.
Yeah, doppelganger. Great word. Why is it necessary to visualize the doppelganger first? I mean, if that's essential, how do you explain the fact that people have out-of-body experiences while they're asleep?
Maybe it's because when you sleep, you dream. And I'm oversimplifying this now, but aren't dreams unconscious visualizations of places you've been or places you want to be?
I never thought of that.
I guess that's a possibility.
So maybe you're both right.
Excuse me, Dr. Cassidy.
What is it, Patrick?
There's someone here from Barnum 5 to see Captain Griff.
Daphne?
Hello, buddy, you old roustabout.
Hiya, Daph.
My gosh.
Maura.
I'm sorry, I think nothing of it, dollface. Tattooed ladies are supposed to give you the shivers and make your eyes pop. That's what we get paid for.
Daphne, this is Maura Cassidy, Star Labs Research Director.
Glad to know you, Maura. Hello?
And this is my good friend John Graydon.
Put her there, Johnny. Any friend of Buddy's is a pal of mine.
I've heard a lot about you, Daphne.
Well, anything this beanpole told you about me, you gotta take with a grain of salt. Or maybe with a grain of pepper if you like your story spicy.
Buddy, I didn't know that you knew any tattooed ladies.
Well, hell's bells, Maura. Me and the kid have known each other for years. Well, when he was just a squirt, he used to spend half the summer following Otto's carnival around.
How is Otto, anyway?
Buddy, he couldn't be better. Going interplanetary was the smartest thing he ever did. Why, we got more attractions and menageries than you can shake a stick at. And Otto's got one whole shuttle stuffed with mattresses. Just so he can store his money.
Daphne, could I ask you a personal question?
Far away, Johnny.
Well, are you, tattooed all over?
Oh, well, heck yes, sugar. I even got tattoos on the bottom of my feet. Want to see?
Well, no. I mean, if you don't want to.
Oh, no trouble at all, Johnny. Happy to oblige. Here, buddy. Help me off with these clod hoppers.
Okay, here, give me your foot.
Oh, there. What do you think of that?
Oh, fantastic.
What's that there, Daphne? A white rabbit?
A white rabbit, a mad hatter, a queen of hearts, twiddly-dee, twiddly-dum. Oh, heck, Maura, I got the whole story of Alice in Wonderland tattooed on the bottom of these babies.
Daphne, did you have all these tattoos when you joined the circus?
Nope. It was just my arms at first. Buddy here gave me the idea of getting tattooed from face to feet.
He did?
Yeah. The first summer he came around, he was reading this Ray Bradbury novel, The Illustrated Man. Well, I took a gander at the cover and decided then and there that anything an illustrated man had to say, an illustrated woman could say 10 times better.
Alien Worlds will continue. Peter Paul Cadbury wants to send you a collection of commemorative scenes from Alien Worlds. 9 full-color illustrations from fantastic adventures like Earthlight and the Kilohertz War, and characters like Elon of Death Song and the Madonnas of Zanzibar. Just send 2 Peter Paul or Cadbury wrappers and 50 cents for postage and handling to Alien Worlds, Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590. That's Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590 for your Alien Worlds souvenir booklet.
Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'm enjoying that nut, mounds don't. I'm enjoying that chocolate, coconut and munchiness too. Mounds got chocolate and chewy coconut. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'm enjoying that nut, mounds don't. Because sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't.
arriving at Starlab from the circus planet of Barnum 5, the amazing Daphne, a tattooed lady from Otto Starshine's interplanetary carnival of thrilling wonders, is reunited with her old friend, Buddy Griff.
Buddy, I didn't know that you knew any tattooed ladies.
Well, hell's bells, Mama. Me and the kid have known each other for years. Well, when he was just a squirt, he used to spend half the summer following Otto's carnival around.
How is Otto, anyway?
Buddy, he couldn't be better. Going interplanetary was the smartest thing he ever did. Why, we got more attractions and menageries than you can shake a stick at. And Otto's got one whole shuttle stuffed with mattresses, just so he can store his money.
Half an hour later, Maura, John, Buddy, and the amazing Daphne enter Starlab's Visual Media Theater to view a videotape cassette Daphne has brought from Barnum 5.
Didn't quite catch that. What dare's going punky on me?
I was wondering about the cassette.
Oh, that. Well, when Otto got Buddy's message about coming to Bottom 5, he rounded up a bunch of our ballyhoo boys and had them put together this little video tour of the grounds. Sort of a preview of coming attractions.
Well, that was nice of him.
Otto's always doing stuff like that, Mara. Figured Buddy'd get a kick out of it.
I love it.
Well, I guess we should sit down, huh?
Yeah. Maura, where would you like to sit?
Well, I'd like a seat on the aisle.
Well, I don't know. I like sitting in the middle up close. John?
Why don't we sit over there next to the console?
I think Johnny's got a good point there. If we sit by the console, we can change focus and resolution and color correct if we have to.
Okay, right you are. Hand me the cassette, buddy.
Here you go.
Okay, Johnny, let her rip.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Otto Starshine Interplanetary Carnival of Thrilling Wonders. Otto Starshine, a name synonymous with alien acrobats, zero-gravity clowns, intergalactic aerialists, interstellar menageries, and interplanetary sideshow attractions, assembled from the far corners of the universe to amaze, amuse, delight, and astound you.
I've never seen anything like that.
Here from the planet Earth is glamorous Wanda, the Cossack woman. Watch her now as she puts her mammoth Cossacks through their paces.
She was pretty mean to me.
Good. And now, from planet Earth, the fabulous flying balloonies, an aggregation of death-defying aerialists, so clever and accomplished, their safety net is 58 feet above them.
He's gotta be kidding. They fall up?
And here from Otto Starshine's interstellar menagerie, a Lavinian confusion creature. Notice the tail at both ends, hence the name Confusion Creature. Entering the strongest life form this side of Callisto, from the planet of Bicep 9, the one, the only, Giacomo the Magnificent. Watch now as Giacomo attempts to lift a fully loaded lunar shuttle.
Great.
Here is one of our animal attractions from planet Earth. A quartet of tap-dancing kangaroos. Kidding boys.
Gotta dance. Look at those guys go.
And now, for your delight and satisfaction, please, the fire-breathing fish person of Ditmos 8, please, who has extinguished himself in over 7,000 performances.
I have never seen anything like it, I'll admit that. How about one?
That was terrific. Well, I'd like to hang around and shoot the breeze, but I got a show this afternoon, and I don't believe in keeping the customers waiting. Daphne, before you go, would you mind coming down to the infirmary with me? The infirmary? How come? Well, you mentioned that your left ear was going a little punky, and I think Dr. Rossiter should examine it. There might be something she can do. Gee, that's really swell of you, Maura. But I'll be all right.
Hey, Maura's right, Daphne. It wouldn't hurt to have it checked out. Besides, I think you and Dr. Rossiter would really hit it off.
Well, okay.
Good, I'll talk to you before you go. If anybody wants me, I'll be in the library.
Checking out a book?
Nope. Checking out a librarian. See you later.
So long, buddy. Come on, I'll go down to the infirmary with you. Maybe I can get Daphne to tell me some of her spicier stories.
Glad to oblige, Johnny. A man who listens is a good man indeed. And these days, a good man is hard to find.
Hi, buddy.
What do you mean?
I mean, shh, because this is a library, and people can't concentrate if there's noise.
Noise? Ingrid?
Yes, buddy?
There's nobody here.
What? Oh!
How long have you had your nose in that book?
Well, let me see. I came on duty at 0800, and it's nearly... My goodness, I've been reading for almost 4 hours.
What are you reading?
A history of circuses and carnivals.
Oh, let me see that. Hey, this is great.
Well, since we are going to Barnum 5 tomorrow, and because Daphne and Otto are such good friends to you, I thought it would be nice if I could talk circus talk with them. Well, people like it very much when you take an interest in their profession, don't you think?
Yes, they like it very much.
I hope the weather is nice tomorrow on Barnum 5. It would be too bad if there was Jonah's luck.
Jonah's luck?
It's circus talk for rainy weather.
I know. How did you know?
Oh, there's a glossary of circus language here in the back of the book. I've memorized it.
Oh, you have?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, close the book. Now, let's see. There's a heavy clem coming down behind the Mitchell, involving a razorback, a joey, and a spindleman. The clem is happening because they all have eyes for the same Sally Tinker.
Oh, that's easy. A man who loads the animals, a clown, and a gambler are having a fight behind the fortune teller's tent because they all want the same Lady Acrobat.
Kiss me, you fool.
Okay.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Pardon me, isn't that a Cadbury chocolate bar? I've never tried one.
Oh, that's too bad.
Mind if I have a teensy piece?
Hey, that's my bar.
I'll just take a little bit.
Well, it was for my wife and me.
Oh, she'll love it. You know you can get carried away with this stuff?
I've noticed. Give it back.
Oh, come on, it's a big bar.
It's getting smaller.
Once people taste a big, thick Cadbury chocolate bar, they get very carried away. Because only a Cadbury bar is so rich, so creamy, so Cadbury.
Can I have my Cadbury back now?
Your Cadbury?
Oh, I guess I got carried away.
Peter Paul Cadbury wants to send you a collection of commemorative scenes from alien worlds. 9 full-color illustrations from fantastic adventures like Earthlight and the Kilohertz War, and characters like Elon of Death Song and the Madonnas of Zanzibar. Just send 2 Peter Paul or Cadbury wrappers and 50 cents for postage and handling to Alien Worlds, Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590. That's Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590 for your Alien World souvenir booklet. Alien Worlds continues. 2 hours after her arrival at Starlab from the circus planet of Barnum 5, the amazing Daphne complains of a hearing loss in her left ear and is taken to the infirmary by Maura and John.
Hello, Dr. Cassidy, Captain Graydon.
Hi, Maddie.
Hi there, Maddie.
Hello, Daphne.
Well, how about that? Kid knows me.
News travels pretty fast around here, Daphne. Do you want to see Dr. Rossiter?
Mm-hmm. She's not too busy.
She's in her office. Come on.
An hour later, Daphne and Maura leave the infirmary, take a lift to Starlab's 3rd level, and enter the giant space station's main dining room.
Hi, buddy.
Hi, Maura, Daphne.
Hi, honey.
How'd it go?
Well, it looks like I'm not going deaf after all. I got a cracked eardrum, but Diana gave me some medicine for it. Says if I use it twice a day for 2 weeks, the crack will heal up, and hey, I'll be as good as new.
Oh, good. Great. Oh, Daphne, this is Ingrid. She'll be coming to Barnum 5 with me tomorrow.
Glad to know you, Ingrid.
Hello, Daphne. Buddy's told me so much about you that it's nice to finally see you, in the flesh.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to say there's a lot of flesh to see.
Hey, where's John?
He's still down in the infirmary.
Is something wrong with him?
Nothing a Sunday afternoon with Maddie won't cure.
Yeah, well, I guess my spicy story has finally got to him.
Will you have lunch with us, Daphne?
I'd really love to, honey, but I gotta be getting back. Here's a couple of Annie Oakley's, buddy. I'll flash them at the gate tomorrow, and one of the boys will take you right to Otto.
Annie Oakley's?
That circus talk for free tickets.
Oh, well, excuse me.
Come on, Daphne. We'll walk you down to your docking bay.
At 0800 the next morning, Buddy and Ingrid entered Launch Bay 12 and board the bright yellow Marathon Alpha, one of Starlab's Magnum-class long-range shuttles. 15 minutes later, the Marathon Alpha rockets out of its launch bay, banks 40 degrees, and jets away toward Barnum 5. Meanwhile, on the morning side of the small circus planet, Otto Starshine and the amazing Daphne stand on the midway of Otto's interplanetary carnival of thrilling wonders, watching the gaffers, roustabouts, kinkers, and razorbacks prepare for another day-long performance.
Well, there will be no Jonas luck today, Daphne. The sky is beautiful.
Yeah, it's gonna be a swell day, all right. Say, are we going ahead with what we talked about last night?
The 4th ring? Yes, it's a wonderful idea, but it requires a good deal of preparation. So we had better take Buddy and Ingrid to Madame Disha the moment they arrive.
Gotcha.
No, Disha.
Gotcha.
Oh, by the way, what was all that commotion last night?
One of Glamorous Wanda's mammoth tool sacks got loose and had all 3 of its trunks draped over the counter of Devo's Starflower stand. For a minute there, Devo thought it was going to snip him right out of business.
Did you speak to Wanda about it?
I mentioned it to her this morning, but she was so busy making herself glamorous, I don't think she heard me.
She never changes, does she?
You know something, Otto? I hope she never does. She's tough, bro, just the way she is.
Come, let's go see Madame Disha.
Gotcha.
No, Disha.
Marathon Alpha to Barnum 5 traffic control.
Yo, we're tracking you, Marathon Alpha.
I need landing vector coordinates for Otto Starshine's Carnival of Thrilling Wonders.
Coming right up. All right. Is your ship outfitted with a GC-10 interface module?
Affirmative.
All right. Terminate your onboard guidance system and open interface channel 105. We'll launch you from here.
Roger.
Okay, Marathon Alpha. We have you on ground control interlock. Have a good time.
Thanks. Marathon Alpha out.
Well, how do I look? Buddy, close your mouth.
I didn't know you were changing your clothes back there.
Oh, the way I look doesn't make you uncomfortable, does it?
No. Little tiny skirts and little tiny tops don't make me uncomfortable. No. Yes, they do make me uncomfortable.
Do you want me to change?
No. I like being uncomfortable. Really, I do. I love it.
Good. I think it's a perfect costume for a day at the circus.
Circus? Oh, yeah, the circus. Oh, sure, it's perfect for a day at the circus. Or a night at the opera. Or a day at the races.
2 hours after leaving Starlab, the Marathon Alpha lands at the small spaceport near Otto Starshine's Carnival of Thrilling Wonders. 15 minutes later, Buddy and Ingrid flash their Annie Oakleys at the main gate of the carnival grounds and are escorted down the midway to Otto's office. A large red and gold circus wagon surrounded by long neon flagpoles that fly the multicolored banners and pennants of 20 alien worlds.
Hello, buddy. You look great, Otto. Just great.
Well, it's been a long time, buddy. Too long. My advice is that you begin coming to my circus at least once a year, rather than once every decade. Will you promise me that?
You got it, Otto. That's a promise.
And who is your charming companion?
Oh, this is Ingrid Tassel. She's the librarian aboard Starlab.
Well, I must say that the image of the librarian has changed considerably since I was a boy. It's a pleasure to meet you, my dear.
Thank you, Otto.
Well, what do you two think of the place so far?
Oh, it's terrific. I can't get over it. Excellent.
Glad to hear it, kids. Glad to hear it. But if you think what you've seen so far is terrific, prepare yourselves for lots more, because you ain't seen nothing yet.
Part 1 of The Madonnas of Zanzibar Alpha was written by Ron Thompson and starred Linda Gary as Maura Cassidy and the Amazing Daphne, Chuck Olson as Buddy Griff, Bruce Philip Miller as John Graydon, and Corey Burton as Jerry, with special guest stars Marilyn Schreffler as Ingrid and Byron Kane as Otto Starshine. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Jim Cook. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for the conclusion of The Madonnas of Zanzibar Alpha from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury chocolate bars hope you have enjoyed Alien Worlds. Peter Paul Cadbury wants to send you a collection of commemorative scenes from Alien Worlds, so have a paper and pencil ready and I'll tell you about it in a few minutes. Slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy and scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority watch over the countless stars and planets that fill the silent distances beyond the giant space station. Last week's episode began when the Serendipity 1, an incoming shuttle from the circus planet of Barnum 5, radioed Starlab control.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Serendipity 1.
The amazing Daphne, full-time tattooed lady and part-time shuttle pilot for Otto Starshine's interplanetary carnival of thrilling wonders. I have a package for SCG Captain Buddy Griff, personal, from Otto himself.
Okay, Serendipity 1, I have you on the screen. Your docking orbit insertion coordinates are 503 at 20 Alpha, docking bay 7.
Half an hour later, the amazing Daphne is reunited with her old friend Buddy Griff, who introduces her to Maura and John Graydon.
Glad to know you, Maura. Put her there, Johnny. Any friend of Buddy's is a pal of mine.
I've heard a lot about you, Daphne.
Buddy, I didn't know that you knew any tattooed ladies. Me and the kid have known each other for years. Well, when he was just a squirt, he used to spend half the summer following Otto's carnival around.
How is Otto, anyway?
Buddy, he couldn't be better. Going interplanetary was the smartest thing he ever did. Why, we got more attractions and menageries than you can shake a stick at.
Three hours later, in the giant space station's main dining room, Buddy introduces the amazing Daphne to Starlab's librarian, Ingrid Tassel.
Oh, Daphne, this is Ingrid. She'll be coming to Barnum 5 with me tomorrow.
Glad to know you, Ingrid.
Hello, Daphne. Buddy's told me so much about you that it's nice to finally see you, in the flesh.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to say there's a lot of flesh to see.
Will you have lunch with us, Daphne?
I'd really love to, honey, but I gotta be getting back.
The next morning, as Buddy and Ingrid jump toward Barnum 5 aboard the Marathon Alpha, Otto Starshine and Daphne stand on the midway of Otto's interplanetary carnival, watching the gaffers, roustabouts, and kinkers prepare for another day-long performance.
Say, are we going ahead with what we talked about last night?
The fourth ring? Yes, it's a wonderful idea, but it requires a good deal of preparation. So we had better take Buddy and Ingrid to Madame Disha the moment they arrive.
Gotcha.
No, Disha.
Gotcha.
2 hours after leaving Starlab, Buddy lands the Marathon Alpha at a small spaceport near Otto's carnival. "15 minutes later, Buddy and Ingrid are escorted down the midway to Otto's office, a large red and gold circus wagon surrounded by neon flagpoles that fly the multicolored banners and pennants of 20 alien worlds.
Hi, Otto.
Buddy.
You look great, Otto. Just great. Well, it's been a long time, Buddy. Too long.
Well, what do you two think of the place so far?
Oh, it's terrific. I can't get over it. Excellent.
Glad to hear it, kids. Glad to hear it. But if you think what you've seen so far is terrific, prepare yourselves for lots more, because you ain't seen nothing yet.
And now, the conclusion of the Madonnas of Zanzibar Alpha on Alien Worlds.
Well,
listen, Dak, if we ain't seen nothing yet, what do you say we get out there on the old Midway and have at it?
Oh, yes. There's so much going on out there. I can't imagine how we'll be able to see even half of it in only one day.
Don't worry about having enough time, Ingrid. Why, between now and midnight, you're both going to see such mind-boggling sights that we'll probably have to ship you back to Starlab in an ambulance. Oh.
Ingrid?
Yes, Otto?
Sind Sie ein Deutscher?
Oh, nein, Otto. Ich bin ein Holländer.
Ah. Geboren in der Stadt oder der Land?
In der Stadt. Zanten. 20 Kilometer nord unter Amsterdam.
Du sprachst vorzüglich Deutsch.
Oh, danke schön, Otto.
Do you have any idea what they're talking about, Dad?
I sure do. Otto asked Ingrid if she was German, and she said no, she was Dutch. Then he asked if she was from the country or the city, and she said she was born in Zaandam, a city north of Amsterdam. And when he complimented her on her German, Ingrid said, "Thanks, Otto."
Daphne, I didn't know you understood German.
Otto taught me.
Buddy, Ingrid, I think it's time for you to meet Madame Disha.
Who?
Madame Disha, our resident mystic, a fortune teller from the planet of Heterodyne 4. She knows all, she sees all.
You mean...
Yes, buddy. She sees all.
Yeah, that could be a little embarrassing, couldn't it?
It all depends on where she looks.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Get the sensation, a cool combination, strawberry and mint.
Salt, peppermint patty.
Oh, the sensation, a perfect relation, strawberry and mint.
From Peter Paul.
Cool as the snow falling light on the trees. Just take a bite for a cool minty breeze. Get a York peppermint patty and get the sensation. York peppermint patty. You get the sensation.
Peter Paul Cadbury wants to send you a collection of commemorative scenes from Alien Worlds. 9 full-color illustrations from fantastic adventures like Earthlight and the Kilohertz War, and characters like Elon of Death Song and the Madonnas of Zanzibar. Just send 2 Peter Paul or Cadbury wrappers and 50 cents for postage and handling to Alien Worlds, Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590. That's Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590 for your Alien World souvenir booklet. Alien Worlds continues. Arriving at the circus planet of Barnum 5, Buddy and Ingrid are escorted through the main gate of Otto Starshine's interplanetary carnival of thrilling wonders and taken to Otto's office, a large red and gold circus wagon. 10 minutes later, Buddy, Ingrid, Otto, and the amazing Daphne leave Otto's wagon and walk down the midway toward the mysterious Madame Disha's tent.
Meet the mysterious Madame Disha.
Come, let us go inside.
Heterodyne 4, educated in the mystic arts.
Good morning, Madame Disha.
Hi, Madam.
Good morning, Otto. Daphne.
Madame Disha, I would like to present...
Ingrid Tassel and Buddy Griff.
Daphne told you we were coming?
Did she?
Have a good time, kids. Come on, Otto.
Madame Disha will escort you back to my wagon when you are finished, Buddy. Enjoy yourself.
Okay,
Thank you,
see you later.
Please, sit here at the table. Buddy on this side, Ingrid on this side.
Okay.
Now, put your minds at ease. In a moment, the crystal ball will fill with light. When it does, join hands, look into the light, and concentrate.
Oh, Buddy, look, it's beautiful.
What do you see, my dear?
A sky, a lovely red sky, filled with clouds.
white and blue clouds. And beneath the clouds?
Birds. Hundreds of golden birds drifting on the wind.
And beneath the birds?
A valley filled with all the colors of autumn.
And in the center of the valley?
A river. A singing silver river.
And does not the river remind you of a poem you once wrote, buddy?
Yes. A poem about birth and being alive in the fragile body of a newborn child.
And does not the second verse of the poem mention a singing river?
Yes. Touched by silver waters, wrapped in velvet clothes, we sleep in ivory cradles where the singing river flows.
And did not Buddy read this poem to you 3 months ago, Ingrid?
Yes.
And did not the verse that mentions winter cause you to weep?
Yes. We aged in golden afternoons, were old when winter came, and when we died as ancient children, we knew no one was to blame.
What do you see near the river?
A meadow. A huge meadow. Filled with strange blue flowers. And when the sunlight touches the flowers, their petals shed tears.
And in the center of the meadow?
Statues. Enormous crystal statues of beautiful young women on their knees, praying. They are Madonnas. Sad Madonnas.
And why are they sad?
I don't know.
Ingrid?
They are sad because there is no one they can tell their secrets to.
What secrets, Ingrid?
The Madonnas watch over an alien library that lies beneath the ground they kneel on.
How is it that you sense their sadness?
Because when no one comes to learn the secrets of the knowledge I watch over in the library on Starlab, I am sad.
And where do the Madonnas wait, Ingrid?
Zanzibar Alpha. The lost world of Zanzibar Alpha.
Another performance of Otto Starshine's Interplanetary Carnival comes to a close. And the next time your friends ask you where they can have the time of their lives, say this: from the sands of Mars to the distant stars, there's no greater show in the universe or anywhere else than Otto Starshine's Interplanetary Carnival of Thrilling Wonders. Thank you, and good night.
I don't know, Daphne. I think it's a toss-up between Madame Dish's hallucinatory crystal ball and glamorous Wanda's mammoth torsax.
And what about you, Ingrid? What did you enjoy most?
Oh, the artificial comet that went zooming around inside the big top. I thought it was wonderful when it exploded and all the clowns came floating down inside a fire roof.
Well, here's the good old Marathon Alpha. Hey, wait a minute. Who put that poster on the tail fin?
It was probably one of our ballyhoo boys, Buddy. I don't know how they do it, but they always manage to get one of our posters on anything that'll stand still.
It looked nice.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Well, we'd better get aboard, Ingrid. Hey, thanks again, Otto. We had a terrific time.
Oh, yes, it was just wonderful.
Oh, good.
Bye, Buddy.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye.
Bye, dear.
Ingrid, wake up.
What? Oh, Buddy. Are we home?
No, Ingrid, we're not home. I don't know where we are.
What? Doesn't the onboard computer know where we are?
It does, but I don't. The computer's feeding a star matrix to the navigational display. But I don't recognize any of the proximity coordinates.
Buddy, there's a planet out there.
I know. We drifted into its gravitational field just before you woke up. We're lost, Ingrid.
Buddy, what's happening?
The planet's pulling us down. We're out of control.
A lovely red sky, filled with clouds. White and blue clouds. Buddy!
Ingrid. A singing silver river. Ingrid!
Buddy, please don't let go of my hand.
Alien Worlds will continue. Peter Paul Cadbury wants to send you a collection of commemorative scenes from Alien Worlds. 9 full-color illustrations from fantastic adventures like Earthlight and the Kilohertz War, and characters like Elon of Death Song and the Madonnas of Zanzibar. Just send 2 Peter Paul or Cadbury wrappers and 50 cents for postage and handling to Alien Worlds, Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590. That's Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590 for your Alien Worlds souvenir booklet.
Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I've enjoyed that nut, mounds don't. I've enjoyed that chocolate, coconut and munchy next to. Mounds that chocolate and chewy coconut. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I've enjoyed that nut, mounds don't. Because sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't.
Alien Worlds continues. 2 hours after leaving Barnum 5, the Marathon Alpha mysteriously drifts off course and becomes trapped in the gravitational field of an alien planet whose surface is obscured by white and blue clouds. Suddenly, an energy force lashes out from the clouds and pulls the Marathon Alpha down through the planet's misty red atmosphere. A moment later, the shuttle crashes on the edge of a peaceful meadow filled with strange blue flowers, flowers that weep golden tears as the sunlight touches them.
Oh, buddy, it smells wonderful, like jasmine and lilac.
Yeah. Not a scratch anywhere. There aren't even any skid marks on the ground. It's like some giant invisible hand just...
Buddy, look! On the other side of the river. The Madonnas. Buddy, what's happening to us? Everything we saw in the crystal ball is coming true.
It can't be. Or maybe it can. Come on, let's get a closer look. Hey, Ingrid, look at this outline in the knee of the statue. There's some kind of door here.
Buddy, Madame Vich's crystal ball, the underground library. This must be the entrance. Let's go in.
Oh, I don't know, Ingrid. It looks pretty dark down there. For all we know, there might be a giant spider or something lurking around.
Oh, come on. Where's your sense of adventure?
Well, all right. But you stay here until I make sure it's safe.
Okay. Be careful.
Don't worry about a thing, Ingrid. I've got something that makes me invincible.
Your dauntless courage?
No, my trusty blaster. I'll be right back.
don't get it. You mentioned a big hairy spider, and there it is.
Is it dead?
Yeah.
I want to see it.
Ingrid.
I want to see it, Buddy.
All right.
Oh, Buddy, it's horrible. How could such a thing... What happened?
Where did it go?
The spider has returned to your imaginations.
Who's there?
Each Madonna represents a various aspect of knowledge. The one who kneels above us symbolizes knowledge through imagination. I am Yana, her soul. Why can't we see you? True knowledge has no form. Imagination has neither shape nor physical substance. But you know that, don't you? Yes, I suppose I do. But if I already knew the answer, why did I ask the question? Because those of us who devote our lives to knowledge are always aware of how little we know. And because of this awareness, we never stop learning. We never stop asking questions.
What did you mean when you said the spider returned to our imaginations?
The most negative aspect of imagination is its ability to invent irrational fear. When you suggested that a great spider might be present, you formed its image in your mind and reacted with apprehension. When you descended the stairs into this corridor, the spider appeared, but only as a projection of your anxiety. But I saw the spider too. What you saw was based on the sounds you heard, Ingrid. You heard Buddy cry out. You heard him fire his weapon and describe what had happened. Sounds. Only sounds. But then, sound has always been imagination's greatest stimulant.
Yana, how did we get here?
You arrive at a place by sincerely wanting to be in that place. A metal ship can transport you, or your imagination can transport you. In transporting yourself with your mind, you discover that true knowledge is in the journey, not the destination. But what about the door that opened up there? We couldn't have imagined that, because here we are. Are you? Where are you, Ingrid? A place of knowledge through imagination, you said. A metaphysical library. That door has existed since the beginning of time, Ingrid. And it will always be there for anyone who wishes to pass through it. Oh, Buddy.
Ingrid, what's wrong?
Oh, they don't know. So many of them don't know. The door, it leads to eternal summer.
Yana?
I have to leave you now, because this part of the journey is ending. Love each other as much as you love me.
Yana? A river. A singing silver river.
A valley filled with all the colors of autumn.
Hundreds of golden birds drifting on the wind.
Sky, a lovely red sky, filled with clouds, white and blue clouds.
We sleep in ivory cradles where the singing river flows.
Zanzibar Alpha.
Yana?
The lost world of Zanzibar Alpha.
Yana?
Buddy, please don't let go of my hand. Buddy? Ingrid? Can you hear me? Where are we?
Otto. Daphne.
How you doing, kiddo?
Ingrid, are you all right?
What happened? How can we still be here? We crashed on Zanzibar Alpha.
We saw the Madonnas. We talked to Yana.
It happened in your minds, all of it. You and Ingrid have just experienced the fourth ring of my circus.
The fourth ring?
Yes, The magic light of Madame Disha's crystal ball. It gave you what no three-ring circus ever can. An unprecedented journey through your imagination with someone you care about very much.
But the Madonnas, Zanzibar Alpha, where did those ideas come from? I invented them at the beginning of the light trance and passed them from my mind to yours.
And what about Yana? Was she an invention too?
Yana?
The Madonna spirit we met after Buddy shot the giant spider that wasn't there.
Yana was someone or something you created between yourselves.
Buddy, you can let go of her hands now if you want to. The journey's over, honey.
I don't know, Daphne. After what we've been through together, I think the journey's just begun.
He's right, Daphne. We ain't seen nothing yet.
The Madonnas of Zanzibar Alpha was written by Ron Thompson and starred Chuck Olson, Marilyn Schreffler, Linda Gary, Byron Kane, Christina Holland, and Ron Feinberg. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Music director Tom Rounds. Assistant to the producer Jim Cook. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for our next adventure, the Himalayan Parallel, from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury Chocolate Bars hope you have enjoyed Alien Worlds. Peter Paul Cadbury wants to send you a collection of commemorative scenes from Alien Worlds, so have a paper and pencil ready and I'll tell you about it in a few minutes. Slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy and scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority watch over the countless stars and planets that fill the silent distances beyond the giant space station. This week, Maura Cassidy and Space Exploration Team Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff cross the Himalayan Parallel and encounter one of mankind's oldest legends on the high plateaus of Tibet, a land whose wind-swept frontiers guard the extraterrestrial secret of something pale and strange, something which has fallen to Earth during an interstellar journey between alien worlds. At the International Space Authority Command Center on the North Shore of New Chicago's Lake Michigan, ISA Commissioner White sits in his 21st story office discussing the construction of a new spaceport with ISA Project Director Brian Phillips.
We're talking about a spaceport that will occupy 300 square kilometers of land area, Commissioner. And of the 4 available locations, only the Baja Peninsula coastal site and the South Pacific Island site are situated on or near large bodies of water.
Well, we both know the advantages of having spaceports near the water. Let's take another look at the pre-construction profile tapes for the Baja site.
Commissioner,
What is it, Katie?
Tom Center has a transmission coming through from the ISA tracking station at Tikal, Tibet. It's Major Lewis. Says it's urgent.
All right, I'll take it in here. Patch him through.
All right.
Commissioner White?
I'm here. Go ahead, Major.
There's an alien spacecraft down in the Himalayan parallel, about 400 kilometers south of here.
You're sure it's alien?
Yes, sir. We tracked it from atmosphere entry to impact and recorded a full magnification scanner visual.
Any chance of a storm covering up the alien ship with snow?
Yes, sir, there is. That's why I flew a recon shuttle over the crash site this morning and dropped a radio marker beacon.
Good. All right, Major Lewis. Fly down to LaSalle and check in with our regional science complex. Then arrange an audience with the High Lama and get his permission to send an ISA investigation team to the crash site. The team will be coming from India, so they should be there within 12 hours.
Yes, sir. I'll leave right away. ISA tracking station PT1 out.
Katie?
Yes, Commissioner.
Put me through to Professor Samavati at the ISA Annex in Calcutta.
Yes, sir.
Half an hour after receiving Commissioner White's transmission, Professor Samavati sends an ISA security officer to Calcutta's Royal Hyperion Hotel with a message for Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy.
Who is it?
Lieutenant Chapman, ISA Security. Dr. Cassidy?
Yes?
I have a message from Professor Samavati.
Thank you. Well, that's the end of our vacation. Has transportation to Lhasa been arranged?
There's an ISA priority shuttle waiting at the Rasalila spaceport.
Good. We'll be there in half an hour.
Goodbye, Dr. Cassidy. Have a pleasant journey.
Thank you. Tibet. We're going to Tibet. Come in.
Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, buddy. John.
We just passed an ISA security officer in the hall. What's up?
We're going to Tibet. ISA orders.
To Tibet?
An unidentified alien spacecraft crashed in the Himalayan parallel last night. Commissioner White wants us to investigate.
But we're on vacation.
I know how you feel, buddy. I had the same reaction. But then I started thinking, this might be the only chance we'll ever have to meet the High Lama.
Yeah. And maybe find out how he got so high.
Oh, buddy.
Alien Worlds will continue. Peter Paul Cadbury wants to send you a collection of commemorative scenes from Alien Worlds. 9 full-color illustrations from fantastic adventures like Earthlight and the Kilohertz War, and characters like Elon of Death Song and the Madonnas of Zanzibar. Just send 2 Peter Paul or Cadbury wrappers and 50 cents for postage and handling to Alien Worlds, Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590. That's Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590 for your Alien Worlds souvenir booklet.
Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'll enjoy that nut, mounds don't. I'll enjoy that chocolate eating, coconut and munching next to. Mounds that chocolate eating and chewy coconut. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'll enjoy that nut, mounds don't. Because sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't.
Alien Worlds continues. An unidentified alien spacecraft has crashed in the Himalayan parallel, 100 kilometers south of Lhasa, the capital city of Tibet. After being notified of the crash by an ISA tracking station, Commissioner White sends a message to Calcutta,
ordering Maura Cassidy, John Graydon, and Buddy Griff to interrupt their vacation and investigate the incident. 20 minutes later, Maura, John, and Buddy board an ISA jetcopter on the roof of Calcutta's Royal Hyperion Hotel and take off for the Rasa Leela spaceport, located on the Bay of Bengal.
I wish we could have spent more time traveling across India. It's really an amazing country.
Yeah.
So interesting.
You know what I like most about it?
What?
All the things that are holy. I mean, they've got holy cows, holy rivers, holy smoke.
Buddy.
10 minutes later, the jetcopter lands at Calcutta's Rasa Leela spaceport, where Maura, John, and Buddy board ISA Priority Shuttle 19. Sun fills the blue waters of the Bay of Bengal with scatterings of brightness. The shuttle lifts off, banks 90 degrees, and rockets away toward the wind-swept high frontiers of Tibet.
Mossack Control, this is NCT Captain John Graydon, piloting ISA Priority Shuttle 19. Are you tracking us?
Affirmative, Captain. Your landing coordinates are vector 031 at subvector 097.
Roger.
Come in on auto guidance and stay aboard after you set her down. Major Lewis will pick you up in a snow crawler.
Roger. Shuttle 19 out.
Would anyone care for more tea?
Thank you.
I wouldn't mind another cup, Major.
Here you are.
Thank you. Well, when are we scheduled to see the High Lama?
I don't know yet. Arranging an audience is, well, complicated.
Oh?
He rarely gets involved with the official business of the material world. An inner circle priest named Chang usually handles that.
Well, when can we see Chang?
We can leave for the Lamasery just as soon as Dr. Cassidy finishes her tea. Are you all right, Laura?
I think so.
You'll have to excuse Dr. Cassidy, Major. Her table manners are usually beyond reproach.
Funny.
Major Lewis, good morning.
Good morning, Chang. Good to see you. I'd like to present Dr. Maura Cassidy, Captain John Graydon, and Captain Buddy Griff.
How do you do?
Nice to meet you.
So, have you traveled here all the way from Starlab to investigate the fallen alien spacecraft?
No, we were... You know about Starlab?
We are as devoted to transcendental science as we are to the mysticism of our religion. The basic precepts of Theravadan Buddhism and the underlying concepts of astrophysics are quite similar, you know.
Yes, I know. Every day we spend on Starlab makes us realize that more and more.
Chang, have you mentioned the alien spacecraft to the High Lama?
I did not have to. He was aware of its presence even before it entered Earth's atmosphere. Nothing occurs in the immediate universe that the High Lama is not aware of. And because he is concerned for your safety, he has requested that I accompany you on this expedition.
Is where we're going really that dangerous?
These mountains are haunted by things not of this dimension, Dr. Cassidy. Invisible things that hide in the ice and light and wind, waiting for the intruder to make his first fatal mistake.
2 hours later, Priority Shuttle 19 lifts off from the ISA Science Complex near Lassar. At an altitude of 30,000 feet, John turns the shuttle due south and jets toward the snow-swept Curacao Plateau, deep inside the Himalayan parallel.
Major, what's the frequency of the marker beacon you dropped near the alien? 94 megahertz. Niner 4. And there's the signal. Correct to 109er, Skip. 109er, right. Okay, we're right on the money. Check your sea harnesses, everybody. We'll be landing in 4 minutes.
Buddy, are you thinking what I'm thinking? That it looks more like a multi-atmosphere drone than an interplanetary spacecraft?
Yeah. What makes you think it's a drone?
The size, for one thing. It's only about 12 meters long, so it couldn't have carried more than 10 or 15 minutes worth of fuel.
Yeah.
And look at the thruster nozzle. That kind of residue is a byproduct of short-range solid propellant, not long-range liquid.
Well, the only way we can be certain is to take a residue sample into the shuttle and analyze it. Okay, I'll get the... What was that?
Snow, did you hear that?
It is the voice of the Yeti.
The abominable snowman?
His cries have echoed through these mountains for centuries.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Pardon me, isn't that a Cadbury chocolate bar? I've never tried one.
Oh, that's too bad.
Mind if I have a teensy piece?
Hey, that's my bar.
I'll just take a little bit.
Oh, it was for my wife and me.
Oh, she'll love it. You know you can get carried away with this stuff?
I've noticed. Give it back.
Oh, come on, it's a big bar.
It's getting smaller.
Once people taste a big, thick Cadbury chocolate bar, they get very carried away. Because only a Cadbury bar is so rich, so creamy, so Cadbury.
Can I have my Cadbury back now?
Your Cadbury? Oh, I guess I got carried away.
Peter Paul Cadbury wants to send you a collection of commemorative scenes from Alien Worlds. 9 full-color illustrations from fantastic adventures like Earthlight and the Kilohertz War, and characters like Elon of Death Song and the Madonnas of Zanzibar. Just send 2 Peter Paul or Cadbury wrappers and 50 cents for postage and handling to Alien Worlds, Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590. That's Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590 for your Alien World souvenir booklet. Continues. As Maura, John, and Buddy prepare to analyze an exhaust residue sample from the fallen alien drone, the cold Himalayan wind carries the sound of something wild and unearthly across the Curacao Plateau.
What was that?
Snow, did you hear that?
It is the voice of the Yeti.
The abominable snowman?
His cries have echoed through these mountains for centuries.
You two still at it?
Maura, I thought you were asleep.
I tried, but what time is it?
A few minutes past midnight. What about Chang and Major Lewis?
They're back in the starboard cabin. Chang's meditating, and Major Lewis is sound asleep. Ooh, it's freezing in here. Why is the port open?
Oh, we collected so much scanner data from the drone today, we thought we'd better start indexing some of it. Oh, John here started to nod out, so I opened the port to let in some of that terrific mountain air.
I started to nod out. You were the one who fell asleep with your face on the console.
something walking around outside. John, the port. Can you see anything?
No. It's pitch black out there. Maybe it's a snow leopard or something. What was that? Sounded like the drone. Buddy, the floodlights.
God, it's a Yeti.
Well, let's get out there. Grab a couple of blasters, buddy. Right.
Forget it. We'll never catch him in the dark.
Look at that. He opened a hatch in the drone. We couldn't even find a hatch. Boost me up, Skip.
What's inside, buddy?
Racks full of spare parts and tools. Looks like a maintenance depot in here. What are you thinking, Maura?
Well, it's obvious he wants those spare parts and tools. I'd like to find out why.
Yeah, the only one.
Let's try and get some rest. We'll track him with a portable life form scanner when the sun comes up.
The invisible fingers of the universe move across the ebony sky. Night slides away like soot rubbed from glass. The misty gray spaces fill with thick veins of purple, red, and rose. The veins silently rupture, flooding the sky with the dazzling brilliance of this planet's closest star. Dawn over the Himalayas.
Okay, the laser pistols check out. Let's test the life form scanner. Stand over there, Maura. Okay, come on back.
Okay, is everyone ready?
Ready here.
Chang?
We are about to cross into an extremely dangerous area. Deep crevices and chasms are hidden beneath the snow. So follow in my path and walk only where I walk.
All right, don't worry. Lead on.
True what they say about long-distance perception, isn't it? We've been on the trail 3 hours, and those peeps don't look 1 centimeter closer.
Hold it. I'm getting something on the scanner.
How far away?
200 meters to the left. Just over that rise. Check your weapons. Right. Chang, if there's any shooting, get behind me.
As you wish, Captain Graydon.
Okay, let's go.
Look at the size of that thing.
Looks like it's been there for years. The hatch is open. Come on.
You're right, Maura. It is an old ship. John, look at this. The modules on this section of the control console are brand new.
Yeah. And it's warm in here. Auxiliary power must be on.
John, buddy, there's a hibernation pod over here with 2 baby Yetis inside.
Are they alive?
They're sleeping. Listen.
Hold on a minute. There's something outside.
Look at that thing!
Major, don't! Damn you, Major.
What's that thing was talking for? My children, please don't kill them.
God. John, buddy, help me turn him over.
Easy. Easy. Chang, he's bleeding to death. Do something.
Captain Griff, my physician's pouch on the floor behind you. Here.
God, what have I done?
There were 50 of us on the journey to a new colony on the far side of your sun. There was an accident. We crashed in these mountains. Mapatani and I were the only survivors. We lived in this ship for over 6 centuries.
What became of Mapadani?
She died last night after a drone landed. When she saw it, she said she was happy that our children could now return to Nomalaras, our own world. Then her eyes turned to ice.
Sarika, why did it take so long for the drone to reach you?
So many planets, so many stars, so many possibilities.
Stay with him, Chang. I want to see how Buddy and John are coming with the repairs.
Take my hand, Chang. Something of me in you.
Everything checks out, Mora. We followed Sariga's instructions to the letter. There really wasn't all that much to do. He'd finished most of the repairs himself.
What about auto guidance?
We cross-checked it 3 times. It's locked on a direct course for Nemaloris.
And the 2 babies?
The hibernation pod's life support system is functioning perfectly.
Where's Major Lewis?
He's walking around outside. He feels terrible about what happened. He made a mistake, Mora. It could have happened to any one of us.
I'd better go talk to him.
Good idea.
Dr. Cassidy?
What is it, Chang?
He is dead. He asked that we bury him here.
Yes, all right. Set the launch timer for 10 minutes, Buddy.
Right.
All right. Let's take Sariga away from here.
Goodbye, little guys.
Good luck.
I wish I could think of something to say.
Your sorrow about taking Sariga's life is much greater than his was about losing it, Major. You were afraid. Sariga understood that. And his was a spirit that believed in forgiveness. That kind of spirit will rise up on this planet one day. But not until this world comes to terms with the next world and realizes, like Sariga did, that life isn't everything. Nothing is.
The Himalayan Parallel was written by Ron Thompson and starred Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, and the Watermark Players, with special guest stars Philip Clark, Chuck Howerton, and Larry Moss. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer, Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer, Jim Cook. Technical consultant, Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for our next adventure from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds.